And here it is. Here it is. Here I am. I hope you are there. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. Here I am. And I'm hoping that you're there with me. So the session commences and your company is required. Matters Nigeria related, you know what we do here. So we're doing that thing that we do here once again as ever. Hope you have the time to spare to do it with us. An open microphone session, as I often introduce, and the open microphone is the hyperlink in the comment section that says StreamYard. So if you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, then you'll be held in a studio space. And as soon as I've read out the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and sample your opinion. So it's an interactive session. It's a debate session. It's a panel-led session. And anybody can be part of the panelist. The only thing you have to do is to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Holy, 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 another Savior, another Savior. Holy, 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 holy,
well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
And there you heard it. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu remains their savior in the East. Holy, 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 holy. Nnamdi Kanu remains their savior. As guys, I bring you this. I have never had issues with Buhari since we took power in 2015. This is Yemi Osinbajo speaking good of a daddy. So there it is right there. This total surrender of this man. So Yemi Osinbajo, as ever, loyal to the last, and is speaking especially to a religious tonality. I have never had issues with Buhari since we took power in 2015, a headline attributed to the Vice President, Yemi Osinbajo. So quite what is in play there, we'll find out shortly. And what is in play there speaks to through this next headline. Though I am a pastor, Buhari a devout Muslim, we have never had issues in 7 years. Osinbajo now, total surrender, informing us now, the public, that the Aboki from Daura tolerates him even though he's a Christian. So thank you then, Mr. Muslim man from Daura, for tolerating the fake pastor. Though I am a pastor, Buhari is a though I am a pastor, Buhari is a devout Muslim. We've not had issues in 7 years. Yemi Osinbajo speaks. So quite what led him to feel the need to say that we find out shortly. Uh, Exclusive. How River State Governor Yemsin Wike exposed judge he uses at Federal High Court for dirty jobs. So we all know that they procure judgments, but it looks as though now this guy has a particular judge that he buys or that he has already bought. So any judgment that he is taking within the Nigerian space, he just gets on the phone to his employee to tell him to deliver a verdict. How Rivers Governor Wike exposed judge he uses at Federal High Court for dirty jobs. So quite what and why for, we find that all that out just shortly. We find this out shortly as well. A lot of anticipation and speculations to this space. But this story stands alone. I'm not quite sure if it's been subsequently verified, but it speaks to the current political space of the moment, the current goings on at the forefront of politics at the moment. Our court stops APC convention indefinitely. So a lot of you will recall, of course, that there's been a lot of speculations that Amir Malabuni and his cabal had procured a court judgment to stop the APC convention so that they'll move the convention as close to when the primaries are due to INEC as possible, so that they are then forced to hold that convention and the primaries on the day, on the same day, and they will superintend that to install their chosen candidate. So that's still in play. Court stops APC convention indefinitely. So quite how they've gone about that, or how that headline came about, and why it's not a story that is recurring severally within the media space. All of that we'll find out. No evidence Abakari laundered money. Abubakar Malami protecting the criminal policeman. So we all knew that the heavens will fall before they let the drug dealer cop go to America for reasons that he knows too much. No evidence Abakari laundered money, a headline attributed to Abubakar Malami. Desperate cabal out to cause fresh crisis in ruling APC to procure court injunction against Buni. This is a headline attributed to party youths. Desperate cabal out to cause fresh crisis in ruling APC to procure court injunction against Buni, a headline attributed to APC youths. So quite why a court injunction will be procured against Buni, who himself, we are told, has already produced or rather procured a court judgment. All of that in play. 2023 presidency, Buhari will support Tinubu against Osinbajo. Fayemi is a headline attributed to an Ibrahim. So quite who Ibrahim is and why he is saying that, all of that we'll find out just fairly shortly. But to tease with the headline again, 2023 presidency, Buhari will support Tinubu against Osinbajo, Fayemi, a headline attributed to a character called Ibrahim. So there it is right there. Still more to come. Yes, there is a strong possibility Saraki opens up on joining 2023 presidential race. So Saraki is one of the names that we don't mention enough in these presidential permutations, and he a name of weight and worth within the Nigerian space, certainly sufficient enough to be a president and to be discussed as quite a viable and a credible candidate. yes, there is still a possibility Saraki opens up on joining 2023 presidential race. So, well, why he has not joined and what the possibilities are, we'll just find all of that out soon enough. So we land on this story now that our squeaky voiced, bald headed eagle, as our daddy Freeze calls him, Oyedepo, of course, Bishop Oyedepo stops 200 varsity students from going for youth service for missing farewell prayer session, parents allege. So it could and should be jailed for that because it's a national service. It's not something that is essentially optional. And if the students, now graduates, were willing and prepared and ready, but they were in some way against their will held back by this element, then certainly he should be jailed. Bishop Oyedepo stops 200 varsity students from going for youth service for missing farewell prayer session, a headline attributed to the parents of those students. So all that's in place. So plenty in place. So kick back, lean back, take it easy. Click on the hyperlink click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join me on screen. But more importantly, click on the like button and the subscribe button as well, because we're really pushing hard on those two fronts. So do that to support the platform. And as you're doing that, let me provide a little bit of a musical backdrop. We go to the east and do the cha-cha-cha to another Python dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi bo onye du aimo. O Mary wone nizu ngiro ya abakare. Mamanda Mora, Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaburi Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, and Python dance 3. Unaboli Mary Nandi.
And there it is. It never changes in the east. Nandi wins the war. They continue to insist. Nandi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Though I am a pastor, Buhari is a devout Muslim. We have not had issues in 7 years. The Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo says President Muhammad Buhari and himself are good examples of great leadership, as they have not had any problems working together in the past 7 years, despite their religious differences. In a statement on Sunday, Laolu Akande, spokesperson for Osinbajo, said the vice president disclosed this when he received Sheikh Mahi Ibrahim Niass, Senegal-based Grand Khalafi Tijaniya movement at the presidential villa on Saturday. According to him, religion must be used to encourage peace and unity, adding that it plays a great role in human development. President Buhari is a devout Muslim. I am a pastor. Both of us have worked together for about 7 years and we have not had issues, Osinbajo said. The president has shown great leadership. He has shown that he wants a country where people of different faiths live in harmony and with love for one another. We must use our faiths to promote peace and prosperity for our people. We need to work together to ensure that our people benefit from religion. We tend to underestimate the importance of religion, even though it plays a key role in the development of the society, not just in the spiritual aspect, but physically. There are many nations of the world that have benefited from the impact of religion both spiritually and physically. So we must use religion in our countries in Africa to help our people to live better lives, because in other parts of the world, leaders of faith have used religion to better the lives of the people. No matter what the situation may be, we in Africa must be able to sit together and talk. We must never allow situations where we cannot sit together. With what is going on across the world, people of faith must continue to emphasize that both major religions, Islam and Christianity, promote peace, and we must allow our people to practice whatever religion they want. So there it is, right there. The hardened Islamist tolerates the fake pastor. That is essentially what the little man would want you to believe. How Rivers Governor Wike exposed judge he uses at Federal High Court for dirty jobs. Rivers State Governor Yemsen Wike has revealed Justice Yang Ekwo of the Federal High Court Abuja as the job he uses for dirty jobs. Wike had, during the inauguration of the reconstructed um, Rivers State Governor Yemsen Wike has revealed Justice Yang Ekwo of the Federal High Court Abuja as the judge he uses for dirty jobs. Wike had, during the inauguration of the reconstructed 3.4 kilometers Eastern Bypass in Port Harcourt, said he was behind the sacking of Dave Umahi as governor of Ebonyi State. You carry the vote of another party and join another party. Can you transfer votes? If you are defecting, leave the seat. And this will checkmate most of these political harlots who will never sit in one place looking for excuses here and there. You can't take our property and say we should close our mouths. How can we close our mouths? And to say who is behind it, we are behind it. If your friends don't want to tell you, me, I am involved. So nobody should threaten us. You are not our friend. You are not a member of our party. Leave what belongs to our party, Wike had boasted. Justice Ekwo of Abuja Division of the Federal High Court had on Tuesday removed the governor and his deputy, Kelechi Igwe, over their defection from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the All Progressive Congress APC. Umahi left the PDP in November 2020, attributing the action to the injustice done to the Southeast. Consequently, the PDP instituted a suit against the governor, his deputy, the APC, and the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC). In his judgment, Justice Ekwo held that having defected to the APC, both Umahi and his deputy had been dumping the PDP, also forfeited the votes that belong to the party. He added that going by the outcome of the governorship election, the office of the governor and deputy governor in Ebonyi State belonged to the plaintiff and no other political party. However, sources at the Federal High Court in Abuja told correspondents on Saturday night that Justice Ekwo is known as Wike George. They added that the judicial officer is so enmeshed with Wike that the governor permanently has lawyers stationed in his court to monitor his cases. Were you surprised when Governor Umahi criticized Justice Ekwo over the judgment, describing him as a hatchet man? Justice Ekwo is known as Wike George here. He is so enmeshed with Wike that Wike permanently has lawyers stationed in his court to monitor his cases. The Rivers State governor is known as the golden boy of the judiciary over his ability to bribe judges at all levels. He was known to have awarded the contract of building the Court of Appeal to a sitting judge, President of the Court of Appeal, then Justice Zainab Bakatawa. Back to Justice Ekwo. Some of the cases with him are cases Wike is directly or indirectly involved in. Another source said the Ebonyi governor did not lie when he said we were in trouble in this country because justice could be purchased anyhow, and the reckless statement of Wike yesterday confirmed that he has turned Justice Ekwo to his homeboy. This same judge was used to remove Showore as AAC African Action Congress chair and Malcolm Fabiyi as his deputy. He refused to hear the case on merit, and when he gave the judgment, he refused to make copies available before going on vacation. When your medium wrote about this unethical behavior, he hurriedly called off the vacation to make a copy of the judgment available. Ever since then, he has avoided Showore's cases assigned to him. He typically returns them to the chief judge. So there it is right there, bought and paid for, the Nigerian judge. Let's see, I think there might well be, hold on. Okay. Hold on. I might well be able to bring you. Hold on. I might well be able to bring you a video clip of just bear with me 1 second. Okay, yes. I might well be able to bring you a clip of Wike in action at some point. I think he was caught off guard uh, in an expose, but we'll see if we can bring that or not. Let's just see. Just bear with me 1 second. I'm just trying to see if I can. If I'm trying to see if I can grab a video to present to you. Oh, all right. I might not be able to, but we'll see. Okay. Let's leave that there. Let's leave that there and carry on. Hold on. Okay, so let's leave that there and carry on. So we go on to the next. Court stops APC convention indefinitely. So a lot of anticipation about this, and it looks as though it has come to bear, but has it? So let's find out. Let me just click all these adverts off the screen. A high court in the Federal Capital Territory FCT has restrained the All Progressive Congress APC from proceeding with its planned national convention until the case against the party pending before the court is heard and determined. The plaintiff in the suit marked blah blah blah, Salihu Omuru, dragged the party APC, the chairman caretaker extraordinary convention committee Mia Malabuni, and the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC before the court to challenge the planned convention in to bear with me. A High Court of the Federal Capital Territory FCT has restrained the All Progressive Congress APC from proceeding with its planned national convention until the case against the party pending before the court is heard and determined. The plaintiff in the suit marked blah blah blah, Salisu Umoru, dragged the party APC, the chairman of the convention committee, Mia Malabuni, and the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, before the court to challenge the planned convention. In the motion number blah blah blah, the plaintiff praised the court for an order in a motion number blah blah blah, the plaintiff prayed the court for an order interlocutory injunction restraining the first and second defendants, allies, agencies, representatives, associates, or whoever is actioning for them, through them, from organizing, holding, or conducting national convention of the All Progressive Congress in January and February, or at any other date before or after, pending the hearing and determination of the suit. After listening to counsel, the matter, after listening to counsel on the matter, Justice Bello Kawu of the court granted the order and restrained the party from going ahead with the convention, and also warned that the subject matter of the case is now sub judice and must not be tampered with. Already, a contempt application had been filed before the court against the March 26 National Convention of the party. The claimant informed the court that the mere inauguration of subcommittees for the March 26 National Convention, when the order of the Honorable Court is in force, is demonstration of disdain for the rule of law in the country. While 30th March 2020 Two is fixed for the continuation of the hearing of the substantive suit. No date has been fixed for the commencement of contempt proceedings against the APC. The claimant also commended INEC for standing by the provision of the law and the order of the court, which is still in force. Recall that the electoral umpire, INEC, had last week wrote to the APC insisting the commission does not recognize Abu Bello as leadership, and informed the APC that it has not performed one of the requisite requirements of a valid NEC meeting or national convention. In the letter signed by Rose Anthony, secretary to the commission, the attention of the APC was drawn to section 82.1 of the Electoral Act. So this goes on to speak to that other matter. So essentially, an injunction procured to suspend the APC convention indefinitely. No evidence Abakari laundered money. Abubakar Malami defending the indefensible. In a new twist into the $1.1 million internet scam involving Raymond Hushpuppi Abbas and DCP Abakari, the Office of the Attorney General issued a new legal advice exonerating Kyari from money laundering allegations. The Office of the AGF, which in its first legal advice admitted that a prima facie case of money laundering of 33 payments was established by the DIG Joseph Ogunike-led Special Investigation Panel against Kyari, has now said there is no link with Kyari following further investigation. So let me just pause there for a moment, because you recall that just a couple of days ago, this DIG Joseph Ogunike died mysteriously in his office, and very quickly now Abubakar Malami exonerates Abba Kyari. So the Office of the AGF, which in its first legal advice admitted that a prima facie case of money laundering of 33 payments was established by the DIG Joseph Egbunike-led Special Investigation Panel against Kyari, has now said there is no link with Kyari following further investigation. The new legal advice with reference number blah blah blah, written on behalf of the AGF by the Director of Public Prosecution, Ministry of Justice, Mohammed Abubakar, emphasized that the evidence contained in the case diary had no link between DCP Abakari and Hushpuppi. It said the evidence contained in the case diary was not sufficient to indicate or show that the said monies were laundered directly or indirectly by Kyari to disguise their origin, adding that the police report on the investigation failed to probe the gap identified in their investigation by the AGF's office. the advice titled Forwarding of the Investigation Report of the Nigerian Police Special Investigation Team and Request for Legal Advice with regards to allegations of criminal conspiracy, aiding and abetting internet fraud, wire fraud, identity theft, and money laundering against DCP Abakari was addressed to the IGP Usman Baba. It reads, I am directed to inform you that after a careful study of the said response, wherein you stated that the monies have been traced to account number blah 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 belonging to Usman Ibrahim Waziri, account number blah 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 belonging to Adekoya Sikiru, account number blah 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 belonging to Hussein Allah, and other funds went to Sharon Fetters. The monies were withdrawn and utilized by the aforementioned account holders and the lady. It is our view that the above response has not linked the suspect, DCP Abakari, to the offense of money laundering, as the evidence contained in the case diary is not sufficient to indicate or show that the said monies were laundered directly or indirectly by Kerry to disguise their origin, more so that the aforementioned recipients and receivers exonerated him in their statements as having nothing to do with the monies. Consequently, the AGF office advised the IGP and the police management to explore their internal force disciplinary organs against Kerry through the Police Service Commission, which is constitutionally empowered to carry out disciplinary functions for breaching the code of conduct for law enforcement officers by hobnobbing with suspected fraudsters and people of questionable means in his capacity as a senior officer and head of the IRT. The AGF officer added that in the new advice that DCP Kerry was also liable to be sanctioned for violating the social media policy of the police by responding to the Federal Bureau of Investigation indictment on Facebook, breaching the police conduct of professional ethics by acting on complaints unilaterally without recourse to established protocol and detaining a suspect, Vincent Chibuzo, for over a month without a valid court order and regards to his fundamental human rights. So they are tapering down and petering down these guys' criminality. So they are not handing them over to the Americans. It's the upshot of that. Desperate cabal out to cause fresh crisis in ruling APC to, pardon me, desperate cabal out to cause fresh crisis in ruling APC to procure court injunction against Buni party youth. So it's the party youth making the headline this time around. Some selfish cabal members of the All Progressive Congress APC have finalized plans to influence a court injunction against the chairman and members of the caretaker extraordinary convention planning committee with billions of naira, a youth group in the party said. The group said the new plan followed correspondence story exposing how the cabal shopped for compromised judges to vacate a court order stopping its elective national convention that is scheduled for the 26th of March 2022. Having failed on the plan or over the story, the APC Youth Development and Solidarity Network said the latest plot by the cabal is to secure a court judgment through the back door that will sack the party's leadership from office. Honorable Tobias Ogbe, the APC Youth Group's Secretary General, said the ultimate is to cause an embarrassment to President Buhari, who he alleged has rejected the leadership change and warned governors to stop backstabbing their colleagues. According to Ogbe, this latest scheme is heavily funded by a serving minister. The group, therefore, called on relevant security and anti-corruption agencies to be on alert in this regard as the plot has reached an advanced stage. Igbo also urged Nigerian judges to refuse to be used as pawns to truncate the democratic processes in Nigeria as eagle eyes like newspapers are watching them. He said, as we may be aware, some governors within the party have attempted to change the leadership of the caretaker committee under Governor Mia Malabuni. As despicable as this might sound, there has been an attempt at effecting a change in the leadership of the party, not on the strength of the interest of the party, but in furtherance of a blind ambition towards taking over the party structure through the back door in the build-up to the 2023 general elections. We wish to state that we have it on good authority that since the humiliation suffered by the sponsors of the failed leadership change in the party, there have been concerted efforts to use the instrument of court to achieve their objectives of effecting a change in the leadership of the party. A plan to shop for compromised judges to vacate a court order stopping the party elective national convention that had been scheduled for March the 26th was during the week exposed by a newspaper. Following this exposure by the medium, we wish to inform all APC stakeholders and Nigerians in general that the newest plot now is to secure a court judgment through the back door that will sack the party's leadership from office. The scheme is heavily funded by a presidential aspirant from the South who has earmarked close to billions of dollars to cause confusion in the party. So, who is the presidential aspirant from the South? That obviously has to be Wike. Uh, we have credible information that the overreaching plot is to cause the overarching that should be. We have credible information that the overarching plot is to cause an embarrassment to President Buhari, who, from all indications, was not in support of the leadership change and never gave his blessings, as being speculated in the media by the brains behind the despicable plot. We wish to inform members of the public as well as the security agencies that particular billions of naira have been earmarked as payments for lawyers that would initiate the process, as well as reaching out to willing judges who would in turn be rewarded with billions of naira. The plan is for the judge to give an injunction against the chairman of the CECPC that will pave the way for a change in the party's leadership through the back door. Part of the plan is to secretly obtain this order without service on the parties in a way of ex parte motion. We want all judges to be careful, as we all saw what happened to a particular judge exposed on Sunday. The said judge is said to be a boy of the River State Governor, Yemsen Wike. Such a shame awaits any judge who tries to destabilize the APC. It is unacceptable for a serving minister to lead this plot against the party through which he actualized his ambition of being a minister for almost 8 years despite the odds against him. So that essentially is Amechi. There is no other minister from the South that controls that level of wealth other than Amechi, and that also has presidential ambitions. We wish to use this medium to also call all relevant security agencies and anti-corruption agencies to be on the watch out for this despicable plot to undermine democracy. The Nigerian Police, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, and the Department of State Services should be on alert in this regard, as the plot has reached an advanced stage. The general public is also encouraged to be on the watch, as the manifestation of this plot would gather steam soonest. It is our considered opinion that this minister and some governors are desperate to secure the court injunction to secure a change in the party's leadership. It remains embarrassing that these governors have elected to throw caution in the wind in pursuing an ambition built on deceit and the incurable quest for power at all cost, and not minding whose ox is God. They have carried on like demigods, not minding that they have performed woefully in their various states. To think that they want to impose this malaise on the party is most despicable and should be resisted by all well-meaning members of the APC and the country at large. The party's interest must come first, and we must come to terms with the stark reality before us to stand up for the truth in the perseverance of life of the party as a party of progressive-minded people. The general public must be aware of this despicable plot, hence this press conference to raise public awareness of the plot to undermine the efforts made by Mia Malabuni leadership of the APC. We want to use this medium to sound a note of warning against we want to use this medium to sound a note of warning again to judges and justices in the legal profession to refuse to be used as pawns to truncate the democratic process in Nigeria. The implication of allowing themselves to be used by some APC governors indeed portend grave danger for the subsistence of democracy in Nigeria. However, we are confident in the judiciary's integrity to stand for justice and equity. So, still no clearer what is going on in the APC, but this next story might not shed any light on it. But here it is anyway. 2023 presidency, Buhari will support Tinubu against Osinbajo Fayemi, headline attributed to a guy called Ibrahim. A close confidant of President Mohamed Buhari and chieftain of the All Progressive Congress, APC Senator Abu Ibrahim, has declared that Asiwaju Bola Tinubu will get Buhari's support for his 2023 presidential ambition. Ibrahim said the northern region and particularly northwest politicians will be at loss in the future if Buhari refuses to support Tinubu's 2023 presidential ambition. According to him, Asiwaju Tinubu mobilized the southwest votes for Buhari in 2015, and it is simply payback time. He added that should Buhari fail to support Tinubu, the North will be seen as traitors and not enjoy the trust and partnership such as brought Buhari into power. If we don't support Tinubu, Northwest politicians will suffer in the future as nobody will trust us again. So we have to make sure that this understanding is for our future politics, he said on Sunday in an interview with our Daily Trust on the possibility of any other southern aspirant making it impossible for Tinubu to achieve this dream. Ibrahim said no politician can stand against Tinubu. He specifically pointed out that Tinubu is a benefactor to both Vice President Yemi Osinbajo and Governor Kayode Fayemi of Ekiti State. Hence, both of them won't want to rock the boat by contesting against the APC national leader in 2023. Speaking on the reported presidential ambition of Osinbajo and Fayemi, the former lawmaker insisted that both of them won't contest against Tinubu. He went ahead to recall how Tinubu brought Fayemi from Ghana and established him as a politician in Nigeria, stating that without Tinubu's help, Fayemi will lose elections. He said, it is normal, but the issue is, can they stand Tinubu in the Southwest? Can they can see what is coming up? I don't want to start discussing this issue. It is a different topic. Fayemi, for example, knows very well that he is Tinubu's boy. He was living in Ghana when Tinubu brought him. I once slept in his house in Accra. Tinubu brought Fayemi to Nigeria. Above other leading contenders, he picked him to be the governor of Ekiti State. When we went to Bodilion, Tinubu's residence, he told me to thank my friend for him. He said Ashiwaju even mobilized funds for him after nominating him to be governor. He won the election, but in the second tenure, he failed to even win his word, and he was made a minister. When he wanted to go for this present tenure, I went to the president and I said, Fayemi may not be able to win without Tinubu, so we called Ashwaju and gave him the responsibility to deliver Ekiti for him. On Oshibanjo, he said the vice president respects Tinubu too much to contest against him. The vice president was his commissioner for justice. He never lobbied for the office. He just picked and gave him the position. I have discussed with the vice president many times. I went to his house and office and we discussed the party and everything, including his relationship with Ashwaju. I know how he felt and how he feels about their relationship. He respects Tinubu too much that I feel he may not be able to contest against him. So this is the tonality that is now coming out. It's mixed messaging, isn't it, really, what is coming out? And we don't really know till we do know. Because everything that guy says coheres. If Tinubu doesn't get that ticket, yes, they may get away with doing that, but people will store that for the future. And that is that treachery now that marks them. So you say power, power, and shout all the nonsense, but it just colors that space in a particular way. But we see how that plays out. Yes, there is a strong possibility Saraki opens up on joining 2023 presidential race. Former Senate President Dr. Bukola Saraki has declared there is a strong possibility that he will be joining the 2023 presidential race in Nigeria. Saraki made the declaration on Sunday during an interview with Channels Television's Sunday Politics, where he spoke about his presidential ambition. According to the former Kwara State governor, he has every quality needed to become the president of Nigeria. Yes, there is a strong possibility. Saraki responded when questioned about the possibility of running for the 2023 presidency. He added that he is not someone who shies away from responsibilities, adding that he understands the challenges confronting Nigeria and has the qualities needed to address the challenges. I believe I have what it takes to lead Nigeria, Saraki said. I am not someone who shies away from taking up challenges. I am not someone who does not know the issues or someone who does not have the energy and vibrancy to address the issues. More importantly, I am someone that can reach across the political divide based on my antecedents. I am someone who can reach across the ethnicity divide and across the religious divide. On why he's yet to officially declare his intention, Saraki said he's still consulting. So there it is right there. He's trying to see where the chips fall for him. So now this now the last narrative, and then we see who's around. Bishop Oyedepo stops 200 varsity students from going for youth service for missing farewell prayer session, their parents allege. Parents and guardians of students who recently graduated from the landmark university, Omu Aran, Kwara State, have accused the management of the school of withholding the National Youth Service Scheme call-up letters of their children over their absence in a prayer session held to bid them farewell from the institution. According to correspondents, the parents allege that the students were absent when the chancellor of the university, Dr. David Oyedepo, came to pray for them. Sir, this issue may not be your business, but I feel as an affairs analyst, you can add your voice to 200 families who are in pain. A text allegedly from one of the parents read, our wards graduated from Landmark University, Omu Aran, owned by Bishop Oyedepo. About 200 graduates were absent when Bishop David Oyedepo came to pray over them, and he then instructed that their NYSC call-up letters be withheld. Delegates and letters of appeal have been sent with no response until yesterday, when I heard that call-up letters were released in August 2022. It means our children will stay at home with us after graduation till August. This is rather draconian and height of impunity. When contacted, spokesman for Landmark University, Joseph Olajide, said that the affected students are faceless as far as he was concerned, because he doesn't know those who protested. Olajide, who said he did not want to be drawn into the issue of whether students were sanctioned or not for missing a prayer program, explained that the parents ought to bring their grievances to the school instead of approaching the media. So there it is right there. Everybody is a mini Hitler in Nigeria. That is just the upshot of that. Charlie Boy, I see you. Sam O, I see you. And the mighty Ajele Koko, I see you. So good to see you, gentlemen. So let's go quickly first to Sam. Sam, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good evening, everyone. Sir.
Yeah, good to have you, Sam. So let's start you from where we finished off. The Landmark University, apparently owned by Oyedepo, who calls himself a bishop, but these people, they've done their time in the university, they've graduated, so he wants to pray for them, and they have the option not to be prayed for by some bald-headed old fowl, and they refused that, and for that he's withholding their NYSC call-up letters. So is this even legal, and can he even be jailed for that? What are you making of this impunity in the on the pulpit?
Good evening, everyone. I think that's the highest form of insensitivity. I don't know where this callousness comes from. These guys have done their time in the uni, spent probably 3 or 4 years, about to go and serve their motherland as a paramilitary before they go out there to start fending for themselves. And based on this, if truly what we're hearing tonight is true, so automatically these guys will lose a year doing nothing just because someone has turned himself to a demigod. I mean, and I have a question as well. Are there Muslims in that school, or is it just their members that attend that university?
You know that thought passed through my mind as well as I was reading it. That what even if these people were Muslims, and therefore they don't especially feel that they want to partake in that, which is not their form of practice. But even if they were Christians, it's still, you want to pray for me? No, thank you. I mean, but it's just, but this is Nigeria, though. This is how things are.
I mean, when these people come out there and they start to show us this pious side of themselves, and like they are saints to us. I mean, behind closed doors, they are not what exactly they pretend to be to the public. My wife has a younger, like a cousin, who finished from this school in what's it called, Otta, the one in Otta. I didn't even know she went there. So she came to the UK, stayed with us for like 2 weeks before she proceeded to Dundee for a nursing course. This like 3 months ago I'm talking about. So we started gisting, and she said like, she finished from. I said, really? You finished from Oyedepo University? So what kind of personality is he? I was trying to probe that lady. He said, man, it's just that I can't say some things outside to the public, but because you're my sister's husband, she started telling me what they went through. That guy has an intimidating presence. He has an intimidating presence. He curses these children. This is life. This is someone that finished from there. When they
you see that in him, though, just the way he presents.
He's very aggressive. He's an aggressive
nasty man.
He's a very aggressive man. You can't face him and talk to him You can't talk bullshit to him. He's going to dress you down. He doesn't care. And you say you're a follower of Christ. You don't practice what you preach. How do the public see you guys? Even Adeboye as well. During the pandemic, he bought a private jet, $65 million. I'm a redeemed member, but I'm not a hypocrite. I will tell the truth to power. He bought a private jet, $65 million. But because Buhari is so stubborn, he wouldn't allow these guys get a pass of not paying for their parking lot wherever they park their private jet. That's why they all turn against this man. They see him as a demon. Everything that happened under Jonathan, this guy wasn't taking it from these pastors and whoever billionaire you are in the Nigerian system, having private jet and not paying you're not paying your dues. Yet you go on the altar, you tell people to be honest, yet you are being dishonest to the system, to the government, ripping people off.
You say you're a redeemed member. I'm a redeemed member as well, but my interaction with the church is just outside of whatever the denomination is. I just see it as a place of worship and a place of socializing. I don't go. You know what especially irritates me is they'll say the God of, then they mention the leader of. They do that especially within the celestial denomination. They say the
Hmm.
God of Oyedepo, the God of Adeboye, the God
The
of
God of Oshofa.
Suleiman.
Oshofa.
So is it a different God for a different? What is that even all about? It's just
That,
the whole
that,
place is a mess, and then you have these mini Hitlers like Oyedepo, striding like demigods over, it's just there's everything to believe that that is a true story just from what we know of that guy.
hmm. My dad, I won't go into that. But I don't know him personally, this man, but I watch him a lot. I won't lie to you. I listen to his Sunday services as early as 6 o'clock in the morning. I like the way he preaches. But when someone is not doing something good and is contrary to what they are preaching, we should not be shy of saying it out, of calling them out. Let's speak out. These things are not right. He sold off the 65 million private jet because they couldn't afford paying for what they should be paying for. But if it was Jonathan that was the president, which happened under him, it's not rumor. This was what happened under Jonathan. That was why Oyedepo was so aggressive about Buhari being the president because he knew they wouldn't get away with what they were doing under Jonathan. When you were asking me that question, yes, I was just laughing. It's just unfortunate that Buhari has made Jonathan look so good. He's so incompetent and I don't know. He made Jonathan look very good with his incompetence in all sectors. See what is happening in the APC for Christ's sake. Everybody is just talking. The youth wing is talking. Someone else is. Everybody is just there. There's this advert I used to see growing up about Pirelli. You know Pirelli that does the tires, the
The
car
tires, yeah,
tires.
yeah,
They
yeah.
said power is nothing without control. Now it's resonating well with me. Power is nothing without control. That defines what we're seeing in Nigeria now. It's unfortunate. Everybody has become a demigod. Oyedepo lives in his own empire over there. Now they are building an ark that is going to take over 1 million or thereabout, or over 100,000. I mean, it's like they're doing competition. Another NHA is in Abuja that has 100,000 capacity, and everybody is just striving
That
to,
one has the biggest church in Africa.
man. So let's just speak to the matter. It's wrong what he's doing. He shouldn't allow those children suffer, sit at home for a
Because I
year
don't
because
know, I don't know if the NYC is two slots, but is that not at least they are half the year now? They will.
I
How long are
believe
they going to end up at home now for
that,
this thing
that
that this guy has
that's
done?
that is what I don't want to happen because at the end of the day, these youths go out there, there are no jobs, yet you still make them lose 1 year when they're supposed to
If they lose
maximize.
that 1 year, then they are contending not just with their set, but the set that comes after them.
Definitely.
So,
So
both in the labor market and in the NYSC something.
definitely. So the parents have to step up. They need to shout in the public. They need to embarrass the school. So the school needs to be forced to speak. Because
Mm.
Oyedepo is the kind of person that doesn't respond to you. He believes when you shout and you're tired, you keep quiet. I listen to his messages. I pick what I'm going to pick from his message because truly is a very,
But
very good
how,
preacher.
how can you bear listening to that guy? He just strikes me as somebody that would just
No,
irritate people.
yeah, he's a bit arrogant. The way he speaks, to be honest, is a bit arrogant. And those of them that are not, I mean, those of them that preaches to us that are not arrogant as well, they are subtly arrogant as well. You don't want me to expose Redeem here. I know a lot. I have people there at the top. I'm not lying to you. See, I will just tell every one of us here, whatever you believe in, just keep believing. See, Believe it for yourself. All of this God of Oshofa. I grew up as a celeb boy. All the
God,
25 years, 20, yeah, I grew up
look at
celeb.
that.
I'm not
And
gonna
you
lie
managed
about
to
that.
escape. That's a cult, not a church.
Yeah,
That's a cult, really. Yeah.
I know. So believe in whatever you want to believe in. Nobody has been to heaven and came back, so nobody knows what's happening over there. So on the last day, you will be so shocked when you see your so-called. Did you see what's going on with Suleiman and Maureen? Maureen won a case,
Oh no, that one. That one is out to destroy him.
and the court says Suleiman should pay Maureen £19,500. You know,
That
so
one is
this
chicken change now.
man, there's a Cameroonian I watched this afternoon on Maureen's show. The lady told Suleiman that she's HIV positive, yet Suleiman slept with this lady live. All the tight.
You know. When I heard that Suleiman, there used to be this comic book back in the day in Lagos that we used to read for laughs. It's called Papa Ajasco. He reminds me of Papa Ajasco, just
That's
some
it.
wayward guy that cannot control his libido and just
Hmm.
chase. Look at that guy now, and oh God,
That's why. That's
I'm
why
going to do
when
a session on that Suleiman because
we need to we need to do it. That guy is so wayward and unhinged. You know what an unhinged person is? He's
no,
so wayward.
I think Maureen is out to jail him if he comes to this country.
I'm going to support her. People are actually
Yes.
contributing towards the court case.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. The night I was watching was it last week? They've raised up to £11,000. People are really angry about these things. Is it the MFM man in Nigeria?
Mm.
That one that is touching their private part, for Christ's sake,
Oh
asking
God.
parents if their children are still virgin. What's your business with that, for Christ's sake?
Look at
So
that.
the reason why I'm digressing to this point is these people are not exactly what they pretend to be on the altar. People need to be careful. Know God for your own self.
Yes.
How can you destroy people's life? Yet your own children went to the best of the schools in America or a Robert University. Man,
People always buckle whenever I ask the question, but in percentage terms, how much, how many would you say in percentage terms of these so-called preacher men in Nigeria? How many of them are actually 419 guys? How many of
hmm,
them are just chancers in percentage
I'm,
terms? I would say 90%.
say we are the ones funding their lifestyle. I would say they are 98%. The good ones are not on social media. The
Mm.
good ones are not on TV. There are still good pastors in Nigeria. I tell you that, believe me. They are still very good ones.
Because I see them mostly as entertainers,
Unfortunately,
performers, showmen,
they have become entrepreneurs now. They have
Yeah.
become entrepreneurs. That's just who they are now.
You know what they call them now? Pastorpreneurs.
That's
Pastors.
it, pastorpreneurs.
This is the new term. But
Hmm.
Oyedepo, yeah, I'm not sure if that is something. It's a jailable offense. If it's a jailable offense, then I hope he's jailed for that.
It's unfortunate, man. But I believe the parents should take this case to the National University Commission. I believe all the universities in Nigeria, whether public or private, should be under them, and then they should
Mm,
be able to wade into this. These children mustn't be allowed to waste a year
mm,
doing nothing at home because of power tussle,
mm.
because someone can just decide that. No, that's not fair,
Okay.
man.
So let's move on from there to even something more controversial, maybe. Yes, there is a strong possibility. Saraki opens up on joining the 2023 presidential race. So this is a name that we don't often speak of enough within that presidential permutation. But if you look through the field, I'm not sure that in credentials anybody is stronger or more competent than Saraki. Why not Saraki for 2023?
Maybe the question should be why not Saraki for PDP? Because definitely not for me, not for Nigeria. Because I followed politics um very very closely when Buhari came in his first term, and I saw how Saraki maneuvered his way to become the Senate president, sleeping in the complex in his car just because he wants his own cronies to come in there and vote for him to be the Senate president, while APC caucus was calling their own APC members to meet them at a center. So those ones went over there before they came back. Saraki has already been planted as the Senate president. Is a traitor to me.
No.
Yeah, believe.
Is that not clever political maneuvering?
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. See, let me tell you something. You do things because of tomorrow, not because of today. Not because it's okay for you to do it, not because you think you're smarter than others. You are not smart, man. You met people in politics. You're not smart. That's not being smart. Okay, now that he's coming out now, if he had waited for his own time, if by providence he would have been the Senate president at that time, he would have been. And people will not be saying, people are holding this thing against him. In APC, no, you can't even talk about Saraki anyway. Now he's in PDP now. Jump ship to PDP. See what happened to him at the Otoge in Kwara State. See the way he was
Yeah,
displaced.
but he was rigged out though, wasn't he? In that
It was not rigged out. They were tired of him. He mentioned something like that tonight too. I kind of respect him the way he answers questions.
Oh,
It
you
looks
saw
like
the interview? Did you see
I
the
watched the
interview?
interview. Yeah, I saw it with Shea walking Balo. He sounds like a very smart person. And one thing I've noticed about him is when they ask him this question, do you think the Night Senate is a rubber stamp? He actually deflects that question. You will not see him outside
Yeah,
speaking
but
bad
out
of
of
the Senate.
respect, yeah.
Yes,
But
yes.
that's the right thing to do now.
Yeah, he's a smart. Yeah, he doesn't answer questions like that or any question that you want him to denigrate the government. He wouldn't say anything to that effect because he knows what can happen to him. In politics, yeah, people you fight today, they may be your friend tomorrow. You might need your friend tomorrow. But that was not what he was thinking then when he was so desperate to
Who
become the
would you
Senate
pick
president
above him? Who would you pick above him for president?
in PDP.
Anywhere. Who would you pick above him in Nigeria for president?
Definitely, you know my stand. I'll pick Bola Tinubu. I'll pick.
You think Tinubu is better than Saraki?
Politically, let me tell you the truth. The mistake Nigerians, the trap we fell into was Buhari was a good man. Oh, Jonathan definitely was bad. Then let's vote for Buhari. But politics, the way I've seen it now, after we saw everything that Buhari could do, it's not just been about being a good person. You need to be a brutal president as well. We need a iron-fisted president in Nigeria. I need someone like El Rufai as the president in Nigeria. You may not like him. That's why I say let people come out and
But
speak their
Saraki
minds.
can be brutal. There's nothing that Tinubu has to offer that that Saraki cannot offer, but more elegantly. He's more articulate, better educated, equally as
Yeah.
clever, and equally as experienced, even more
Uh,
experienced.
okay, a medical doctor that's never administered on any patient in his life. His whole life
There
he's been
you
a
are.
career politician. Yeah,
Still, they did not give him the certificate at home. He went to
yeah,
earn it.
I know. Yeah, he may have gone to school for that, but I don't regard him, to be honest. It's not in my. See. Let me tell you the truth. You may be smart for them.
Two-time governor, Senate president.
The
Is
governors.
qualified. Is he not
It's gonna
qualified?
be wrong to say medical doctor that never administered. That is wrong right there, Sam. That's not true completely. That's wrong. I know people that they went to same school with him and they said good thing about him as a smart guy, not in politics, but as a medical doctor. Went to medical school together, and here in the United States. So don't say he never administer anything. No, that's a wrong.
Yeah. Everybody may believe what they want to believe. What you have just told us is somebody said something now. We didn't experience it, so it doesn't strike me like one. So where I'm going to is when he had problems with his father.
Look at that. You see, you've been debunked. Early career, Saraki worked as a medical officer at the Rush Green Hospital, Essex, from 1988 to 1989. So even though 1 year, he still administered some injection. Look at that.
Anyway, all the best to him, but I don't want him as our president. That's just it.
Well, why do you not want him? I want you to want him. Why don't you want him?
No, you can't force people to want someone. Everybody have their preference. He's a traitor to me. He feels he's smart, but he's not smart. He's a dirty player.
Is it that what irritates you the most? That it's a bit too shifty, a bit too sly, a bit too.
I see him as someone. I see him as someone that will be too dictatorial. Because the way he handled the Senate, he was so overbearing. I see him as that. He will be too overbearing on Nigeria, and that's the way I see him. It's just it's not clicking it. It's not clicking it for me, man.
No, Sam is a Tinubu man.
One more, can I interject for a sec, please?
Yeah, come in, Ejiro. Yeah, go.
I want to quickly ask Sam this question. Did I hear you just said just now that Buhari was a good man in the course of your comment, no?
Yeah, I said it may. I didn't say he was. He may be a good man, but
that's why I asked you. Did I hear you? It's a question. I just asked. I'm not pinning it to you that you said That's why I said, did I just hear
Is
you
Buhari not
said,
a good man? Was what if he said
okay,
so?
okay, fine.
Would you disagree?
If you say, going by what you said now, I want you to expatiate. A good man in what way? You expatiate, please.
At least for as far as I know, we are not hearing any scandal about him. He looks like a good man that's not been stealing Nigerian sports. Maybe those under him has been stealing, but that's yet to be seen. Maybe when the new government comes in, whether PDP or SDP or APC, that's yet to be seen. But then he hasn't stolen. He looks like a honest person that is not stealing money.
Because he's still in power, right? That's how it looks like that.
I'm just laughing.
So you are saying that it's good that he tolerated people to steal. It's good that he allowed corruption to flow, to be perpetrated in his administration. But you're trying to single him out.
And look the other way. He now look the other way. Exactly.
Come on, Sam.
So if he does not steal, hold on, Sam, please. If he does not steal, where did his wife get money that he's spending in United Arab Emirates? Because remember, it's not in Nigeria. She's not in Nigeria right now.
She's been living in Dubai for 3-4 years.
Exactly. So if you want to be honest, man, your wife's supposed to be in Nigeria. Are you telling me that they didn't buy their own house in Dubai?
And Baba Kure, remember, this was a guy that told us that he had to sell his house to buy form for registration.
Mr. Integrity, for that matter. Mr. Integrity.
Buhari is a gangster. Don't worry about that.
What I'm gonna say to that is, I'm not Garba Shehu or Adeshina. When he leaves the presidency, everything will come to the open. But for now, it doesn't look
even before he leaves. I mean, the point now already on him already. Let's not slide over this thing.
Mention one, sir.
The wife is the wife, not him.
Is the wife the president of Nigeria?
Is your wife, not you. The wife is connected to him, and whatever the wife is doing in UAE is connected to Buhari itself. That's the truth. In either way you look at it. So that man is not Mr. Integrity. That man is a gangster.
Okay, what if the wife has enough funds to take care of herself over the
secret millionaire?
Oh, please stop.
No, we are asking. What I'm trying to say. One man, please protect.
And the son is the 5th richest
son of a president. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, what are you talking about, Sam,
a boy that's never had
one day.
One man, please.
They are hardened criminals.
One man, please. One man, please protect me.
Let me hold on. Sam, do you know that the first incident of mass corruption was under Buhari, was when Buhari was the petroleum minister under the
that has been debunked to be a lie.
It has been debunked. They found the money in Midlands Bank and they found it. And then he stole heavily when he was the chairman of the PTF under Abacha. That Obasanjo said he stole, but he will let it slide.
Obasanjo said that. Obasanjo is from Abeokuta. Wait. Obasanjo is from Abeokuta, and the people from Abeokuta, with due respect to them, they have this trait that they don't want someone else to be better than them. Only Lara, that's the kind of person they are. So he doesn't. That's just the truth. Okay, let's go to the next topic.
No integrity.
You are from Abeokuta.
I see. Want to nail Sam down anyway.
Okay, you can't nail me. You can't nail me down. You can't nail me.
Nail him down.
Nail him down.
Go ahead. You are waiting. Bring it on.
What I'm saying
now,
is, what I'm saying. Go on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on, Sam. Okay, let Baba Kure interrogate you a little bit.
You said to us that Buhari is a very honest man. Anyway, I thought as much too when I was one of those that make sure that we get rid of Jonathan, right? The first 5 years, I was one of those because I campaigned for Buhari anyway, to be the person, the Messiah that we are expecting, that will clean up all the mess. But he is even worse. He is even worse, more than Jonathan. Now, during Jonathan, though all of them behaved almost the same way. How many Jonathan students graduated from abroad, from university in abroad? Not quite 4 years that this same Buhari that could not even afford 5 million naira or whatever they call it at that time to obtain form. 2 of his sons graduated from UK. I mean, two of his children, one girl and one and the boy. 2 of them graduated from UK. Where they get the money from? From the cow. So I know you always support Buhari anyway, but when it comes to issue of this integrity, let's just forget the whole politicians in Nigeria.
Okay, let me answer you, sir. What I'm
All
saying
right,
is, if one man is still there, please be true to me. I've never defended Buhari on this platform. The only time I defended him was when we're talking about him.
It's more like
when we're talking,
yeah, go on.
When we're talking about the infrastructure, I remember that day. That was when I was defending, when I mentioned that he has done so much for the people from the Southeast than any other place. I remember that.
Exactly.
I have never defended Buhari, because even yesterday I still mentioned that this man is too slow. He's the problem in that party. Everybody's looking onto him for direction, but he's not giving clear directions. He's a problem, I know. So whether his children graduated from abroad or not, see, it's a systemic problem. Nobody, even you, Baba Akure, if you get into that place, don't we see budgets every year? The kitchen budget in Aso Rock to the tune of billions. Are they buying spoons every year? What are they buying, for Christ's sake? Yet we have a vice president who calls himself a Christian, and he's seen all of these things. We know how much goes to his own. Wait, let me finish, sir. I didn't interrupt you, please. We saw how much that goes into them, into their offices. When Buhari came in, he said he wasn't taking salary. Osinbajo too, I think that one to stop taking salary just to prove to Nigerians that. But see, you can't control what goes on under you to some extent. You don't have your eyes, and you can't see people's mind. There's so much corruption in Nigeria. We agree 100%. But our constitution, our way of life, even the way we just move on easily as if things just happen, let's just slide it over. Even ourselves, we are part of the problem. We are not shouting, we're not speaking enough. The constitution has empowered them that much that they can do and undo. I remember when Buhari came in, they bought form for him. Now he has become a multi-millionaire. Now he doesn't even live in Nigeria. He lives in Nigeria. He comes to the UK. It has become a norm. The plane in Nigeria Air Force is parked at the whatever airport is being parked at in the UK, and we are paying daily for that for the next 2 weeks. It's the constitution that's empowered them that much. You mentioned about Jonathan. His children didn't travel. Jonathan didn't have children that had grown up to be in the university that time. If he had, probably they would be in Dubai now. The corruption happened under Jonathan. It was massive. Under Buhari, yes, it's going on. But what I said earlier was he may be a good man. I didn't say he's a very honest man. He may.
All right. All right. Let me move Simon from that space to another space. But this place is quite fast turning into Alcoholic Anonymous. We saw engineer downing a whole bottle of palm wine the other time. Now you see UK now, who we thought was a fine boy. See him now down in Ogogoro. Why are you drinking Ogogoro live on international media now?
Okay? I can't keep myself. Nigerian problem.
You see, Nigerian problem has drinking UK to drink. Look at that. Okay, thank you, UK. So let me move you on from there, Sam, to a different talking point. Where was I intending to take you? Hold on. Let me take you to Rivers State and Yemson Wike. He's now, because you know the one thing that will kill that guy is his mouth, because he doesn't know how to shut up. He's always been boastful and always wanting to show off and peacock. So he's been boasting now that he's behind the travails of Dave Umahi, and it is now coming out now that he procures judgment from a particular judge, this young Ako. So he's now exposed that judge. And what is coming out now from the judiciary is that what Wike does is to park all his cases at this guy's court, and then he will surround that space with his lawyers to make sure that this judge now does what he does, what Wike wants. So Justice PLC Nigeria Limited, this is it now, bought and paid for, and this is now Wike now exposing himself and this guy. Does this now nullify that judgment that kicks Umahi out of office?
I'm really, really happy this has happened. Anyone the gods will destroy, God will make them first. He will make them run mad before they are destroyed. You remember yesterday, this exactly same time yesterday, I mentioned about this case, about the judiciary in Nigeria. I mentioned about how PDP quickly submitted a list of those two people without being vetted by the DSS to be made governors, as if the governor would just leave that seat without appealing that case? Can you see that governor, even maybe he reacted very impulsively? Maybe he reacted very childishly and very puerile in his reaction. I mean, talking all sort about the judiciary. Can you see from a neutral point of view now that man is justified saying that? I mean, the governor of Ebonyi State. I'm not going to call him an ex-governor because he's still their governor over there. Can you see what we are going through in Nigeria? Peter Odili, many years ago, left as the governor of Rivers State. Till today, they procured an injunction. Nobody should charge that man to court. Nobody should investigate him till tomorrow. That injunction is still subsisting. Odili's wife is retiring this year in May, by the glory of God. She's
Is his wife not a Supreme Court judge?
That's what I'm saying. They have planted themselves. This guy's daughter, what's it called? Odili's daughter is
Bakachawa's daughter too.
You remember I mentioned Bokachua some other time ago. The husband was a former senator. The Bokachua herself, she retired.
She by the way, she's also on the payroll of Wike, who awarded her a contract to build the appeal court in Rivers State.
When Wike became governor, that was the first project he embarked on. He started building judiciary complexes. I knew where he was going to. He was trying to worm his way into their heart, just to get. See, APC is in danger. They are in problems. Take it or leave it. All of the problems they have been faced by now is coming from outside. It's an external force, and Wike is included. They want to destabilize APC, embarrass this party. APC, if they are not careful, they're going to lose this election. Trust me.
There's a good chance that they will. And it looks as though it's going to be a self-inflicted injury. There'll be. I think the story of APC will be, it came in as a vehicle for Buhari to fulfill a long-time ambition, and that is how it ended in history. Because they are going to break up in one way or the other. I cannot see them lasting. Do you see them lasting?
Do you know what I'm thinking? Since when the implosion happened, when the Niger governor came in and they stormed that party secretariat and all of that, I was just thinking in my head, if things don't go the way of Bola Tinubu, he might jump ship to SDP. Believe it. Because there are some governors that are loyal to him. Don't forget, he's going to split the governor forum into two. Some of them will go with him, because this is his last chance. He looks like he's desperate.
You cannot really say Tinubu though, because what is playing out in APC for my understanding is is a coming together of different political parties that is a conglomerate here. So all of those political parties, even though they come under that APC umbrella, they still retain the structures and the ideologies and the membership of their parties. So that CPC of Buhari is still there. Is it Action something or the other of Tinubu is still there, and then the Eastern place that came in is still there, and then the PDP crossovers, they're still there. So it's a four-part party. So it looks as though the CPCs, the Fulanis, they are trying to seize that party and turn it into what they could not achieve before they formed the alliance. So if they seize charge of that party, then the other parties that came in will simply pull out, and they'll end up as the CPC that they once were. Even though they feel that they have power, they will quickly lose that, and then they go back into the forest and continue to be angry northerners.
You're not incorrect.
One man, it doesn't look like so. It is so. That is what they are trying to do. Because if you remember, APC, like you said, was a vehicle, that came and they needed a driver to hit them to limelight, which was Buhari, and with the help of your man in Lagos State, Baba Landlord, And now is this time. In fairness, that man ought to have given that man that position by the gentleman agreement, but they want to cut everybody off, cut corners, so that they can take that party back again to the north, to reshaping themselves. That's why all this drama is going on. And your man in the landlord, the Lagos landlord, is not taking it. It's not going to take it. because
we'll see how
he
see how it
cheated.
plays out. You know, everything hinges on the primaries. If Tinubu doesn't get it, it'll be very difficult space that APC. But Sam, what is your reading?
Like I said, you're not incorrect. Everything you have said is, I agree 100%. We are waiting for the convention. Hopefully, they do it. If they do it, I'll be so surprised, because what is going on now? They have 208 cases in the court. Like I mentioned yesterday, all of these cases are still pending. What's going to happen is if APC tries to bulldoze their way, PDP will just be laughing at them and looking in the dark, waiting for them to forcefully, maybe by crook or by foul means, win the next election. They will just go to court and procure their judgment just the same way Wike has said. It's so loose and what an unguarded statement. When Buhari came in the other day, and
That guy,
let me make this statement, sir. Let me make this statement so I don't lose this train of thought. When Buhari came in the other time and told the DSS to ransack the judge's home, do you see what this guy saw from the outside? Can you see what happened?
No, he should not have done that, though. That was an abuse of power.
Okay, fine. When they went and ransacked these homes, did you see what they brought out from these homes?
What did they bring out?
So many currencies that they cannot explain, these judges and all the lawyers, the SAN. That's when you see them coming outside. The CJN. Oh God!
But is that not the story of all of them? Whose house will you go and ransack in Nigeria that you not bring?
Yeah, that's what
But
I'm saying.
one man, that thing Buhari did was not abuse of power. One man, it wasn't.
It was abuse of power, but to the greater point.
Okay, can you see where we are today now? See, there are some things. See, democracy will only work in a country that is working. Nigeria is not working yet. To be honest, that democracy needs a little force of militarization. You don't allow them to just. It is this democracy that has gotten us where we are today, where Buhari will go and sit down in UK, putting a toothpick in his teeth and be flicking his tooth, putting his feet on the table as if there's no work to be done at home. Where people are doing as they like, and governors have become lords of the manor. Many years ago, we used to hear during the Awolowo days, the party chairman, nobody can even look them in the face. But now the president has become the lord of the party. The governors are even having their say when they are supposed to be sitting down on the floor, and the party leaders on the high table, they're dishing out information to them. This is what the party stands for. This is our policy. This is what we want you to implement. But now the reverse is the case. The governors are the structural owners of the state. Why won't Wike do that? He has enough resources to bribe anybody. When the Ebonyi governor was shouting the other day, though many people didn't agree with him, but now, can I fault him? No. How can you say that, for Christ's sake? Now the torchlight should go to the judiciary, especially this man. So they have been using this man to procure judgment. There are two things in Nigeria: judgment and justice. A lot of people are not getting justice. We are getting judgment. But Kachua, her husband was in the Senate. Somebody challenged him from the PDP. The case went to her table. That's the wife of the guy that was taken to court. The rest is history. He was a senator. He finished his term.
Is the video of that Wike? Do we have the video? One man where you made that statement?
I have a clip of Wike that let's listen to it together, because I've not really fully listened to it as well. But let's listen to Wike together.
Hello, sir.
My brother, good evening.
Evening, sir. How work, sir?
I did. It's Dimbeko.
Yeah, Oga was trying to reach you. I don't know whether he has spoken with you.
No, I have not.
Okay, let me check him. That time he said I should call.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Well, there's no problem except we ask that they should move the thing to the rack center they refuse. And the usual intimidation.
Intimidation by who now?
No, we know that's what they will do. It's just that arriving late a bit and trying to put up the disbursement and set up
I don't know what you're saying. You're not saying that anything. Who is intimidating you?
No, like me, nobody is intimidating me. What? We have people there.
Tell everybody to be there. Nobody, you already did it. Equal self don't move the Equal did it, they couldn't do anything. You understand me? Equal local government did it. So the hero said he will not do, he will not understand.
Yeah.
The hero is posted from where?
From Plateau.
From Plateau.
But
I'll call the Plateau man now. I'll tell him to tell me if he does not return my destiny, I will deal with him. Don't worry.
No, let him just sign, that's all.
No, if it does that he should return whatever, I'm going to make sure that I will kill him in this state. Don't worry. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Call the bank coordinator
Yes.
of Plateau, the man in the chair,
Yes.
that I said he should warn his man in Ghana.
Okay, sir.
That if he does rubbish, he should reform what we give. That if he tries it, that will make sure that he will never leave the state.
No problem.
So the time that he should warn him. If he's playing with people, he thinks that they will collect that and begin to do rubbish. That time that I said that you see what I will do to him. If that's how they be, and then too, I think the man in Ikwere, I think it's also Plateau. I think it's also Plateau. So find out and tell him that call the three coordinators that I say they should tell their people. If they want to joke with me, it's not me. I will kill them in this way before they leave.
No problem.
If they should return what they gave them, I will kill them. Just call the three of them.
All right.
So there it is, politics Nigerian style. It's they say guns or roses, guns or roses. This is it. The Nigerian politician, it reaches to you with both hands. In one hand is a wad of dollars, and in the other hand is a pack of bullets. So you choose one, take the money or take the bullet. Either way, you do what it's telling you to do. So that's Wike in action. He will not leave this state alive, is what he's saying. And that's not the first time he's done it, and certainly not the last time he will do it. So that is politics.
One man,
yeah.
He didn't make any statement in reference to the court case now.
No. That was the clip that was attached to that story, but I'm not quite sure. I think they were just highlighting his.
That has nothing to do with that removal of Bonyi governor.
No, that was the. I'll post the link to the narrative, and that was the clip that was attached to it. So quite why I think they were just highlighting his corruption. Because I hadn't listened to it as well. I just downloaded it, and we're both listening to it really for the first time. But that doesn't exonerate him somewhat in any way. That just heightens.
That does show that the power show of the governors, how they display it. I mean, but the statement, everything in that video does not make any sense. To relate it to the Ebonyi issue. No, there's nothing showing at all.
All right.
It looked like it's a different thing entirely that he is speaking to right there. He didn't mention.
No. What he was speaking to was actually electioneering, which was which like you rightly said is nothing to do with but that was the. I've posted the link to the story, and that was the video that was embedded in it. So I hadn't listened to it until now. But so there it is. That's what they attached to it for whatever reason. But there it is. So back to Sam.
Okay, to be fair to him, because what you just played now is totally at variant with what we are speaking on. But it's not beyond him. It's what he can do. So if truly he did it, I'll still speak tomorrow the same way I've spoken today. But if he did not do it, I'll be happy to withdraw my statement. But still, can you imagine the way he's speaking, the whole governor? I saw the other day on TV many years ago, I think during his first time, when he was raising the cutlass up in front of the pulpit and people in Rivers, and I was speaking to them, threatening. A whole governor raising the cutlass. What does that mean? Even if it doesn't tell you to go and kill, it's telling you like I'm a violent person. He's telling the supporters to deal with anybody that is not with them.
But it's not unique or peculiar to him. That is politics, how it's played in
I've never seen
They
any
buy the
governor raise.
judges, they get the talks.
I've never seen any governor raise a cutlass up.
Yeah, raise the that doesn't matter now. Do they not have talks? Are they not all killers? Which one of them does not have talks?
And this is the same person. This is the same person.
But this is just Wike. He doesn't know how to control. I don't know how that guy made it in politics because he doesn't know how to speak in public. He was boasting that is behind Imahi's travails, which has then led people to investigate him and link him to that judge. And there he is again captured on audio. Do these people not know that their phones are tapped? What do they think the DSS is there for?
They're so powerful. They can. If Sulaiman can pay MTN staff to delete his own, I don't know if you heard that Maureen show.
No. Maureen is full of nonsense. She talks shit most of the time.
No. Somebody that lived with Sulaiman. I've forgotten that boy's name. The guy ran away. There was a day Sulaiman forgot it.
Is it Amos you're talking about?
Yes, I'm talking about Amos. Amos went back home. Sulaiman sent him to go and bring his phone from home. Sulaiman was traveling to Abuja that day or somewhere. He forgot his phone, so he sent Amos to go and bring his phone. Amos picked the phone because he didn't want Sulaiman didn't want his wife to see, because he has two phones. He didn't want the wife to see the Samsung Galaxy phone. So when Amos was in the car going back, he opened the phone and he saw a chat with Yabo Joe and those he was sleeping with. So he actually called the MTN staff. So all of these things, see, whether they are truth or not, their character actually shows exactly what people are saying about them. Everything cannot be lies. Let's come back to Wike. This is the same person some people here are propping up to be president or vice president of Nigeria, for Christ's sake. I will pick a Saraki over this one. Let's go to the next topic.
Okay. So let's stay with the politics. 2023 presidency, Buhari will support Tinubu against Osinbajo or Fayemi. It's a headline attributed to Senator Abu Ibrahim, who is being described as a close confidant of Buhari and a chieftain of the All Progressive Congress. So he is saying then that they don't really have a choice other than to support Tinubu. If we don't support Tinubu, Northwest politicians will suffer in the future as nobody will trust us again. So we have to make sure that this understanding is for our future, he said to correspondents. So there he is. And he goes on to say that, look, that Fayemi is a Tinubu boy, that this guy was just dusting around in Ghana when this guy went to rescue him and made him a governor. And this guy, he has first-hand view of that space because he was part of that party. He used to pally up with Fayemi in Ghana. And of course, Osinbajo, he is just a nobody. He's not even a politician. He's just a bureaucrat that Tinubu somewhat favors. So these are not strong enough people to contend with him. And this party somewhat owes Tinubu. So he is insisting then that when Buhari comes out, almost certainly in favor of Tinubu. So what are you there making of this argument being presented by this Ibrahim fella?
So this Ibrahim guy, is he a senator?
He's a senator, yes.
Because I've never heard about him before. This is the first time I'm hearing his name, but he's actually speaking on his own volition. He's speaking on moral grounds, because morally, if you look at things, that's the way it should be. But politics is dynamic. It's very fluid. Anything can happen in the next 7 days, in the next 24 hours. So what he's saying to that effect, that the Northwest will suffer it, I don't think so. Because see, take it or leave it, you need the Northerners to win election in Nigeria. That is a given. On the flip side, the governor of Ekiti State, I remember, was it 2 weeks ago, Bola Tinubu went to Ondo State on his mission to become president, visiting the kings around there in Ondo and Ekiti State. I remember in Ekiti, he couldn't, Fayemi couldn't come. Maybe he didn't come on his own, or he chose not to come. He sent his deputy to go down there. So that tells you a whole lot. Okay.
We covered that here. We covered that here. Yeah.
I didn't even know that. So there was this interview I saw Sheon Okinbaloyi interviewing Fayemi 2 weeks ago as well, when he was pressing him like, are you running? Are you doing this? Are you doing that? But it wasn't forthcoming. All of them, they've got ambitions. I'm not against their ambitions. They are still young. They definitely, they're qualified to be Nigeria's president like any other person. But then, as a Yoruba man, as someone who is loyal, see, loyalty sometimes I define it as, I mean, you don't know who is loyal to you until you're at your best, and when you're at your worst, you don't know who is loyal to you. Someone who has helped you, has lifted you from wherever you came from, whether it's Ghana or from a nobody to somebody. Remember Saraki calling Osinbajo a common commissioner at the first time when they came in, because Osinbajo actually became the vice president. He thought to himself like he has become the governor's forum governor, and he's become a two-time this thing, so he's more qualified than Osinbajo, and was calling the guy a common commissioner. That aside, see, they have ambitions, like I said earlier. Morally, that's the way it should be. But the Buhari I'm seeing today, you can't read his mind. You know, the people that are most dangerous are those people that don't really see anything. They just keep looking at you, because whatever they will do is in them.
You
They
know,
won't see anything.
I don't see why Buhari would not back Tinubu unless he doesn't have the confidence that Tinubu can be a president. And I don't think he does not have that confidence. You know,
Do you think?
the other
Do
reason
you,
is maybe he thinks Tinubu will be too corrupt. But I don't
well,
think corruption is something that particularly bothers Buhari. But I think that I don't know, but I cannot see why Buhari would not back Tinubu because
okay.
he presents himself on loyalty, and Tinubu has helped him the most in his life. I think you can say that the person that has helped this guy most in life is Tinubu, because without Tinubu, his life would have been unfulfilled.
That's true. That's 100%. When during the second term, when he discarded and he did away with Bola Tinubu, not bringing him very close. He wasn't in the inner settings again. Some people, the cabal, the Yari, I think it was a Yari guy that died as well of COVID. Those ones that Abakari, yes, that were holding on to onto the cabal, that they were even more powerful than the vice president of Nigeria. So what are we saying?
Well,
Buhari may have this. Are we saying that what's wrong with Buhari? Does he think he's more qualified than Bola Tinubu to be the president of Nigeria with what he has done in the last 7 years? Please, he should give us a break.
Sam,
I think let me finish in 1 minute, sir. I think he will. He doesn't have problems with Bola Tinubu, but I think the majority of the problems they think they will have with Tinubu is Bola Tinubu is smarter than them. Bola Tinubu is stooping to conquer. He's not saying too much. Bola Tinubu is someone that you don't know his mind as well. He's a man of his own. So they are trying to contend with that kind of presidency. What if this guy gets there and turns around and becomes a totally different dragon that we cannot contain again? I think that's their fear.
Yeah, but Sam, Nigeria made the same mistake. Nigeria said the same to the Buhari. So Buhari is a god. But what happened to Nigeria? You see, they didn't make the same mistake. That's why we're backwards. We make the same mistake every time. They just said the same thing about Buhari. Buhari was a good guy. We'll go back to Nigeria. We can't stop lying to ourselves in this country. Legit. But Tingo is the next Buhari. Same Buhari. Same Tingo who brought onto Nigeria to elect. Same Tingo who put Buhari into Nigeria, and we're suffering. We gotta stop doing this in Nigeria. We gotta stop doing this. We gotta stop deceiving our people in this country. We're going backwards, not forward. We gotta stop doing this.
Why do you think that, Charles, that Tinubu will be no different from Buhari?
The reason I think like when I'm saying like Nigerian people are being dumb. The reason I'm saying Nigeria was the same Nigeria who voted Buhari. They said Buhari was a god. But look at Buhari now. You see that is a party deceiving us. They paint a nice picture when you go there just to go there to win the election. And Tinubu is taking like Buhari. He is. He's the one who forced Buhari into Nigerian people. He forced Buhari into. He put Buhari to Nigerian people.
He's taking the
same. No, that's the same. You don't hear the truth. I'm supposed to say the truth. The truth hurts sometimes. It hurts. I know it hurts you, but you must listen to the truth. We can't deceive the poor people. We didn't deceive in this country. We're backwards. That's why we're left to talk to the whole world.
You know, the thing is, Charles, we cannot know the sort of president we get until we get him as president. Because you are saying that Buhari was falsely sold to Nigerians, And the way Buhari was presented, it was presented both as the solution to the security situation, as the solution to the corruption situation, and as a solution just to the laziness and everything. And they painted him in all of the colors of Nigeria. They dressed him up as an Igbo man, dressed him up as a Yoruba man, did all of these things, and they sold him in that way. But we see what we get now. So you cannot really say that anybody will be a good or bad president until they are a president, until we actually experience them. Not even Showore, you cannot say that.
Yeah.
Not Mogalo, nobody.
But you see, when you just answer the question why Nigeria can. You ask it because why Nigeria's back. You just make it. You answer my question. That's the problem. Paint a good picture. Oh, this guy's a good. This is a guy. But go to a president, become an evil guy. That's what the poor people didn't see.
No, that obtains everywhere. That obtains everywhere. Now you don't know what you get until you get it.
No. It's not happening. Nigeria people are being dumb and they don't realize it. The party using you as money. They don't realize that. That's where it's soft in this country.
Let me tell you something. Even in America, when people rejected Donald Trump, who I do not really agree with his way of conducting himself, and they went with Biden. On TV now, I watch on Fox, on CNN, on MSCBN, and everything. Biden's rating is dropped to maybe 39% or 41%. So you don't actually see most of these politicians underrate the problems plaguing the nation before they get into the office. So now when they sit on the chair, they get befuddled, they get more confused because they were not expecting the rot they are seeing in the system. And that goes with the Nigerian system. Most of our politicians, yes, they look like they are prepared for the operation ahead. They look like they are prepared for the task ahead. But when they get on the seat, because on the outside, you're just talking. You have not really seen the deep rot in the system. Come to think of it. Wait, let me finish, sir. Let me finish, sir. All of these things Buhari is trying to do to Nigeria, borrowing money and all of these things. When the price of oil was really high then, if Jonathan did half of what Buhari is doing now, we will have plunged that money into another sector, at least. So the problem in Nigeria didn't just start today. It has been a continuum, like the way government is. Government is a continuum. So whoever is going to come in, they're going to tell us so many stories, make us laugh, make us jeer, make us happy, make us expectant, make us looking forward to good governance. But when they get in there, it's a totally different scenario. It's something totally different they will be faced with. So Buhari never anticipated that he wouldn't be able to defeat Boko Haram. Now the insurgents came in, banditry came in, every other from left, right, and center. I'm not excusing him. He's our president, should have dealt with this as a former military man. He disappointed me on that front. On corruption, Mr. Anti-Corruption, he has disappointed me as well. The only pass I will give to him, maybe 60% or 55% is on infrastructure. So there are problems in Nigeria, we know. There are no saints anywhere in politics. If you are looking for morality, you can't even go to church to find morals again. You can't find morals in the mosque again now. The system is so pervasive now.
That's why I think Nigerians to let people come from another region. Even Abacha just said it. Abacha even said that he invited that the Igbo guy said, he even said, Abacha even said,
even if you have an Igbo president, there's no guarantees.
Abacha said, you people have the mindset and the will to change the country. Okay. Even Abacha, your president said that. He even said that.
He never did. He came out he denied it later. Which I covered yesterday.
This why he denied.
It was hold on.
You know the Yoruba people or Yoruba people, they are very bad for the Yoruba people. That's why he did that for a reason, for his safety. Angry.
It is very unlike Obasanjo to come out into the public place to debunk a narrative. Well, he was quite angry. That was why he came out. That Igbo guy, whatever his name was, I can't remember, he has presidential ambitions and he went to Ota to visit Obasanjo. And Obasanjo, as he does with everybody, he wished them well and tell them that he was the best for the country. So he just gave him the usual platitudes that he gives all of them. But then when this guy left, he took all the photo opportunities. He then went to the media space, this Igbo man candidate. He then went to the media space to say that Obasanjo has endorsed him and he says he wants a Southeastern president. So he just went and painted a whole load of picture that Obasanjo did not say. And very quickly, just the very next comment that came out was Obasanjo releasing a press statement debunking it, to saying that that he did not say anything at all that this guy put out in the public space. And he went on to say that if this is the sort of guy that this guy is, and this is how he intends to run the country, then good luck to him. So you can tell that there was anger there. So Obasanjo never ever endorsed
I know,
the
but
Southeast.
in my opinion, I think the Yoruba people have failed Nigeria. The Yoruba, that's my opinion. Do you know why I say this? If you look at all Igbo business, they're so successful. People have a mindset to do well, but Nigeria don't realize this. Nigeria realize
Yoruba businesses are not successful.
No,
who runs the telecoms? Who runs the banks? Who runs the insurance?
Nigeria don't realize this.
Who runs oil and gas?
No, see,
who
Nigeria
runs
don't realize.
the finances?
See, when God gave you a gift, Nigeria don't realize that Igbo's a gift that God gave to Nigeria.
Igbos are a gift. Well, Igbos are a gift. They are gifted people. Nobody is going to diminish their capacity. They are very gifted people, yes.
No, you people have the mindset. They have the power and will. You people are not weak people. Determined. But your people, they're good people. Just that they felt Nigeria willfully. That's the truth. I'm trying to say it. Might bite you. But that's the truth. For 6 years, Nigeria has been backward, and people here.
What I would say to that
even
is,
the Rwanda president is better than Nigeria. That's a fact. The Rwanda president is the best president in Africa right now. Nigeria be this year and backwards. This breaks my heart. It's sad. Nigeria, we're going backwards. All African countries are moving forward. Kenya have a plan for the future, but Nigeria is still backward for 1960. This is a disgrace. And we see our mother and children who are dying. We the poor people in Nigeria. Come on, this is sad.
Yeah. What you need to understand is, say, anybody can come out there on the prior to election to tell you this and this are what they're gonna do. Yeah, I agree with you. Igbos are talented people. I give it to them, flourishing everywhere they find themselves. Very rugged. I appreciate that. The same way we can say here, maybe not authoritatively, an Igbo person can revamp and make Nigeria resuscitate the country back to what it is, to go back to our glory days. So also you'll find a Fulani or a Yoruba person who can do that. But people are not coming forward. People are I won't say people are scared, but the political space looks too hard for people to come out, you see. When people are not showing interest, they are not coming out. We're gonna make do with what we see. We're gonna go with the lesser of the evils. That's what's happening. Even this Obasanjo that people are kowtowing to and going to pay homage to me, personally, is my opinion. But Obasanjo is a political lightweight in the Southwest, for Christ's sake. What are you going to alter to do, for Christ's sake? Didn't they say more than that when Buhari was coming in, that he wasn't going to support Buhari, he wasn't going to do this? Did that stop Buhari from winning the election? It's just that, unfortunately, people are arrogating to these guys what they are not. You're turning them to be more than what they think they are. Yes, he was a former president, military and civilian. He was former minister and this and that. Please, he's overspent in the political space. People go in there just wasting their time.
That almost seems to be the pilgrimage, isn't it? That they go to Ota and then they go to Mina.
That man is
They
overspent
go to Ota and then they go to Mina.
Those guys are not.
Buhari is a spend force. Obasanjo is spend force. Who listens to them anymore?
They are political lightweight in the scheme of things now.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, yes. Let's hear from you.
Yes, you need to understand that first, the constitution we are running was forced on the country by these people, both the Mina guy, Ota guy, Abdul Salam and co. So it's more or less we are just running a constitution forced on us by them. So what you now find out is because of, I don't know, maybe a deficiency syndrome affecting upcoming politicians, they just feel let's still go and meet all these people because they have their boys around. Either we like it or not, they have their boys around. And the military, in the DSS, in the whatever security apparatus we are still running in the country, they have their boys around there. So let's be factual. That's why they still go.
Well, do they still have their boys around? You know, when we're talking about Babangida, Babangida was going on 35 years ago. So can we still say he has his boys anywhere? Who are still those boys? Because
Okay,
those boys
I
should
have a
have been
question.
gone 2-3 times already.
Yeah, I have a question now. Do you know how the Burundi change space works in the country? According to Babangida's son still controls a large percentage of the Burundi change. Fine. So the question is, how is election run in Nigeria? Election in Nigeria is run through hard currencies. So how do you get hard currencies into the country? So these are the things we have to look at. So that's just what I want to add.
Do you know, personally, I just feel like they're overspent. That's just the truth.
I agree
Yeah, I
with
agree
you.
That's
with
what I
you.
think.
I agree with you.
They are
And
just
the
a
only
spend
way,
force, man.
yeah, hello Sam. The only
And
way
it's
we
these
can,
politicians that are still giving them that space that they're
They are
still giving
relevant. They're not
their
relevant
relevance.
again, man.
They're not relevant. And I think it's just from tradition that if you want to go for the highest office, you go to Ota, you go to Mina. So they just keep doing that just because that is what they've seen their successors do or their predecessors do. You know, well, who is Babangida in Nigeria anymore? Who is Obasanjo? Did he not tell
But
us Buhari was not going to be returned? Did Buhari
He
not
said more
return?
than that, man.
let me tell you guys. You can dispel them. You can call them whatever you have, whatever you like. Who is Babangida? Those military generals own the two parties. So that is why you see the politician operating the party paying homage to them. They are connected. The military structure in Nigeria is connected to the two parties. And they know that if they don't pay homage to them, if they don't bless them, they won't get to power.
I don't agree. I don't agree because I don't agree that they own those parties because as I said, Obasanjo even he came out of prison to be installed as president, so he didn't even know how that came about.
Installed him?
Babangida will say Abdul Salami, but it's really Babangida that chose him.
Both of them, all of them were in place. So that will tell you the power of the military in Nigerian political structure.
But the military has been out of power in Nigeria for going on 30 years.
Yes,
and Babangida has been out of power going on 35, 40 years. Even his boys that were in the army and their boys, these boys, all of them would have been
all retired now.
They are either kicked out or retired. Obasanjo flushed a lot of them out. Most of them are retired because I think the age is 60 for the army. You know, so what influence do these people really still do have?
Let me tell you the truth, Ajanle Koko. We are the ones in our subconsciousness thinking they are still relevant. They are not anymore. Trust me. Is it the man that is sitting on the wheelchair? He has a bullet in his body. The other day they interviewed him. That he said, he told them not to operate him. There was a bullet. They was shot during his days.
Do you see how his body has just caved?
The bullet is in his body. He said the bullet is resting peacefully in his body. That was what he said to the interviewer that day. That I told them not to remove it.
He went to Germany, they couldn't get it out.
Yeah, he has problem of his own that he's dealing with. They don't have time for us again, man. Let's face our future.
It's just when these politicians go, they like the photo opportunity in order to show that they are still relevant to send a signal to the space, but they are not really. Even Obasanjo may be a little bit relevant, but Babangida are not relevant at all.
All of them are relevant. Babangida is relevant. Obasanjo is relevant. What do you call Yaradua is relevant. Abdul Salam, they're relevant. These are the people, Abdul Salam, Babangida, these are the people that hand over fraudulent democracy. They hand over fraudulent democracy to you. They handed over fraudulent constitution to you. They handed over
but
all the power.
Where is their power? Where is their power? Where is their power? Because you have to have power to be in charge. Where is their power?
One man, let me answer that. Hold on, let me answer that question. Okay. Let me answer that question. One man, do you remember, right? I want to speak fat here. During the 2015 build-up, Buhari and Goodluck.
Yeah.
These this clip is still on the internet. If you check, you will see it. Good Luck went to Mina, Niger State, to see Babangida. You know what Good Luck said in that clip? He said Christmas has come to him early because he has gone to visit the former military general, the former military president. That word speak volume.
It doesn't speak anything. No,
it does speak. A sitting president. Hold on, one man. A sitting president telling the nation, on a national TV.
Yes.
Telling the nation that he has gone to see the form after, like you say, after 30 years or 30-something years that this person ruled before. A sitting president at that time telling the nation on a national telly that because he is standing and visiting a former military president, that Christmas has come to him early.
Okay, what
so
has become the out? What became?
That's just political talk, man.
What I'm saying in essence, hold on. What I'm saying in essence is that these people still have link either way until they fizzle out by death.
No,
they still have link.
They don't have
link. They don't have link.
They don't have link.
Let me expatiate on that. Look, when we had Social Democratic Party and National Democratic Party, that was the party created by government of Nigeria back then.
That was in the 90s.
Yeah, that was in the 90s during Babangida time.
Right.
And all of those that emerged as the most powerful people in those two parties are people that are connected to the military. So at the end of the day, when those parties were proscribed, when they annulled June 12, and those parties were proscribed, people that were favored, that emerges as the leader here, they are connected to the military. Military power were the one that were backing them to achieve that political height. So I'm just telling you how these military people in Nigeria are so strong. They are the backbone of this politician you are seeing.
That's the 90s, right? You're referencing the 90s.
Hold on. So when they crush those two parties, those people that they have backed to emerge as the most powerful politician, they are the one that transform into PDP and all other parties that we saw. You understand what I'm saying? And they still live there. Hold on, one man. Hold on. Let me speak now.
You're painting a false narrative, though.
Let me speak. Let me speak. You don't want me to land. You are saying false narrative. I am telling you that the military are the one behind these people. After the proscription of SDP and NRC, now Abacha came in. When Abacha came in, he came in with autocratic rule. And all the party that he had then, they were all created by Abacha. They were all Abacha's party, all the leaders in those parties. So that is telling you the connection of military with these people. So when Abacha, you don't know. I'm in this practice. I was practicing this thing there, man.
No, we also
I am telling you, I was involved in this thing. I am telling you this.
Hold on.
But you are saying someone is is falsehood.
No, it's a false narrative. Hold on, Ajale Koko.
What
hold on now. Hold on.
Come on, man. Let me finish.
Okay, go on.
Let me finish.
Go on.
So when Abacha died, then they hurriedly put PDP together. The military, powerful people, they hurriedly put PDP together in conjunction with some politicians like Ekweme and all these. So the military people and those that are connected with military people like what do you call this? Atiku. You know, Atiku was like Yaradua, the former vice president of Obasanjo. He was his boy. So he was second in command in Yaradua group. So he automatically emerged as number one in Yaradua group that formed PDP. So their connection with the PDP, with the military, with the Abubakar Salami, with the Babangida, they play out the Ekweme and the rest. They knocked them out in the race for the presidency, and they brought in Obasanjo, the military man. So when Obasanjo assumed that power as the president of Nigeria, so that told you that that is the military. He drove that administration with military power. He connected everything, every power that you want to think about with military power. He put all the military, those that are retired, in most strategic position as well, maybe across the country or somehow you might not know them, but they were still connected. They were still connected. And when APC was born, when they born APC, who is the first person that emerged as their presidential candidate? A military man, Buhari. You think those people are stupid? He's still connected to his military constituency, even though he has civilian around. Look at those people that surround Buhari today. His former, I mean, what do you call this guy? That
Basha boys.
Yeah, that in his security, the security, national security guy, and Monguno, King Gibe, and Gambari, all of them, they connect. Those are the military power. They connected. They had their original constituency and military, and they still connected to that constituency today. So what I'm telling you guys is that the two political parties you have in Nigeria today, they are military created party, and you can never get it right in Nigeria. That is why you never have democracy. Will never function well in Nigeria because they give you a constitution that is written by the military, that is written to function like a military rule. Concentrate about 68, what do you call it?
No. We know
It's a military organized arrangement, constitution to drive the country. That's why we are having problems.
All right. We know all of that. Part of what you said, I cannot disagree with. But when the parties were formed under the Babangida era, they were formed, but the people that occupied those parties, they were traditional political names. So they were traditional political names because a lot of people say we speak about the same names in Nigerian politics all the time. But it's only because it's almost the same names that occupy the elite space in Nigerian politics. When they formed the SDP, whatever, under Babangida, it was the traditional political names. Yes, it was a military administration then. So who else was going to present the structures other than the military? They were the ones holding power, so it couldn't have been otherwise. So they presented the structure, but the space was occupied by traditional political names. When they truncated that to re-emerge under Abdul Salami Abubakar, he repeated that same template, but the same set of names, which are the traditional political names, they still occupied those parties. So we're saying that the Obasanjo narrative, the Nigerian space wanted the army out because their time was up, and their time was up, especially off the back of the Abiola narrative. They were going to go out. The Abiola narrative stood as a narrative that the Southwest has the presidency, but were being held from it via the gun barrel. So if they are going to leave the presidency, they were going to have to hand it to the Southwest. But they had to protect their interest. They had to protect their interest, which is a military constituency. So they know Obasanjo man and boy, but Obasanjo was also a Yoruba man. So that fitted both interests, the agitations of the Yorubas to have the presidency that they've earned, and the military wanting to protect themselves from the backlash of a civilian administration. So that was the permutation for Obasanjo. But the politics of it, so subsequent to Obasanjo, we had Yar'Adua, who was not at all a military person. Consequently, we had Goodluck Jonathan.
He was put there by the power, by the military.
I gave you the space to talk, so give me the space to talk. Subsequent to Obasanjo, we had Yar'Adua, who was not a military man, and to follow that by Goodluck Jonathan, who is not a military man. Now, Buhari comes in, he is a military man, but that is a different paradigm. Buhari has been out of the equation all the way through. Everybody wanted Goodluck Jonathan out. Buhari had a body of electoral votes, which he has traditionally held all the way from 1999 up to 2014. So they had that body of votes already banked, and they just needed to append onto it to usher him out of office. Buhari had been trying. He tried 1999. He tried 2007. He tried. I think he let Yar'Adua go because he was his relative. But then he came after Goodluck Jonathan. So he's tried 3-4 times. He did not get it until Tinubu gave him the key. So it wasn't the military that propelled him. It was actually a civilian that propelled him. So the time that has passed when all these people held sway, the boys that Babangida installed, they would have been flushed out largely by Obasanjo, who would want his own loyalists. So he would not occupy the space. And the one that he did not flush out, going on 30 years, they would have been retired from the army a long time ago. So the influence of them on that space is really questionable, but it is because essentially they are traditional godfather, elder statesmen within the Nigerian understanding. This is why people go to them, because they've traditionally held sway up till this point, so people just go to them. It's not that they are still politically relevant, especially Buhari and especially Babangida and somewhat Obasanjo. I don't see where their relevance base would be. It doesn't have a base. The military is not even Babangida's constituency anymore, because Babangida is 83, 84 now. Who doesn't know in the army anymore? Nobody. But Buhari would have flushed them out. Obasanjo would have flushed them out. Everybody would have flushed them out. So I don't know that they're as relevant as people think they are.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah, go on, Sam.
Number one, I heard what you and Ajali Kuku have said. There are some senses in what you've put forward. But the question is, in the Nigeria of today, where we are now, we're not talking about past years again. On the street out there, put forward Obasanjo and Bola Tinubu, ask the public who has got the gravitas, the political clout, now, today, Nigeria of today, and see what the response will be. Number two, going from what Ajali Kuku said, and then let this just be an argument without me conceding that Sowore becomes Nigeria president. Are you indirectly saying that the military can take over from a greenhorn or a neophyte that Sowore is, who has not really been in the game, hasn't got much experience? Are you saying they can take over the government from him?
What is your question again? You said if Sowore that the military cannot. Can you repeat that question? I'm
saying the greenhorn, the neophyte, the inexperienced Sowore that has never been into Aso Rock or has never been near power. Are you saying indirectly from what you said that the military still holds sway? That if this guy becomes president and if they don't like his style, they can just yank him off and plant a military government in the system?
Well,
is that a good point?
Yes. Look. Showore's narrative here is that let us come together, let us vote all these politicians out who are connected to the military, who doesn't want democracy to work. Let us vote them out. Then we, the people, can govern in the best way we know that is good for us. So whether military going to come or not, but the most important thing is that the number one step is to vote out these politicians that we see that are military agents with their party. Once we vote them out, what the fate hold for us as people, then we will know after then. So look, what one man said earlier, that when Babangida, when what do you call it? When Obasanjo left, he put Yar'Adua there, a civilian Who is instrumental to Yaradua becoming the president? Is it not Obasanjo? Who is instrumental to Yaradua, to Jonathan becoming president? Is it not Obasanjo? That is the military connection right there. That is how these people are. That's to tell you these people are still relevant in the political scheme of things in that nation. Until you get rid of these people, and the way you can get rid of them is to get rid of the two parties, because it's the two parties that they uses. They have their people in there. You can know them. They have their people there driving those political parties in that place, and they are the mighty one. They are the one that have the money. They are the shakers, the political shakers, those that have been benefited by long-time military rule, that are connected to long-time military rule in Nigeria. They are the one behind the scene. The military will not come out openly and show that they are playing politics, but they are the backbone, and they have their boys in the military that can take them out anytime.
You have not addressed my question. If Buhari eventually, if Buhari eventually wins, just for argument's sake, I'm not conceding that he's going to get near power. Are you saying that the military can take over from him and we'll go back to where we were before? Because you're saying they are still relevant.
What Ajanle Koko is saying is that there's no possibility of that winning, because these people have a stronghold.
That is not what I'm saying. That is not what I said. One man. You are saying different things. What I said is that what Yoruba is what Yoruba is calling us to do is to vote against these two parties and vote for him. Once you vote out these two parties and they have no existence in our life anymore in Nigeria, you are taking over the destiny of that nation by the people. The people going to be taking the destiny of the nation back and take them out.
All right. Let's hear from her.
Yeah, one of Shore's manifesto is that we need a new constitution. Yeah.
That is it. But are these people ready? Are these two parties ready? Look, they voted against restructuring. They voted against the interests of women. They voted against the interests of us, the diaspora, that are sending home money that is driving that economy. They don't even want us to be registered. They don't want us. They don't want us to vote.
What
I'm telling you,
is the only one to save Nigeria. Obasanjo. He's a fair dude.
Make up your mind, Charles. Were you not against him just a moment ago?
Obasanjo is the best guy.
So
he's the only best guy I see. He's more civil.
Yeah. So what I'm telling you is that these two parties, whether you like it or not, Buhari is constituency today. Forget about the political distance. The constituency that it will forever be loyal to is the military. Obasanjo, the constituency that it will forever be loyal to is the military. Babangida the same.
No, they are military men. But what's the greater point that you are making? They are military men, man and boy. So yes. So what's the greater point?
That is what prepared them to what they are today. Is the military. Yes. So what I'm telling you is that for long years they spent in the military. They have their boys that are trained and they are still there, are still connected to them there, and they are the one behind the scene. They are the backbone of your democracy. They can take your democracy out anytime.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. That was what Sam was interrogating you on. He was saying, for argument purposes, if Sowore becomes by some quirk of miracle the president of Nigeria today, will the military kick him out?
He answered that question long ago. He answered that. He said,
please. No, Ejiro, just
no, because I heard him. He answered the question. You asked the question 2 times again.
Here, man. Yeah, be quiet, man. We're not.
Calm down, man. Calm down. He's not fighting.
No, just get out of here, man. Ajanle Koko, just to address what Sam said. It just comes here.
I have answered the question earlier. I said the only way we can break their power is by voting them, their agent, the two political parties that represent the military instead in the political scheme of things in Nigeria. That is the only way we can break their power. and you don't take these two parties out in Nigerian politics, you can never have democracy in Nigeria. What you'll be practicing is going to be civilian rule with military style of governance. Rule. You're not going to govern. It's going to be rule. Power by only one man. That is the president. That is the person that have all the power to rule the nation and not to govern the nation, but to rule. That is the military structure. That is where the power lies. One man, military style of governance.
It can't happen.
All right, let's hear from Charles and then we move on. Yeah.
Only APC and PDP are the two biggest parties, so any other party cannot win an election in Nigeria.
I think that's the point Jaleko was emphasizing. But let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat, and then I'll have Sam round off his thoughts on that space, and then I'll go on to Baba Akure. So Alexander super chats to that Wike space: a thug, a tout, and a half-baked man's a tout and half-baked man, a governor of the second richest state in Nigeria. That is why the country is in decline. Pitiable to hear that video. So Alexander was responding somewhat to that video clip that we played of Wike. A thug, tout, and half-baked man is a governor, or is the governor of the second richest state in Nigeria. That is why the country is in decline. Pitiable to hear the video. So that was Alexander commenting to the video, to the audio really that we played of Yemson Wike. So back to you, Sam. Round of your thoughts on that space, and then I'll go on to Baba Akure.
Yeah, I think I've said enough for tonight. Let's move on to Baba Akure. I wish Nigeria all the best.
All right, thank you. So, Baba Akure, let me start you off from where I started Sam off from. Bishop Oyedepo stops 200 university students from going to NYSC because they did not attend a prayer session that he was holding to bid them goodbye. So, where do you even begin to tackle that? I mean, what does that even mean, Baba Akure?
Yeah, good morning, good night, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. I don't know wherever you are anyway. Anyway, when I read about it in the newspaper today, I was so baffling because going to school has nothing to do with religion. But we're so blind in Nigeria that religion so got into our brain, intoxicated us to the extent that religion is one of the weapons that they use against Nigerians. Like I always say it, that these people they are also in politics, because if you look at politics and religion, both of them work hand to hand. That is why this man can be doing whatever he feels that he can do. Because I don't expect him to do that. But because they believe that they can do or not do, and nobody's going to do anything to them, and they just have to do what they think they can do to just show their own power. And like some of the people here say that this guy said these people they will be 1 year over now. It doesn't really make any sense. Even if they go to that NYC, it doesn't guarantee that they are going to get a job. But it's just that what's the name of this pastor again? Oyedepo is doing. It is very barbaric. I don't think religion should be mixed with education. So, and we don't even know, maybe like somebody said here, we don't know if these people are Muslim, or maybe some of them or few of them are Muslim.
Yes, we don't know.
How are you going to force your own religion on top of one another? You don't even know. Maybe some of them don't even believe in anything. So you just say it is free world. You everybody free to do whatever they feel, to worship whatever God they want. And that is the problem. That is why Nigeria is not moving forward. Because religion, we are so clouded with issue of religion. Christian believe that okay, Muslim is not the Muslim Muslim is nothing. Muslim will believe that Christian is nothing. Even they don't even recognize, they don't even respect individual opinion. Because we have some people that don't even believe that okay, they just want to be neutral to either Muslim or Christian. That is the problem we are having, and that is why Nigeria is not moving forward.
It's just so difficult to comprehend some of these things that we contend with. You say you want to have a prayer session to wish them well, and they say thank you, but no thank you, and you say
Exactly.
They should withdraw their call-up letters.
If you tell me that come and pray, and if I say no, I don't need your prayer, that shouldn't bring any misunderstanding or debanning somebody from progress. It is just like he is forcing his own religion on people. Okay, if Muslim people do that, how will you feel too? Because you now will be.
Imagine if that was a Muslim that did that, we will be up in arms. Imagine if that was a Muslim.
That is what I'm saying.
Yes.
That is what I'm saying. If you want to force your own religion on top of on one another, but if Muslim does that, we complain. It shouldn't be so. But it is showing you that these people that you call a man of God, I'm very sorry. Anyway, maybe because the society I live in, maybe that is why I don't really believe in these pastors. I'm a pastor of myself. I go to church, I listen to whatever pastor say. It is for me to do what he said. It is for me not to discard it. I pick whatever I want to pick out of it. But like one pastor is brainwashing me and telling me this, and it is what I want to do. But Nigeria, like we are talking now, most of their congregation will be watching us, and they will be cursing us now because we are telling the truth.
Touch not my anointed.
Exactly. Oh, you are talking to Daddy Gio. You are talking to you are blaspheming. You are doing this because they have been brainwashed to the extent that they don't even know the left or the right. If you withhold 200 people's letter and you are debanning them from going to NYC, which NYC is just rubbish safe anyway. But they believe
do you think it should be scrapped? Do you think NYC should
completely? It is wasting of time. And as a matter of fact, Nigeria has offered nothing to anybody. Absolutely nothing to these people. Even the so-called 200 people that didn't even go. It is not going to add anything to their value. It has no value. It is before when you finish NYC and you be happy that you finish and then the job is awaiting you, or at least you can find something. Not even now that even pastor and governor is Yahoo boys. That when you wear NYC, they write NYC and you happy, you take picture. When you finish that is when you are going to know what life means, because you don't even know what is going on yet until when you get out of that your NYC. So it makes no sense. It is just wasting of time. Though some people are happy that they go there, at least they can get $30,000. I mean 30,000 naira 5,000 naira every week, every month.
You know, I think it serves some purpose. It gives them the first step into the workplace, and then it also enables them to know the country better. I think it serves some purpose.
One man.
Can I interject, please?
Go ahead.
One man. Did you serve in Nigeria?
No, I did not actually. I just skipped it.
So why is I saying that it's serving a purpose?
Oh, well, the principles are still there, but I did not serve. I just skipped it.
Because they march like a military, because they send.
People enjoy wearing that khaki. People enjoy it. Did you not enjoy it?
Let me tell you something. One man, I have a cousin in Lagos that was posted to one as I think she studied business administration. They posted that to Lagos State government department. Do you know what they asked her to be doing? To make breakfast. prepare food for the staff.
Yeah, that's
Because
work
they have nothing
experience.
to offer them.
You know, a lot of these NYSCs, they use them as teachers in all of these rural schools where otherwise education would not get to.
Where? But does that how many of them train as a teacher? How many of them?
Well, no, that's fine. If you studied English or mathematics, you can teach a small child now something.
You study agricultural engineering and they post you to the class, then you'll be teaching what? Agriculture. Or you'll
be teaching sciences.
You will be drawing a tractor on the board and showing them the part of a tractor. Is that right? Hello. Hey, one man. Let me tell you something. NYSC, it is just
okay. We'll do a round robin on that. You know those snap questions we usually do, because I don't think I fully agree. But if you want to come in, but I'll come to you. Just I'll start off with Sam. No, let me start with Sam. Sam, Baba Kore has put forward an interesting thing for us to reflect on. He's suggesting that the NYSC should be scrapped because it's not fit for purpose. Do you agree?
No, I disagree. I disagree because see, we are the same ones that are saying Nigeria is not being policed very well. Nigeria, we don't have enough security forces. Do you know going through this paramilitary? Let me finish, sir. Going through this paramilitary service for 1 year, people can develop interest in things like this. In Israel, they do the same way we do in Nigeria. Once you finish university, compulsorily, you cannot escape it as an Israeli. You must join whatever the equivalent of that NYC is in Nigeria. They do that in Israel. I know that for a fact. So people can pick up interest in this. The other side that I don't agree with is where they are posted down to very distant places, and it takes you 2 days to get wherever you're going. You don't know anyone, you don't know the culture, and you've had some cases where people are being killed and eaten live by cannibals, and in some places I can't remember in Nigeria. So the security is not even encouraged. The insecurity in Nigeria is not encouraging it. So one way I agree, the other way I disagree. So.
Okay. All right, thank you. If the same question, Baba Kore insists that the NYC should be scrapped. Do you agree?
To study degree on average in the Western world is 3 years. To study a degree in Nigeria is 4 years. If you are lucky, there is no strike. Now there is strike, is 5 years. If you are studying engineering, automatically you are using 6 years. If you are studying medicine, if you are not careful, you may use 9 or 10 years. That aside, some good years of one's development has been wasted. Now they not send you to NYSC. Instead of taking you to industries that will hone whatever you learned in school, you are sent to a place where more or less you become retrogressive when you come back. Such that for you to now apply what you've learned in school, you need to go and do your revision all over again. It would have even been better if the system is run such that if you finish, the government gives you a grant, go into any business or any field of life, work of life you want to do, and establish yourself in that space. Because what's the essence of giving somebody 30,000 naira per month instead of giving people that money either in bulk, go and establish yourself and go into production, whatever, no matter how small you want to start. Now, posting people to some schools or posting doctors to some communities has also made some governors very, very irresponsible. Instead of developing the citizen of those places to be educationally savvy, you now find out that it is the southwestern or the southern students that fill those spaces for them. I think during the Boko Haram period, when doctors were not going to some northern states, that was when they said in a state they were not able to even account for 50 doctors. in the whole of the state. So the only thing that state normally do is to ensure the NYC puts more doctor to that state, such that they will
What
not be
about the
paying more.
cultural intermixing? Do you not see any value in that? You from Oyo State sent to Borno State, and then you suddenly find out that they're not the barbarians you thought they were. Is there no value to that?
It is the responsibility of every culture to project itself
You are right.
to another culture.
You are right.
It was the responsibility of the Chinese to project themselves to the world. They are now, what's it called, a force to reckon with. It was the responsibility of the British to project the English culture to the African space and to every other space they colonized. So it is the responsibility of we Yorubas to project the beauty of our culture to what? To project this, to show the beauty. The major reason why the NYC was done was because after the Civil War, they wanted people to what's it called, intermingle with each other, which has been defeated because at the end of the day, there is now discourse for I want to be a Yoruba, I want to be an Igbo, I want to be a Hausa. Those are the things. So it is a program that was not planned properly. That's the way I want to put it. So should they scrap it as things are going now with economic situation and world events taking over the space? It should be scrapped.
All right, thank you. So let's hear from Majanle Koko. You heard the question. Babakure insists that the NYC should be scrapped. I don't probably, I own my own opinion. I don't agree, I would say. But Ajanle Koko, what do you think?
I support the position of Babakure. It should be totally scrapped. It has outlived purpose. I think if they mentioned the purpose of it earlier. It was after the Civil War that the nation was seriously divided against itself. And that is why the primary reason was to bring us together as one people to know each other better. And that's why Gowon came up with this idea of letting the university graduate, travel to different parts of the country to serve. But now, what have we achieved? What is
you know a lot of people that go to serve, they end up actually taking up residence where they live, where they served. They enjoy it so much they just live there.
Yes.
How many of them are one man?
I don't know the data, but that seems to be what well, I couldn't. I'm not going to make it up, but that's the feedback. A lot, especially the Easterners that go to the north.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that what has he achieved to the greater development of the nation? We have not accounted to that. So, but why do we continue to do one thing for the sake of just doing it, and we don't know the purpose and the achievement for it, for the greater development of the country? If they had, change the purpose of it now, that okay, the reason why you have to serve is to go and learn a trade, a particular trade for 1 year. Forget about whether you are a medical doctor, you are accountant, that is what you study in university, or you are aeronautical engineer. But we want you to go and learn these, lay out some specific trade that we know that is good.
Do you think it should be? Do you think it should be hold on. Do you think it should be repurposed? Because somebody was referencing Israel earlier on. When you turn 18 in Israel, you have to serve a compulsory military service, where they really train you militarily and then give you a weapon so that you're able to defend the country. So should it be repurposed in that direction? Should be some sort of a military training as security reserves?
Well, I will not support for military training. Because hold on 1 minute.
All
Can
right.
you hear me now?
Yeah, no, much better.
Yeah. Yeah. We need to repurpose it for the greater development of the country. What are the things that can develop a nation? Is technical
And also,
and
a lot of people
scientific.
get retained where they serve. A lot of people get retained.
We don't have the data. We don't have nothing. What is the purpose of doing something that we cannot progressively know how we are doing on it year in, year out? What is the purpose? The purpose of it, like I told you earlier, is for Nigerians that were sharply divided against themselves after the Civil War to come together, to know ourselves better, to know our culture better, our diverse the diverse nature of that of that country. Let us know it among us, so that we can start to accommodate each other. That was the purpose of it. But haven't we know each other already now? Haven't we know each other enough? How long will we continue to know each other? That was the purpose. That was the primary purpose. Haven't we know each other well now? What else do we want to know? They need to repurpose this thing. Go and learn trade. Let somebody go and learn carpentry. Let somebody, some people go and learn electrical. Let some people go and learn some other trade. That after that, like Ife said, give them some kind of grant. Go and start something with this. If every student, every university after serving the NYSC, they give them like 250,000 naira each. You think that will not multiply to in 5 years? You think it will not multiply to like 20 million? And what will that give us? That will energize the economy, and the GDP of the country will grow like we have never seen in any part of the world. But you don't do anything right. You just say we want to continue to know each other. How will don't you know who the Igbos are? Don't we know them? Or the Hausa doesn't know who the Yoruba are? What are we still knowing? What are we still knowing? Let's scrap this nonsense and let us move forward.
All right.
Particularly this time that is too dangerous to move around in the country. Why are you moving children? I will not let my child. I will not let my child go and serve. You want man to skip it. You know why you skip it?
Yes. Dr. Ajanlego, they are not going to scrap it because that is another avenue to steal money.
Yes. Let's hear from Prof. Prof, you heard the question. Prof, just it's a snapshot. Just a quick. So you heard the question. Procure is insisting that the NYSC should be scrapped, and I think everybody seems to agree, apart from myself. But I still do not agree. But do you?
Hello. I have to tell you the truth. When I look at that aspect of NYSC, I've come to find out I wish it should be scrapped. I also wish it should not be scrapped. But way many things, I still feel it should be there. The only thing there is that it has to be restructured. You should know, I know people through NYSC, they got jobs, good jobs. It's unfortunate that some people, and when they serve, nothing for them. Like my instance, I tell you, I served in Taraba State, and it's now for that state. When we came there, there was only one upstairs in Jalingo, and the state is the most backward state as recorded in 2002 by VOA, and most of us were posted as teachers. Why I say it shouldn't be scrapped, no matter how you look at it, let me tell you, without NYSC, some people won't have the chance to visit one place or the other. No matter it. It's true that it has a lot of things going wrong for it, but still, I still feel they should restructure that program in such a way. One, when people go there, they should make sure that the graduates fit into places that they could possibly, start their career. You understand?
But let me tell you something you should know. I have said it before, but I will just use mild terms to say it. NYC, if they scrap NYC, the North will enter. There's a high probability they will enter extinction. Do you know why? Most of the people posted in the North, at least 80% of them end up as teachers. I remember when I was serving, I was saying I'm teaching in secondary school. One of my classmates, fellow engineer, he said he's teaching in primary school in Maiduguri. I just kept quiet. You understand? So without it, that's why that program, they quote me, I'm just being mild, the North has a high probability of entering extinction. They're getting a lot of cheap labor. If you observe many medical doctors, when they're posted, they over-labor them where they are. They over-labor them. And again, as Baba Kure said, they're stealing money from it. Because if you are aware, you know there's some people in that NYC office, they keep floating names year in, year out, and be getting that remuneration. So that's it. It's just a pity, but still, I still want that program to be on. But I want them to restructure it.
Thank you. You see, great minds think alike. You know, I knew somebody was had a mind as great as mine. But Thomas,
what Jam's supposed to be scrapped too.
Really?
That one is even number one. Yes.
Right. So what would you want it replaced with?
Just when you finish your high school, you just go straight to university, man. You apply.
Yeah, but the university don't have the places.
They don't have places.
They don't have the places.
Places like what?
They don't have the facilities to absorb everybody that finishes their school cert.
Oh, is that
so there has to be some weeding out. Yes,
is that why they have jam?
Yes, now.
Well,
is that why?
Oh, okay.
The onions. I got my mommy. She should too careful to do it.
Akugo. Is it Akugo?
Yeah, one man. I'm speaking with my wife on the other phone. They called me.
All right.
I didn't even know.
I don't understand Igbo, but I understand is my food ready. Is that
no. You failed this one completely.
All right.
You know what Akugo means?
What does it mean?
You it's not even man. I have yet to come across a man that calls his wife Akugo. Akugo means eagle egg. Eagle egg. And you know, eagle egg is not easily seen. I think you know that. Yes, that's what.
Okay,
Mr. Romantic.
Let me move this thing. My kids are showing me something that.
Mr. Romantic, look at that. Akugo. Look at that.
One man.
Yeah, go on now, Sam.
Yeah, I just want to chip in something as well. What about the economy that this thing creates, where NYC creates? The people who cook at the camps, in the 3 weeks you go to the camp, the economy that it creates, and the jobs that it creates at that particular point in time. So families are actually looking forward to that. I think they have 3 batches now in a year. People are looking forward to it. So I agree with you. Like I said earlier, I want it, and I do not want it on the stands of insecurity where people's children are being killed after graduating. I don't want that. But if the security,
do you agree that people should be sent to far-flung places? So if you are from, let's say, Ibadan, for instance, it's absolutely pointless sending you to Abeokuta to go and serve. They should send you to either Abakaliki or Borno, so that then you meet a totally different culture. You are out of your comfort zone, and then you meet people who claim to be from your country but are different from you. It's something like a cultural intermixing.
I agree with that as well. We need to mix up and know one another's culture. Like myself, I'm from Lagos. The farthest I've traveled was Sapele when I went for my uncle's party, and I saw a totally different Nigeria. When I was in Oyo State doing my NYC, normally when I was working at the local government and I was teaching in the school as well. So I was very close to the local government staff. So they love me so much. Sam, where somebody's just giving birth, so will you come in the evening? So they wanted me to interact with them and get involved. So I was looking forward to okay, I'm going to come in the evening, hoping that I'll eat jollof rice. lo and behold, everywhere I went to is one big fatty amala they will give to you. So that really changed my like, wow. So this another section of Nigeria, they don't even regard jollof rice as party food. So things like that. It was amala all through. Big and well done amala,
Sorry, where was this?
In Ojongbodu, Oyo State.
Of course, you go to your state and you're expecting jollof rice. What is
all these things you're saying, all those things they matter.
Now, is there any other food?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't know that
they
part
welcomed
of them.
you. Why I serve, they know welcome me like that too. They know to like me. Because I saw a different thing
you
in
know
Cali.
you're a peculiar sort of. It's only people like me that can like you. It's only people like me that understand.
Wow, am I annoying?
You're not. Hold on. The one thing you are not, engineer, is annoying. You are a delightful gentleman, but you're a particular sort of a person. It's only you don't ask your wife what she will tell you what I mean. You're a particular sort of a person.
That could
it is
be,
only people that get you that can get you.
No, that NYC was a year. I wish it ran fast, and thank God it ran, because where I served, if you are aware how they do, they want you to help them in the exam, and I refused. I refused, and I know what I suffered. They dealt with me in particular. I served with 2 Yoruba guys, but me, I was the main target, because they told me to help them. I told them no. Then they tried it. I refused. Is
that for Wike? They wanted you to help
them. Yes. They knocked down our toilet. We know
Same thing happened to me in Delta State. So the same thing.
The money they were to pay us, they refused to pay us. But at the end of the day, somehow they paid us.
Away from that.
All right. So let me just sample everybody else. Then we come back to Babakure. So very quickly on it, let's go to Thomas. So it was meant to be a snapshot something. So Babakure suggest
Good evening, everyone. The purpose of this thing has been defeated. The purpose which this thing has been brought to us is to bring us together. Right now, Nigeria is more divided more than any other thing. To me, the purpose has been defeated, but it has its own advantage as well. I will not say they should scrap it totally, but the purpose has been defeated. Even those people that has been sent to other states, you can go back to your state and you will plan with your people there, the NYSC people there. They will remove 10,000 from your money and send 20,000 to you. I know many people that are serving. They will go back to their state.
Just to push you, do you think it should be scrapped or not?
It should not be scrapped, but they should change it. I agree with Ajale Koko. They should change it that 1 year, go and learn a trade, and they give them something end of the 1 year. And they can, because everybody is waiting for white collar job.
All right, it's just to push it. So let's go to Ejiro. Ejiro, the question Baba Akure was suggesting that NYSC should be scrapped. I'm not of that thought, but do you agree with him?
Yeah, one man, I heard that question at the back. I remember you kicked me out, so I heard it at the back.
Yes, I did now because you were shouting.
It's okay, one man, it's okay. It's my voice.
Yeah.
I personally think it should be made optional. It should be made optional, yeah. Every year they complain of lack of funds. NYSC workers are not even paid well. And most graduated only do it for the certificate. So the government who is called promoting community development should create other avenue for that. So it should be made optional. That's my take.
All right. So that's a new suggestion to the space. So thank you all. I'm not going to ask Jake because I don't imagine that you know what NYSC is. So back to you, Baba Akure. So it's a 50-50.
NYSC is optional. If you want to go, you go. There's an option.
Why don't you go and tell Kami Adeosun now that they sacked as Minister of Finance because you're optional waiting. Look at this guy.
It's not optional.
Prof, it's not optional. It's not optional, Prof. No, you're wrong.
All right. Let me take you from there then, Babakure, and take you to River State, Yemsen Wike procuring judgment. This judge now bought and paid for, but because he has such a big mouth now, he's exposing himself to the public and is now exposing this judge to scrutiny. So what are you making then of the motto mouth governor of River State?
What is what I didn't listen to that part when you read it anyway.
Well, just to give you a snapshot of it, you know this. You know they sacked Dave Umahi as governor of Ebonyi State.
Yes, yes.
So Yemsen Wike is saying that he is behind the sacking of the governor of Ebonyi State. Okay. So the sources within the judiciary system are now coming out to say that that Yemsen Wike seems to have bought and paid for a judge called Iyang Ekwo, and is using this judge to procure all sorts of political judgments for his own interest. So out of the back of that pronouncement, this judge has now been exposed, and it now brings to question that judgment to sack Dave Umahi. So just not being able to shut his mouth. This is what's
okay. Well, thank you very much for that question. I read about it anyway, particularly about the judgment. When I read about it, I somehow supported the decision of the court.
Sorry, Babakure, can you talk amongst yourself for a moment? I need to go get something, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The reason being that because to me, I don't like a politician because we know that they are corrupt. I don't like a politician being voted for under the platform of PDP. And when you get that mandate now, you jump into APC or from APC to PDP or whatever. I don't like that. If you finish your term, you want to cross carpet to move to another one, that's so be it. But not when that party give you mandate and you won under that party, and not even quite a few months or a year, you cross carpet. I don't like that. So when I hear about judgment, I was somehow, okay, that's good. That I really supported the judgment. But when I noticed that, okay, well, this is just a high court case, okay, I said this man is still going to, might eventually go to appeal court, or from appeal court to Supreme Court. So the judgment is not really final. That was what I thought. I never even knew that the case of Wike pay somebody or whatever will still come up. All of them.
Babakure,
yes.
Coming. I told one man that day that this judgment, I'm suspecting this judgment. And one man said no, because I said this judgment can be eternal, that somebody is being cruel, because this is the first time the court will make a pronouncement. Governor has been cross-carpeting for years.
You are very right.
Yes, I said I suspect this judgment because governors, senators, House of Rep has been cross-carpeting and nothing has happened for the last since 1999. There's no judgment. So what I said that now is coming out now. That means this judgment can be a kangaroo judgment. They just want to deal with David Umahi. Yes, that is my submission.
Like you said, I'm going to reference to Ondo State deputy governor before the last election they had in Ondo State. The deputy governor, because he did not win the governorship ticket for APC in Ondo State, then he crossed to PDP. He did not win. Then he went to another party again, and the party sued him to court. And you know that the judgment was defeated. They didn't sack him. They said to him that he still have right in as much that he was nominated under APC and he has not finished his term. They cannot remove him. So I totally agree with what you said. We just listened to something, some voices here from Wike, and somebody who was interrogating and exchanging words. We can even testify to that Wike is a gangster. just like that man just like the bishop, the so-called bishop that we just mentioned. So he's a gangster, because if you can say, well, you will kill somebody. So if governor can say that, how much more ordinary citizen? So it is showing you that
that Wike guy is a gangster. I watched a video on YouTube. You can Google it as well on YouTube, or search it on YouTube. Sorry, when Wike was subtly threatening the deputy governor of Edo State, Shaibu. That, can you imagine a common deputy governor talking to me?
He said, "Who is your father?" was what he said to him.
That guy is just is a loose cannon, man. I don't know.
And one man, the same man they are propelling for presidency. This same man, people are propelling. They are advocating for presidency.
Exactly. These are the people that want to lead the country to promised land. Are these people? The people that somebody who
they will just be sharing guns. They will just be sharing guns if he becomes the president of Nigeria.
Exactly.
Do you know before he became governor of Rivers State, do you know how many people's head was beheaded in Rivers State? The cultists in Rivers State. Most of them didn't get to the news, but those who were on ground told us they were killing people anyhow, just for one man's ambition, beheading people. Check it out now. Go on the internet and search during that election period in Rivers State.
So even with what
that guy is
even if we don't even know all that, even with what we heard here today, the conversation between him and this
how can you say you are going to kill someone?
That is the voice. If he can be saying that, look, where we will kill somebody, it doesn't really matter either they want to rig election or whatever. You should be very mindful of what you say as a so-called leader. I mean, so-called ruler, because I'm not going to say they are leader, they are ruler. The so-called ruler. You're supposed to be mindful of what you say. Yeah?
Baba Kure, one man, please. I want to ask a question. What I'm just suggesting, since we know now that all these are politicians, they are not fit for purpose. Why can't we even invite the white men? They will not slave us. So they should come, and if white men can make Nigeria become US, why can't we allow them?
Let me tell you something, Thomas. Where you just stop right there, right?
This
who
is
are those who causing problem in Nigeria? Do you think it's
this is Tony's narrative. This is Tony's narrative now.
No, one man. You could say it's Tony narrative, but sometimes it calls to me that if these people can make things work, why can't we the whites come and make it? If they can assure us that things will be good. Because we know these are our leaders. They are not fit for
white people does not have two heads. It is
invite them in what terms? Now, what terms are you going to? What agreement are you going to draw to invite them?
Yes. Other than that, Jiro, it's in my hand and your hand to make it work. What can you do to make it work?
It's quite
frightening. It's not working.
It's to vote against the two party that doesn't make it work for you.
You see, Thomas just opened another topic totally. When these people, the so-called criminals, the rulers, thief our money, where do they keep it?
But with Baba Kure, we dealt with that yesterday. We dealt with this yesterday. One man said that is our own cup of tea. They stole the money. It doesn't care.
But listen to what you are saying, that you should surrender your country,
your sovereignty
to a white man. You are surrendering even your humanity.
But one man, is your sovereignty working? It's not working.
And the answer to that is to surrender it to a white man.
I'm not saying. I'm just being curious. I'm being disturbed with this politician.
Because Tony said so. Look at this guy.
One man, I mean, Thomas, you open another topic entirely, right? Who are those people causing problem in that Africa, not Nigeria alone? Who are those? Do you really want it? Do you think these people really want Africa to be better? Do you really think? Who are those people?
Rather than surrender the country or any country to the white people, we are actually trying to rescue the country from. Do you think Who do you think, like Baba Kure is saying now, who controls it? Who makes? Oh God, so Baba Kure, please explain to Thomas because I don't think I have the language.
Do you remember what happened during Goodluck Jonathan and Buhari? Do you know that all the job was done in the White House? So Thomas, what are you talking about? That we should invite white people to come after they mess up the old black race. If you go to Caribbean, let me tell you something, right? You may not know. You see, Jamaican dollar was bigger than US dollar before because they didn't agree. Because they didn't surrender Jamaica to US. That was why they mess up their money, and that is what is going on.
Baba Kure, I understand you. Do you know what make me ask you this question? When I'm electrical engineering, then when I spoke with some electrical engineering here, they told me how we can make light. It is not difficult for Nigeria to have 24 hours electricity. They explain how the light can be in Nigeria 24 hours. It's just that our leaders don't want to do it. So I'm just being angry. That's why I made that statement. That
Thomas, don't be angry. You are one of the problem too. You are one of those supporting that, okay, let's go and vote for wrong candidate. Vote for APC, go for Tinubu. Those are the people that created the problem. They cannot solve the problem. You have to look for another way out. Possibly not these two parties. That is when you will start to solve the problem. That is what we should be talking about.
Did you read about Thomas Sankara? If you read about him, then you will understand what is going on in Africa. Did you read about what's the name of this guy?
The Sankara narrative is also the Gaddafi narrative. It's the narrative of so many of them. Anybody that tries to, they'll just kill you off. You know.
But not all Africa. Oh boy, you don't even know what is going on. They want to use they want the place as a dumping ground. So that is why they don't allow anything to work there. Then they bought some of our leader. I mean, some of our ruler. I'm not going to say leader. So all these things that we are talking about, it is politics. All these people that, well, if the government of Nigeria is not doing this, is not doing that, it is just politics. Between me and you, who travel most, who get visa most in Nigeria? Is it not the same politician that steal our money? Once they give them Novaba from Abuja, one time the embassy will give them visa. They know them that they are criminal. But they still give them visa to travel to come to their country. Meanwhile,
Baba Kure, this language that we're now, because it's a new language that we are hearing that Tony introduced, and Solly, he also aligned himself some of it yesterday, and now Thomas as well. Is it not the story of? Is this not a narrative of exasperation? People don't know where to look anymore. And they don't think that we have the solution within ourselves anymore. Is this not what we are really hearing, that the hopelessness of our situation is now looking at that white God? Is this hopelessness that we're hearing in the voices of Tony, Solly, and now Thomas?
Well, I'm not going to doubt that. Though, like me, there was never. Before I used to think like that too, but I believe. And I always say it on this platform. Any day, Nigeria is the most how do I put it? The most populous black race in the world. When Nigeria get herself together, the whole black race will be fine. So I don't expect one white man to come and do it for me. But how can we do it? Well, we are here, but the so-called youth that even back home even that's why they are listening to all these things. Are they not the people that is getting 500 recharge card from Tinubu? Are they not the same people that posted him on Instagram promoting him?
Can I come in, please?
But there is
Right.
something that led them there, because we are very quick to condemn these people that get this recharge card and the 2,000 naira. There's something that led them there, but Sam, you wanted to,
Yeah.
Sam.
So what led them there is still these behaviors of our politicians. What's happening in Nigeria is a deliberate effort to impoverish our people so they can come back to them and tread upon them and give them this meager and give them this bag of rice and 4 kg of gari to revote them again in the next 4 years. So when Thomas was saying we need these white people to come to Nigeria, that's not going to be possible. Nigeria is a sovereign state. We are independent. We have to look inward. You mentioned about making electricity. Do you know solar panels enough can power the whole of Nigeria? I was working with British Gas in Manchester many years ago. Fortunately for me, I was in that department. They call it the feed-in tariff department, feed-in tariff. If you're in the UK for a long time, you'll know what I'm talking about. Do you know the UK government pay you because you have solar panels on your roof?
Yes, the excess one you pipe into the,
excess one goes back to the national grid. Everyone in your neighborhood use it when you're not at home. Say, I know it like the back of my hand. You think these politicians in Nigeria don't know what they're doing? You think they have not come abroad, or they've not, or Osinbajo knows so much about solar panels because I've heard him talked about it, and he sounded very, very knowledgeable about it. But why is it not working? It's an industry on its own in Nigeria to impoverish us, to keep milking us. Those who are importing generators to Nigeria, do you think they will make electricity work? We're in big trouble in Nigeria, man.
All right. You know that revolution is needed in Nigeria because there's so many things that just needs to change.
So
and
one man, can I quickly?
and it will change. It will change. It will only ever change him. Look how long they are looking. They are just slowly strolling towards a constitutional review, not even a rewriting of it. When they know that so if we don't have just one sharp action to reset everything, 100 years from now, a different set of heads will be on the screen from Nigeria saying almost word for word the same thing. 100 years or 100. Because look how far back we are coming and look where we are now. So we need a revolution, maybe not a violent, but just we need a sharp injection of a redirection in that country. Not all this meandering and just sluggishly rolling like some fat person, it's just
one man.
It's just so sad.
One man. Did you just mention revolution?
Not Showore style.
Hold on, one man. Did you just mention revolution?
Did you just mention
revolution?
Oh my God.
So you know quite well that the visionary leader like Showore, what is calling for. So you know that is the right thing to do. But you are doing eternal, you don't want to follow it because of one thing or the other.
Anybody, Showore is not somebody to follow.
You have
one man, you want to use bad God to support Showore.
Yes, but you are calling for revolution now. And you are the one chastising that, when it calls for revolution, it's threatening the security of the country. The nation should cut him down. But you are calling for revolution as well now.
No. A mental revolution is what
do you mean by you are trying to change? Which mental? What is mental revolution? Revolution is revolution. It has to come from mental force. When you have it mentally and you don't put it in action, what does it mean? You have to put it in action. And the only way to put it in action is to vote against this vulture you have controlling your state. But you people doesn't want to do that. You don't develop that courage. You don't develop the courage to vote against Tinubu, vote against all these people that created this problem in the first place. They are the one. As long as they remain in position of power, your nation can never be a country. It can never be a nation, rather. Your country can never be a nation, and in that it can never get better. We continue to retrogress until we fall apart.
There's very few people that would present any intelligent argument against a revolution in Nigeria. But what form of revolution are we talking about? Is the thing. Certainly not anything to do with Showore.
It's a democratic revolution that Democrat is calling for. Jowore is not calling for violence. He's calling for democratic revolution. Let us come together as one people and vote against these people. That is what he's calling for. Let us vote them out of power. They are the problem to the country, and they are our problem. They are destroying that country very fast, every day in and out. They're destroying as long as they remain in that position, they're destroying the nation, they're killing the nation.
All right. Let's get back to Baba Akure. Baba Akure, revolution now.
Well, you can use your PVC to be to revolute against rulers, because I don't see this as a leader. Rulers, you can use your PVC to do that. So it doesn't mean that you have to go on the street. But how many people want to do that? Because well, I'm just waiting until 2023 and see how it turns out, because I want to really know if our youth are ready or not. Because that is when, because what I'm seeing, I can see that they are not even ready at all. They can't
Baba Akure, there is no any changes coming 2023. I promise you. God will spare our life. We will still be here. There is no changes coming anywhere.
Are you not the one saying that they should surrender to Onyibo now, and you are saying nothing can be done?
No.
Can I make this statement, please? With all the indications on ground now, do you see any changes? Let's talk reality.
You have one man just mentioned it. One man just mentioned it. Let us develop mental revolution and then put it into action by voting these people out. Up, one man. The eagle has landed again.
No, but not on Shore's side.
One man, the eagle has landed again.
Has landed at last.
One man supporting revolution now. One man supporting revolution now.
No, I've always been for revolution, but Baba Akure was saying that he wants to see what the youth will do in 2023. So certainly a youth now coming into the space, Bukola Saraki, who has been tried and tested and has some pedigree and some success to his name. So this name now is not something that we're mentioning enough in terms of the players for the space. And if you look at the people in the field, there's nobody that really beats him credentials-wise. Certainly not Tinubu, certainly not Atiku. So Bukola says he's still considering, but do you think he should just declare? Bukola Saraki for president, Baba Akure, what says you?
Well, I saw him on YouTube the other day. Was it on Channel TV? Stating that he's qualified to be the president of Nigeria. Well, good. He's qualified, but for me, I don't trust him too. It doesn't really matter. You see all these politicians, in as much that you have been in that place before, and I cannot attest to something that you do. Don't forget about it. We need people. We need somebody. If you mention Adesina now, I mean not the bad mouth.
Akinwumi.
Not that I really trust. It will take God grace for me to trust any politicians, right? It will take God grace, but we need neutral person that has not really mingled with all these rulers. If we have that, then I can really talk about it. But not Saraki, not anybody that has cross-caped from APC to PDP, PDP to APC, from NC or whatever. That they cross-caping from once they are not favored in one party, they just have to switch to another. When they get to that one and it is not favoring them, then they no.
You see, out of all of the names in play, I will still pick Bukola Saraki above all of them because he has everything that they have, but he has more. You know, he's educated, he's young, you know, he's obeying, he's traveled, he's national, you know, he has experience.
In that case, we have to go for Ojuyobo.
Who do you think has better credentials, Saraki or Tinubu?
Well, if we want to compare them anyway, Saraki is better one, but it's just that I don't still trust him.
How is it better?
Well, they're both two-term governors. Saraki is Senate president. Saraki he ran the state recently.
See, what I said to you earlier, we are looking for capacity. Who can deliver elections? It's not enough for you to be a good man. That was why I referenced Buhari when everybody came for me the other time. We are tired of, we're fooled to believe that Buhari will turn things around and is a good person, is not a corrupt person. See, let's go beyond that. Let's go for a brutal person. Let's go for someone that will handle Nigeria democratically and in a military form. We are joking with too much things, that these governors are getting away with too many things, and corruption has permeated every level, the ministry, department, and agencies, the MDAs. We need a bit of both worlds. Saraki is not cut it for me. Jamba Mesu.
You are very right, but
Baba Akure, let me quickly say something about Akure. Sorry. You keep saying you don't trust Saraki, you don't trust Saraki. Fine. That is your view and your opinion, you know. But you must trust somebody, because at the end of the day, somebody that is going to rule Nigeria.
Everybody knows that I'm rooting for Bola Tinubu.
So who do you trust? This is my question. Who do you trust?
I will tell you tomorrow.
Sorry, that was to Baba Akure. Yeah.
None. Okay. But for me, if I want to pick between Saraki and Tinubu, I would rather pick Tinubu. I'll be saying it over here. I will pick Tinubu over Osinbajo. I will pick him over Saraki. But if you compare him with Atiku, I will go for Atiku. The reason why I prefer Tinubu is that I know some people will say, oh, why do you have to say the devil you know? Why don't you say the angel? I prefer Tinubu to Osinbajo. The reason is that I already know that Tinubu will be going to UK. I know that from day one. So I prefer, because knowing fully well that, okay, I already know that, okay, he's going to be going to UK, he might even check himself and cut a little bit out. But what of the person that is just smiling, that I don't even know anything about him, like that Osinbajo? Then
do you know one thing about that Bola Tinubu that I'm sure most of us will know? Our Igbo brothers that are agitating. Do you know this guy might even give them a shot at things and make them handle a lot of things? He's a detribalized Nigerian, believe it or not. I'm not a spokesperson, but from the person I see, he looks like he's going to be a listening person, unlike this man that is sitting there now. Bola Tinubu hopefully becomes the president. He will give you a listening here. During the NSAS thing, when I saw some girls and some guys approached him,
he cannot do anything. He can't do listening.
Let him expand that thought. Yeah,
I saw people who approached him and they said they ran away. He said, "I'm here. Ask me questions." And they started asking him some that he didn't have answers to. He was trying to plead with them.
Political talk,
I understand, but he doesn't look like a military man. He doesn't look like someone that will not listen to you. That's what I'm saying. If someone in Lagos State, he had that foresight. Wait, if he was in Lagos as a governor, he had that foresight that, Igbo people, they are not the son of the soil. But in his own magnanimity, he made them something in Lagos. Joe Igbeko has been there for a long time. Now he's a special advisor. Akabueze was in finance or something in Lagos State. He will give you the opportunity, regardless of where you come from.
You see, the thing is, Sam, the Yorubas, they are meritorious people. They don't... the best man for... You see what you're saying about Tinubu was also the narrative that the people presented about Obasanjo, that the best man for the job that's just all they are interested in. You can come from Pluto. Are you the best man for the job? Then go and do it. But bring me results. That's just it now. It's nothing complex.
Well, like me, I always say it, I will prefer Tinubu. It doesn't really matter either is he has listening here or he doesn't even listen. My concern is that I know he is sick. So for him to be going to UK, he will reduce it, knowing fully well that I know that he will be traveling to UK. But the problem I'm having, the person that I don't even know, you see, those people even behave bad. Remember, I said it. I was one of those that campaigned for Buhari. He might be hearing me and say, "Oh, how many votes did I get from you?" But it's either 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 10. I campaigned for him, and I wanted him to win. Why? Because I believe that this man is the person that. But what happened after that? In fact, out of the 6 years now or 7 years, that is, he spent more time in UK than Nigeria. So the person that I know, okay, this is the person now that everybody, mostly the youth of these days now, these are the person that they are singing about. So I will prefer him because knowing fully well, I know that he's sick. He will be going to UK. I already made up my mind. So I'm not going to expect any good thing from him.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
So in this case, maybe it will not disappoint me. Just wait, sir. Just wait, sir. Let me finish. I will make up my mind that okay, I'm not expecting anything from him. But if it turns out good, good. If it doesn't turn out, I'm not going to give myself unnecessary headache again. Just like the way I'm giving myself headache on Buhari. So that is my own opinion. That is why I prefer to know who is not listening here or whatever.
Yeah. So, just a quick
Sam,
question. Then yeah.
Can I go on?
Yeah, go on, Sam.
Okay, so number one, the political parties, none of them want to lose election. Let me finish 1 minute, please. None of them want to lose elections. Whether you are fit for purpose or not, whether you are sick or not, God is the one that owns our life and our breath. He can take it whenever. What politicians are looking at is who can deliver for us. You see all of these politicians that are flocking around Bola Tinubu, they are in it for what they are going to get at the end of the day. All of those flocking around Atiku, especially the Abaribe, he too is angling to become something. Everybody is in it for something. Do you get it? That's just it.
All right, thank you. I think we all knew that, but thank you. But Babakure, let me take you from there to another space. Let me take you to this space. No evidence Abakari laundered money. Bubakar Malami. So it's very curious, the Abakari space. I'm not sure if you were here just a couple of days ago when we were discussing the guy in charge of investigating Abakari's atrocities. He suddenly died in his office. He was a senior police officer, very qualified. He died. And before he died, what we were hearing from Abubakar Malami was that they were going to hand this guy over to the Americans. And now suddenly it turned around that there's... So what are you making then of all of that, Abubakar?
Well, a lot of things will still happen. We'll be saying this over and over and over. This man, he will not go to... He will not even step out. He will not even step his feet to Nnamdi Azikiwe or Tafawa Balewa Airport or whatever they call it. He is going to stay in Nigeria. You see what they are going to do? My theory may not be well articulated anyway, but in my own opinion, what they are going to do is that they are going to convict him on that of a drug charge so that he won't leave Nigeria. That is just it. And when they convict him, he's going to live large, like Escobar. They might have him in prison, but in the night, he will be going out and run girls. So it is very pity that the person who was investigating him died. But there is more to read. The more will still go anyway. Because I know for sure they are not going to let this anyway. I'm not God. I'm not going to say that I know for sure. But I want to believe that they are not going to let this man go to US. It is just parabolating, just giving us something to talk about. That is my take on that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Babakure. So let's go on from you, Babakure, and go to Adanle Koko, who seems to have very strong opinions about matters now. But let's see how strong his opinions are about the Tinubu space. So that Tinubu, of course, it just remains. It's a narrative that would never leave the headline until we actually find out exactly what his political journey is. 2023 presidency, Buhari will support Tinubu against Osinbajo or Fayemi, and it's somebody called Ibrahim saying this, and he's been described as a close confidant of Buhari and the chieftain of the APC. So this guy is saying essentially that if we don't support Tinubu, Northwest politicians will suffer in the future as nobody will trust us. So we have to make sure that this understanding is for our future. This is what this guy is saying. He goes on to print the narrative. Uh, um, he says it is normal, but the issue is, can they stand? So they were asking him about what about Fayemi, what about Osinbajo. So he says it is normal, but the issue is, can they stand Tinubu in the southwest? Can they see what is coming up? I don't want to start discussing this issue. It is a different topic. Fayemi, for example, knows very well that he is Tinubu's boy. He was living in Ghana when Tinubu brought him. I slept in his house in Accra. Tinubu brought Fayemi to Nigeria. Above other leading contenders, he picked him to be governor of Ekiti State. When we met in Bodilion at Tinubu's residence, he told me to thank my friend for him. He said Tinubu mobilized funds for his nomination as governor. He won the election, etc., etc. So this guy, the vice president was his commissioner for justice. He never lobbied for the post. He just picked him and gave him the position. I have discussed with the vice president many times. I went to his house and office and we discussed the party and everything, including his relationship with Asiwaju. I know how he felt and how he feels about their relationship. He respects Tinubu so much that I feel he may not be able to contest against him. So this is a senior functionary within the APC party and a close confidant of Buhari, who is saying essentially that out of a sense of payback and to maintain their own dignity, that they have no choice but to nominate Tinubu, and he's discounting other Southwestern voices as being contenders against Tinubu for the reasons of loyalty. So the Tinubu name is just not disappearing from the headlines, Ajanle Koko.
Well, that guy sounds like Tinubu political associate in the north. It doesn't sound like Buhari associate, because Buhari said that right now he's not going to reveal who he is going to support, because he doesn't want people to kill that person. So we don't know what Buhari is going to do. We have to wait for him. All we know and that we heard is that they had a kind of agreement between them that after Buhari finishes 8 years, it's going to be the turn of Tinubu, and they will allow the power to come to the south. Right now, it is clear that the power has been sown to the south, particularly southwest, if I'm not wrong. So that gives a very bright chance for Tinubu nomination by the party, because we don't see any other person from the southwest, and in the party, in APC, and we don't see a strong candidate from the north, from the southeast, or maybe from the other part of the south that look very strong against Tinubu. So the question that somebody is going to jettison him should not even come up in the first place. He's doing his campaign. He's going around. He's doing his what do you call it? His consultation, as he called it. He's doing it effectively. whether we like it or not. Yeah, he's been doing it effectively. So it looked very bright that he will surely emerge as a candidate, except if something else happens. And what is going to happen, we don't know. But what we know now.
Adanle Koko, like you said, everything is still up in the air. But if we're accepting what we seem to know as an understanding that they've zoned the presidency to the south, which is what they seem to be saying, and we've not heard anything to say otherwise. But then it's not over until it happens. So if that is the case, and if what we heard further that they've narrowed it to the southwest, and even if they don't narrow it to the southwest, there's nobody in the APC outside of a southwesterner that is really of weight. It'll be very difficult not to see Tinubu on that ticket if all those things hold true, that they've zoned it to the south and zoned it to the southwest. It's very difficult not to see Tinubu's name on that ticket.
What we are seeing now about Tinubu is what everybody is watching on the media space. What is he doing behind the scene with the politician, the power that be in the party? That is what really matters. I believe that he's working hard among the membership, the power that be in the party as well. But primary is something that you can never predict what will happen. Anything can happen anytime. Some power that be in the party that he relies on could switch ground to another person. Anything could come up against him that will make him look like a liability to the party than a liability, which could make people switch ground. So we cannot confidently say now that, yes, it will surely emerge as a candidate. We just have to wait and keep watching that space. But so far, so good. It look good for him. So, but
can you put a percentage to his tickets? Just guess to a percentage.
I cannot put percentage because it's not. It hasn't reached that time yet. When the primary get closer, the time for primary get closer, or rather their Congress get closer, that is when we will start seeing, we can then do permutation. But now it will be very mature of us to confidently beat our chest that, yes, it will emerge. I don't see it that way as somebody that have been in the game before. It doesn't work like that sometimes. Yeah. So to outsider, it look like, yes, it's good, but what is happening in the party now is it doesn't look good for their party. The crisis within their party is so deep now, and if they fail to put it under control, the party will implode, and that could smash its presidential ambition. Will smash it on the ground and destroy it completely. So it is it's going to be very immature for anybody to confidently say that Tinubu will emerge as the candidate of the party. He's doing his job. He's doing well. He continues to do his campaign. Yeah, let's keep watching. That's my
And you're right. He's doing his job. He's doing everything to give himself the best chance. So he can't do more. So if he doesn't get it, it would not be because he did not try. So because he cannot do more than he's doing already.
That's right. But like I said, the party is bigger than him. It is the party that will propel his ambition to a greater end. But what do we see playing out in the party now? Crisis that we don't know where it's going to end. Crisis of leadership, crisis of power. This is a battle of power among all interest group within the party. So that is more that's a very serious, that's a threat to his political ambition. The crisis in the party is the threat to his political ambition than any other thing right now. So if that problem within the party is not crushed, is not put under the control, if all the leaders of the party does not come together as one family, the interests of Tinubu will be jeopardized. It will just be like if it just come fast, like a magic to everybody. So it is that party that really matter in this game. Is the party that can put him to the position of president, but the party is a lot of crisis is rocking that party right now. The Congress that is scheduled for 26, it might not hold. It might not hold.
Yeah, there's one of the stories that we're doing that there's an injunction already to suspend it indefinitely. We don't know how strong that story is, but that story is out there.
It might not hold because INEC just informed them that it did not recognize the new chairman. INEC just told them categorically that it's Mayor Balabuni that he recognized. He doesn't recognize this new guy. So Mayor Balabuni is still in place. Is still the person recognized by INEC as the leader of the party, as the chairman of the party. So there's a deep crisis, and they are the cause of the crisis by themselves, by the recent move to kick Mayor Balabuni out of the position of leadership of the party. So legal tussle, there's going to be legal tussle, a lot of problem for them right now. So what they did by taking Mayor Balabuni out shouldn't have been done. They should have found a way to sit down with him, call the presidency with him, and let them settle it out within themselves instead of planning that coup. What they did to Mayor Balabuni was a coup. They allowed him to travel out. They used the president, whether it is true or not, we don't know. They kick him out. They quickly put in a new man, and that one is trying to organize a NEC meeting, which INEC refused to recognize. So they have legal battle, and they have problem with INEC. How are they going to go? How are they going to go about it? So there's a big crisis. So Tinubu, those are the crises that could jeopardize its interest. So that's the way I see it, woman.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So Ajan Lekoko, still staying with All Matters presidency. Saraki recently, well, just even today, had an interview with Channels Television, and he's saying that he's still very much in play for the presidency. So all of these names, people say we are recycling all these old names. Saraki is somewhat a relatively young name. In fact, really a young man in Nigerian politics. But for his years, he just has a good backdrop of experience and antecedents, both as a primary in one of the federating states and as the Senate president. So certainly, in terms of experience, you can't fault that. It probably even more experience than any of the. Is more experienced. If we are talking about in governance, is more experienced than Tinubu, who was a two-term governor and a senator. But Saraki, a two-term governor, a senator, and Senate president. Atiku Abubakar is only ever really been a vice president. So really, he's probably the most experienced in terms of governance or in the field. So why not Saraki is the question, Adan Lekoko.
If we put Saraki and Tinubu side by side and try to look at their political qualification, or we look at their political curriculum, you can place him higher than Tinubu. Why I say so is that both of them assumed office as governors the same day in 1999. They both served 8 years, and Tinubu was one-time senator as well during the abrupted Third Republic under the SDP. Saraki as well is a senator, but a Senate president. That is where Saraki have a little edge above Tinubu when you put their CV, political CV, side by side. But when we talk of political power, their strength, their geographical strength, geographical spread, rather, Tinubu is more, it has that political power and spread, geographical strength, more than geographical spread, more than that of what do you call it?
Saraki.
Saraki. Because as of today, you can give it to Tinubu that he control most states in the Southwest. All this, we have 6 states, he control 5 of them. What does Saraki control now? Saraki was controlling 2 states before. The 2 states have been taken over from him. So that is where, as of today,
which state was that?
Kogi and Kwara.
It was Kogi and Kwara. So
Kogi and Kwara is the same thing. Kogi was taken off Kwara now.
Yeah, are they the same state now? Today? Are they not separate states?
But Otto get flushed him out with the help of Tinubu now. So he's a political lightweight in the scheme of things. Saraki doesn't have that capacity to deliver.
Hold on now. What I was saying.
I think Adale Koko may be saying what you've just said, but
saying the same thing.
Yeah.
I said Saraki is not holding any state to his credit today. He's been displaced. So, but Tinubu still have 5 states to his own credit. So this is where Tinubu is more stronger than him politically as of today. So, but on the paper, their CV, Saraki is way above Tinubu because he held the position of Senate president. Tinubu never been in a position of, he was a senator, but not as the most number 3rd position in the country. So, but placing both of them together, side by side, today, Saraki look charming, age favor him. He look charming, age favor him.
He's articulate, he's well presented, he looks healthy, he looks young.
Healthier, younger. I mean, and
more contemporaneous. He speaks the language of now. Tinubu speaks the language of when I was fighting with Abiola. You're not, Abiola is not around anymore. What are you talking about?
But the question now is, can we trust both of them to lead us? No. We cannot trust both of them.
Ajale Koko, I know you were going to land on that one.
Can we trust both of them? No. Both of them are not our people. They can never fight for our interests. They're fighting for their own interests. Tinubu have said it. The position of president is a lifelong ambition. Lifelong ambition. Any way he can achieve it, he want to achieve it. Doesn't mean that he want to govern us. He want to govern us in such a way that it will transform, Nigeria to be a state, a country that care for everybody. Obviously, no. It doesn't have the constitution. We don't have the constitution in Nigeria that will make him possible for him to do that. It is not possible for anybody to govern Nigeria well, except we have the structure, the political structure the political structure is restructured except we have the constitution that will give us a country that belongs to all of us. Now we don't have a country that belongs to all of us. We have a country that belongs to one man, one person, Mr. President. That country belongs to him again, only for him. All the power that runs that country is in the hand of one person. You cannot have a prosperous country when you have a country with over 200 over 200 people in the hand of one person. Mr. President, when it comes to electricity, is the one that can make decision. When it comes to resources, natural resources across the country, is the one that can make decision. When it comes to port authority, is the one that can make decision. When it comes to the military, is the one that can. Police chief is the only one. Every power that make that country run is concentrated in the hand of one man. You cannot have a country. Anybody that assumes the position of president today, except we dismantle the system, the structure is dismantled. You can never have a country. And that is what our man, Shore, said is going to do when it comes to power. He said if we dismantle the structure, we have to write a new constitution. We must have a country that works for everybody. That is what he said. None of these people can say so because they know that
I have a simple question, sir.
That will not get them to the position of president. So, and they always pay the homage to those that they know that are the power that be in Nigeria that are in control of that country, like Babangida, like Obasanjo, like all of them. That is why they pay homage to them, so that by their blessing, they can get to that power. So that's my take on that, woman.
All right, thank you. I think Sam wants to push you a little bit.
All right.
Yeah. If, for example, you said that's what Shore plans to do, to give us a new constitution, is he going to do it alone? Let's say, for the sake of argument, without conceding that he gets there, is it not the same National Assembly is going to work with to push forward his agenda?
No, it's not going to work with this National Assembly, because if we vote for Shore and all of us vote against these two parties, then what you are going to see is a different National Assembly. It's not going to be this corrupt National Assembly that you have in place. If we voted these people out, then you see new people, new leadership.
You are not speaking reality. You are not speaking reality. That's why I disagree with you every time. You are not speaking reality.
You don't listen. You don't listen to what I'm saying. If we vote these people, if we should vote these people out of power today, let's say, okay, the two parties are voted out of power, both of them. What do you think we are going to have? We are going to have people that does not believe in this system, people that want a new direction for the country. Those are the people that you're going to have in place. And those are the people that will sit down and said, for this country to work forward, we don't want to practice the way we've been practicing it for the past 22 years. We want to practice it in such a way that we make it work. And the way to make it work is to write a new constitution, restructure the country, and then we come together as one people and follow strictly with that new constitution. So that is it.
I still disagree with you, Shaw.
Why? What do you disagree with me for?
See, he can't do nothing. Nada. He cannot do anything.
He cannot do anything if he still have these people in place.
What structure does he have outside his own plan or his own ambition of becoming president? Does he have structure for guys who are going for Senate, who are going to run with his own agenda? That's the question. See, we are over concentrating on who becomes the president, and I think it's high time we open our eyes to see that this thing is beyond the presidency. The legislative or the legislatures carry enormous power to make see what Saraki did to Buhari in the first time now.
He didn't
He
do
crashed.
anything. He was just doing his good job to
Okay,
deny
let's just
him
okay.
to
Don't let
continue
okay.
to
Don't let
govern
us don't let us go there. Let's come back. I know we not agree on that one. What I'm saying is,
all right, but Ajale Koko, Sam does have a point, and I think Thomas backed that point up. Shore is just it's a single story narrative, isn't it? He essentially the totality of his space. So it's not going to come in as president and then sweep out the whole Senate and replace them with people that are fit for purpose. And what we see in the Nigerian Senate are just people that have just gone in there to be there for the rest of their lives. So a lot of them will just repeat back into that space and they will frustrate whatever Bushore is looking to achieve. This is what is being suggested.
You know my position on this platform. I've said it. Not only Sowore that's going to be out there that want to contest. What I really stand for is a vote for different party and not these two party. Whichever one that you like. If in your area,
do you see that
want a different
realistically
party,
happening? Do you see that realistically happening?
why
Because
can't it happen? It's just a matter of courage. If you are voting, you want to vote,
to
right?
sweep out
Hold
all
on.
of the house. Hold on. To sweep out all of the House of Reps, all of the Senates, people who have traditionally held their seats, to sweep them all out right across the board, all the way to the presidency in one swoop. You see that happening?
That's what I'm saying. It takes a courage of the people. If the people are dumb and want to continue to be
That
governed to
doesn't
the
sound
will,
far-fetched. That doesn't sound
well,
far-fetched to you.
you think it doesn't sound far-fetched.
I'm asking you, does it not?
Look, one man, I have said it.
To sweep out the Senate, to sweep out the rep, to sweep out the presidency.
oh man,
It's
in an election.
Ajale Koko is
That's
an
what I said.
idealist.
Not a military coup, not a military
Ajale
coup, an
Koko is
electoral.
not being realistic. That's what I'm saying.
He's an idealist. He's not a realist.
Yeah, is that an idealist is not a realist, but your realist, the reality that you people are promoting here is to continue to vote for these two parties.
No, Ajale Gogo. Ajale Gogo.
Isn't it?
Ajale Gogo, I have a question for you. I was listening
Yes.
to you when you are going back and forth with one man about who owns or control the party. And you make a very confusing and powerful argument that the military actually found and funded and control the party. So how do you, the people that you did not vote in runs the party. So how do you think the best solution is to vote them? How do you want to vote them out using a Showore narrative? I mean, if you believe that the military owns in and they are still in charge, how do you want to vote them out?
What is wrong in voting? I mean, voting is different from what you are talking about. When you vote the candidate, you vote against the candidate you vote against the what do you call them?
What of you is saying is that the power that you are saying orchestrates, they won't allow it. They won't allow it.
Exactly.
So how are you going to make it happen?
What do you say it cannot happen if
it's
you
based on your argument?
up?
I'm just coming off of your point. You made a point that the military runs the party. We did not vote the military to control the party. That's just their own. So how do you expect us to vote them out when they still have the power and control pretty much all the resources?
Let me tell you, the power of the people is stronger than any power whatsoever. When the people stand up, that enough is enough, you will achieve what you. But when people don't want to stand up, that is when you won't get what you want. And when the people stood up in Kwara and said Otoge, they flushed out Saraki. They destroyed Saraki power, isn't it?
It has nothing to do with the Kwara people.
No,
it wasn't the Kwara people that flushed him out. It was Lai Mohammed that orchestrated him out.
We orchestrated the people not stood up against Saraki. Yes, they did. When the people of Ekiti stood up, hold on. When the people of Ekiti stood up against Fayemi the first time, they kicked him out and Fayose came in. So let me tell you, the power of the people is stronger than anything that you can think about. But as long as we are not courageous to vote a different direction other than the direction of these two parties, we can never get it right. That is our problem. And that is
You
what
see,
you guys are afraid of doing. That
but
is what you
are being a bit
afraid of doing.
you are being a bit unfair to say we are afraid. Ajale Koko, everybody is on that train that you are driving. That the country needs a total change of direction. There's no single person that wishes well for that country that is not of that thought. But that narrative of
okay,
just
what is the change of direction? You tell me. Other than voting against them.
Well,
what is the change of direction?
well, no, that's the thing. If we are going off the back of what you insist that there are shadowy figures orchestrating the political puppets that is Nigeria, if you're saying there are shadowy figures pulling the strings, they are not going to allow any Showore or anybody, whether the people wish or not, to take anything. So we're not going to vote them out.
We are not going to vote them. So that means you cannot solve your problem.
No, but we are not going to vote out the whole of the Senate, the whole of the reps to replace them with people that we want. We would like to, but that is not vested in reality.
What is making it impossible? Tell me what is going to make it impossible to vote
because a lot of these people, they hold those seats, they hold it either at the will of their people or against the will of their people, and they are traditionally able to hold those spaces. So your PVC is not going to unseat Mallam something, Nasarawa North, or Al-Haji or Sheikh something, Gombe South. Is not going to unseat him. So a lot of these people will return. And that
are you saying the entire people in the north or the entire people in the south are happy with these people?
No, they are not. We know
okay,
they are not now.
What is the best thing to do to stop this misgovernance? Is it not to vote against them?
Well, I don't know if to
vote.
No,
well, come on, man. Come on.
It's a question open to anybody that has a solution. But I don't think
the only way out against this misgovernance of Nigeria is to vote against these criminals that have run down this country. You don't have any other choice.
Oh, all right. Let's hear from Sam. But I'm not
sure whether you are doing it or not. It's a different game entirely. But the option remains.
Whether it can be done is the question. It's not whether you are doing it. It's whether it can be done.
What is going to stop it to be done? By the people. If we people want to solve our problem, look, we are the problem.
But that problem is not going to be solved via the ballot because they control the ballot. You know that.
Look, when millions of people, millions across the country said, okay, we need a real change. We are not voting for these people. You think they can stop it? They cannot stop it. But only when you see divided vote among us, some majority of people still voting for them this side, some other people on the other side not voting for them, that is when we lose. But if all of us across the country said, okay, enough is enough, we've had this kind of, we've had enough of this problem.
You see that as a realistic possibility?
We are not doing enough to educate our people. That is, we are not doing enough to, we that are educated, are not doing enough to sensitize our people.
Do you think they are unaware?
Some of our people, we that are educated, are the people supporting them, supporting Tinubu and supporting other people.
But do you think people are unaware? Do you think people need education? Do you think they are unaware or they are just, accepting of how it is? Do you think people need to be educated? Do you think they are not aware of what's going on?
People need to be reorientated and re-educated about, because most of the people that vote in the first place, majority of them are illiterate. They cannot really put one or two together. So people that are educated are the ones that can enlighten them, can sensitize them that, look, this is the benefit you can get from voting against these people. We have to do this. When we fail, illiterate will continue to vote for wrong people in power because they don't know. They just listen to the jingles. They just see crowd following one person, and they come to them and they just give them money, and they take the money and they vote their future away. That is the problem. Illiterate rely more on educated people to enlighten them. When me go to them and you come to them and other people that are well educated come to them and tell them the same thing.
Do you think people can be? Do you think people can be sensitized enough for what you are describing to happen in one instance, so that will happen in one election cycle, so that people are sensitized enough? Because it has to be a revolutionary sweep through. Otherwise, it will serve no purpose. If we are only able to get a little bit, then that little bit will only end up being corrupted. So we either go for like a quick kill, or we don't go at all. But do you think people can, in one electoral cycle, sweep out all of these people?
That depends on how we go out and sensitize our people. If we go out in our millions to our people and sensitize them and let them see the current situation of things in the country, how the future of their children is not guaranteed in the country of their home.
You think people don't know this current situation in the country? You don't need to tell people that
don't
people
you
are
listen? What are you telling you? What do you think? Do you know what illiteracy means? Do you know what illiteracy means? Do you know that people that are illiterate and are poor, do you think they reason the way you reason? Don't you know that anything goes to them and they give to them, they can easily convince them to vote for them? But when you see people that are educated and come into the state to block them and say, don't take that money from them, this is the harm you are doing to yourself. This is what you are doing to the future generation of yours by voting these people. Look, it's a hard work. We have responsibility in our hand. The country is in crisis, and we have big responsibility to sensitize our people to vote the other way. What we just want to do, we are not saying not to vote. Vote the other way. When we fail, we will all leave to regret it. And the time will come, you will not see a country to call your own, because these people will run it down. Look, do you know how much they're selling aviation fuel now? From 190, it's about $700 or $750 per liter now. Aviation fuel is almost unavailable in the country now. In a country that produces oil but cannot refine, only to depend on importation of oil. How do you think? Supposing they adulterated the aviation fuel, do you know how many people will be killed on the air? Look, things are not right. Things are not right in that country. Saying that, it cannot be done. The life is not even easy on itself. It's risk, and you have to go through challenges to get things better in life. And to get that political structure, Nigeria better, it takes a lot of courage from us, the people. We don't need to play game. We don't need to play game or feel that, it is not possible. There's nothing that is not doable. The only thing that is not doable is to, when somebody is dead, to say to raise him. Only Jesus Christ did that. We have seen. Now we read in the book. That is the only thing that is not doable by mankind. Every other thing is doable. But if you don't want to do it, fine.
It looks tough.
But it is doable. They did it in France. They did it in France. They did it in France. That is what they did to bring what do you call this? Hold on, Sam. Hold on, Thomas. They did it in France. This guy that is there today, he came from nowhere. The Francais, look at it, that we don't want to vote for existing party, and they did it for him. The same, they did it in Brazil when Mullah came to power. That is what brought him to power. From street campaigner, one-man street campaigner, Before you know, people started joining him. He started going to railway station, subway station, giving placard. And before you know, people started enlarging, and they started enlarging. What happened? He became a nationwide popular candidate, and they voted him in. There's nothing there's nothing impossible in this world. But Nigerians, we feel things are too important. Something are important. No, it is possible.
Can I comment?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Nigeria is not France. Nigeria is not Brazil. We have our own peculiar problems. When
what is your peculiar problem? What is your peculiar problem?
The reality on ground is there's so much poverty in the land.
What do you do? What do you do? That you don't listen to what I said earlier, that when we don't give it to poverty, when people like me and you go out and talk to our people, that this is what you are doing to yourself, this is what you are doing to your future, time will come when you will not have public education. You will not have public university in Nigeria again.
Let me say something. These same people, when you finish orientating them, as soon as you turn your back, give them a few months down the line, they're going to collect money from the politicians that are ready to spend money.
You don't have to leave them alone. We have to continue. We have to.
That's why I want to answer one man's question. It's not going to happen in a fell swoop. It's a re-engineering. It's going to take a long time for this to happen. We are not at that stage yet.
Yeah, but
okay, when is it going to get to that stage?
Hold on, Ajale Koko. You see, what you just said is where the difficulty is. It's not going to happen in one fell swoop. And if it doesn't happen in one fell swoop, it will get easily defeated. So let's say, for instance, it happens in a 10-15% phases. So in one electoral cycle, you are able to get people that are fit for purpose to go in. That's 10% is even too high. Let's say 7%, and they go in Senate House, etc. How long do you think before the system corrupts those people? Because the system is not going to let them come in and disrupt it, and they will get quickly corrupted. So if it doesn't happen in one sharp action, it's not really going to happen. It's just what I think.
I agree with you, one man. If it doesn't happen in one sharp action, that means we are doomed as people. So, and that is why we have to go all out and should rather call for the revolution. This is what is calling for. Vote against these people. You don't necessarily have to vote for Shorore. We just want to disrupt the space, disrupt the political space in Nigeria. And that is when the solution will start coming in. We will start to solve that problem from that point.
Koko, how easy to mobilize 100 million people compared to 200 million people?
100 million. What do you mean by who are 100 million? Who are?
No, it's just a question I'm asking. How easy is it?
Are you talking about Brazil?
No, it's just a question. I know where I'm going with it. I'm actually going towards France. There is so much giving attention. How easy is France? Is just 65 million people.
And France is also a sophisticated electorate.
Yes.
It's an advanced country. We don't want to say that, but it is.
Plus again, Macron is not just an ordinary person. Stop saying that. Go and read about Macron. It's not an ordinary person. Go and read about him. Go and read about the history, strategy,
What is the big deal about Macron? Just because he works in banking industry? Is that what you want to talk about? Did he belong to any one of the two parties before?
Are you the one that made case for the military a while ago, or is somebody else?
I didn't make case for them. I was talking against the military. I was telling you that the military are the one that control these two parties. They are connected with the military. They are connected with the military.
That is
and the only way we can get our political structure right, our political system right, is by voting these people, these two parties, out of our way. Because all the leadership in that party are military agents. They are connected with the military people.
Exactly. I'm still asking the question. Are you the one that make case for the military? I'm not saying you are supporting them, but you make a good case how the political party came to exist. And at the same time, are you the same person that is making case for mobilize, vote them out, because it doesn't rhyme.
You didn't get me right. If you got me right, what I'm saying is that we need to get out and vote against these two parties because they are connected with the military. And as long as they are in place, as long as they govern that country called Nigeria, that nation can never get it right, because the structure, the political structure, is meant to favor the military and is a military style of governance.
So you want to use the same
democracy, look like democracy because they concentrate all the power in the hand of one man, and that is the way it used to be in the military. All the power was in the hand of the head of state.
I have a question for you. So is this military structure you want to use to vote them out? The same this political structure that they created, you want to use it to vote them out? I mean, you have to create another political structure.
Okay,
no, it's just far-fetched. It's far-fetched.
No. What are you driving at? What do you want to do? What do you want to do? You don't know.
Wait, now I don't know. That's what I'm asking. I'm going by what you are saying. You said the military guys create this current political structure, and you want to use the same political structure to vote them out.
Let me tell you, you guys are not getting it. You are just asking questions.
I don't get it. That's what I'm asking now. It's a question. I don't get it. That's what I'm asking you.
So what you are saying is that we should not participate in politics right now. Is that what you're saying?
No.
To justify your position? What is your position?
You are using you keep head bent on show it has a solution, and the only way for us to get in power is to vote the current people out and push Showore in. And even why Sam is trying to point out to you that it's impossible with this the current political atmosphere, and even though if you succeed in voting Showore in, it has nothing to do with how you're going to change the country, because the other lower houses and everybody have to follow the same ideology.
What I said is that, look, it is true. If those people still remain in power, hold on. If those people still remain in power, it's going to be a tough game. But I am saying vote everybody out, the presidency, the Senate, and all of them, put them out.
But that's not.
You are just dreaming. You are dreaming.
I know.
One man. Let me make this statement.
The next election that is coming, the next election that we are going to have, I think is the president and the Senate, isn't it? In 2023.
All election, about 30 something state go. All the election now, it's a general election. All the election
all the election. Okay.
Senator and governor.
Okay. All right. That you are even helping my case. All the elections are coming up.
Yes.
So if people are courageous to vote against them, if you are not courageous, that's a different ball game again.
It's not courage now. It's reality. It's reality.
No. Hold on.
Ajale Koko, what you are saying is far-fetched.
One man. What you are saying, it is difficult to vote against the two parties. Is that your position?
No, I'm saying it's far-fetched. Hold on. To sweep them out in one electoral cycle, it's far-fetched. To sweep them out in one electoral cycle is far-fetched.
Well, if we are not standing up together to vote against them in totality, that is when what you are describing could be justified. But if we, the people, think that it is time for change, it is time to take our country back, it is the time to vote across the country against them, because their experimentation, whatever they are experimenting is not working.
To cut the story short, it's gone 2023, it's too late. There's nothing we're going to do, nothing.
Look,
Ajalukuku, let me make this
we
question.
are just saying that's my suggestion.
Hold on. Adeleko, do you concede what Ovie just said? Do you concede that?
No, I don't. I don't.
So we sweep them all out in 2023.
Let me tell you. Yeah. Who is that?
I don't know.
I don't. But people that have lost hope, people that think that it cannot, there's no way to do it, that people that have given up are the ones that will reason like that. And we want that we accept this system that, yes, we cannot defeat them. We people are stronger than these people. But when we, the people, don't come to vote the right way or the right way that will work for us, that is when we will continue to languish in this kind of oppressive system.
And by the way, Adeleko, nobody is opposed to what you are suggesting. In fact, I don't think every single person here wants that revolutionary change of direction in Nigeria. I think I can say that for all of us. So you are not battling against people against their will. It's just to the reality of what you are suggesting. It doesn't sound realistic. It's not realistic, is it really?
Tell me. No. You are just saying
not even in
not
advanced
realistic.
countries. Not even in advanced countries. It's not possible.
You don't talk about advanced countries. Things are working in advanced countries. Just don't mention that. You don't even know what you are talking.
Where democracy work?
If things are not working, if this is not working for you, would you stay in America? Come on, stop it, man.
Ask my question.
It's not working in advanced countries.
Yes.
It cannot happen. It cannot happen in advanced country because advanced country is run well. It's governed. It's not ruled.
Where has it happened?
Don't let us go there.
Let's even hold on a minute.
Yes.
Ajanlekoko, let's say we all agree to what you are saying, and me, I've always agreed to this thing. But my own point that I've always make you to understand about this situation is it can't work within a year. It won't even work within 4 years with the way Nigerian politics plays out. And I mentioned the point one day, which I got a backlash from a lot of people, even on the comment section. When I say it would have been easy, the person that could have channeled that energy into that direction could have been Showore. But it was not forming any alliance with anybody. He was not really building any structure apart from his shout on social media and all that.
Because he's already in alliance with your new colonialists of the Western world. So there's no way you can find another alliance. It's obvious. You guys not seeing it. He's already in alliance with other people.
So how do you win the vote if you are forming alliance with the Western world and you're leaving the grassroots?
It doesn't matter. I don't even know why we're discussing it when it comes
that's my point. And that is why I said the other day, Ove, that is why I said the other day, Showore is not even the guy that will bring about the old solution. We can come here and say, oh, it says it means well for the country, but it's not really the man. Coming to what Sam has said, sometimes we put more on the presidency. And I've said on this platform one time, if my street is bad, road is bad, if you don't have water, it's not the president's fault. You see, there are senators for that constituency. There is a chairman of local government. There is a governor for that state. But most people just focus, it's the president, And I think that's the point.
But do you agree that Nigeria does need this revolution that Ajalukuku so passionately
So can I quickly interject? Sorry, Mama, before Doji, please. I just want you to what's it called? Attach this into your comments because I'm enjoying what you're saying. And it's just simply, if the revenue sharing formula is, I think 70%. Sorry, what was it? I think the federal government gets larger chunk, right?
Is that from you, Ife? Who's that from?
From Ajalukuku.
Oh yeah. Okay, repeat what you just said, Ife.
So my question is this: the revenue sharing formula is big. The federal government gets, I think, 50%, while the state government gets 30%, and the local government gets 20%. I'm not sure.
Yeah, along those lines. I think we covered it once.
Yeah. So the question is this: if the federal government is getting that big chunk, why do you think people will not focus on the federal government than the federal government should get a contributory, while the
highest percentage should go to the states. In line of, if the road is bad, why should people not focus on the governors than the federal government?
Why should people focus on the governor, you mean?
On the president than their senators or the...
Because that road is probably, number one, is not even a federal road. One. Secondly, that is why that is even as honorable for a constituency, federal, that is the reason. But we don't have people that mean well for the country in all those positions. I've made an example. I know a lot of honorables. I know some of them, when they give them constituency dues monthly, instead of them to go to their constituency and look for what they can use that money for, to help the people in that constituency to ease their issues, the problems, and solve some of their problems, they won't do that. They would rather take 1/3 of that money, put it in envelope, call a party meeting, cook food, call people, party members, to come to maybe their residence or whatever, share the money in the envelope. They know who they're going to give 5,000 to, the people that deserve 20,000, give them food. They will shout, maybe if it's PDP power, they will talk gist, everybody goes on. That is it. And meanwhile, even those people in those parties don't even know they are right. Because themselves, they are suffering from whatever they lack in that constituency. But instead of them to come and say, oh, no, but what people, that's why I say a lot of things is just wrong. And that is where what Ajali Koko is saying is very difficult and can't happen in a year.
No,
to even
DG, I like the way you have spoken now. You have helped me a lot. You talk about the senator and others that are not responsible, fail. That's
why I say I agree with you, but it takes.
Okay, what is the solution? What is the solution? It doesn't take any long. You have just mentioned it, that these people fail to perform. They fail to deliver. Hold on. Okay, what is them? Okay, when people fail to deliver on what they promised the people must vote them out of office.
That's where the problem lies.
You cannot.
So let me now tell you where the problem lies.
Okay, tell me where the problem.
Yeah. Una good evening. Ajani Koko, una good evening. My chief. Look, Ajani Koko, nobody can vote these people out. So, revolution or whatever, all of us have to go back home and protest in the street and move these people out of the various offices. They will restart. Nobody can vote them out. They control the mechanism. The military, these people, they control it. Both the south and north and the west. So you cannot move them out. They're too strong. They share the money according to DOG, and then they go over like that. So nothing is working. You cannot vote nobody out because at the end of the day, the vote will not count.
Tony, for example, I don't know who made the statement. One of people in APC made a statement maybe 2 days ago saying, oh, AP is going to rule next again. Like, it was so sure. So sometimes it's even hard to unseat the government of the day. Because they have the power, they have the police force. So that is why the Nigerian politics is so hard to get to that point you are talking about. And I chip it in one day, like maybe we might even have to start making the youth join these main parties.
No, so that's a better way to do it.
You know, so they can start taking over. I have a lot of friends that mean well, and some of them are even in foreign. And
they have no money. They have no money to participate. They have no money to get in. They have no money to carry out their
people that are even contesting already. I know people that actually meant well. And we talked about it and I said, okay, it's a good idea because if you say you go and form a party, it's hard to beat these people. So if you join them, bit by bit, we can infiltrate them away from that
you
party.
You cannot. Stop saying that. You cannot infiltrate. You cannot infiltrate them in that party. The party belongs to some people. And those are the people.
Yeah, but they are all getting hold. That's the problem. That's what cannot. And I said one thing too. This, you see, all this thing that is happening in all this party is because these people are getting old and they are not even understanding each other anymore. And I said it might even affect Lagos State. If PDP does their job well, it's easy for them to take over Lagos State. If they just need to walk and think, put their thinking cap on.
DOG.
And I've said a lot of things happen.
Just with that, are you following what MC Olomo is doing at the moment? That is going to burn down secretariats and whatnot.
Yes,
that one they are going to
because they suspended him.
because a lot of people on the federal level doesn't
DOG,
even
do you know the problem
so
of
it's probably
Nigeria?
going to end up in cell because they've on
DOG.
there was a fake news they've appointed him for as MD, but it was a fake news anyway.
No, they've never appointed him as MD.
Of course,
You
yeah,
know,
the Lagos
yeah.
State has reviewed the news, like they didn't appoint him as MC as any MD, you know.
DOG,
Yeah.
one man. DOG, let me make this statement.
Okay.
The problem we have is the elite and the average educated people in Nigeria. Until these people come out, there will not be changes. I've never seen one of my family members that have voted in Nigeria since we come to this Fourth Republic. One. So
How would you know that? How would you know?
A
How
lot
would you
of these
know
people
that?
don't go out to vote.
I said my family member. My family member.
All these highlights we shout, we talk about.
That
They
is
stay on
the truth.
DOG, let me say this.
One voice at a time.
Let me say this, DOG. Let me say this. I like your analysis, right? What you've just said, I like your analysis. But the thing is this. This is what I want to say. We cannot just be going in circles. There must be a way out. That is what Jali Koko was pointing out. There must be a way, because the way we are now, what you are saying now, your analysis now is like we are stuck. There's no way out, if I understand you clearly. But there must be a way out. And what is that way out? You know,
that way out
thank
is
you, Ejiro. That is what I'm telling them. That's what I've been.
That way out.
Oh, it's not possible. If it is not possible, that means we are doomed as people.
No, let me tell you what the way out is from my own point of view, and I'm not stating categorically. But that way out was what was signaled on the 20th of October 2020. So is the people really physically taking hold of that country? So they are not going to vote Buhari, Tinubu, Atiku out any time of the week. That's not going to happen now. I think we all know that. We all want that, but we all know that. So, and it's not being defeatist, it's knowing the structure of the country. We saw what happened in 2019 when they voted Buhari out and it still stayed there. The only idiot that's ever allowed himself to be voted out was Goodluck Jonathan, and he was bullied out. He didn't even go. So they are not going to allow it. We know that. They won't allow. Well, how on God's earth would anybody with any of the people that control Nigeria let or ever be president?
Okay, fine, one man, but what's the way out then?
Never.
What's the way out?
What I'm saying is what could be the way out was what was signaled
Okay. Well,
in NSAS. That sort of.
Let me say it better.
Yeah.
Let me say it better. We have other party in place now. Forget about Yore being the president. Yore have his own party. We know Professor Jiga party. We know Professor Patutomi party. Those are the party we need to vote for. Definitely what we are going to see is that none of them will meet the requirement for president, but they will occupy the Senate and the House of Rep. All those parties. Let other parties occupy all the Senate and the president. Hold on, let me finish now.
Okay.
Let me finish. Let other party occupy the Senate and the president. I mean, the Senate and the House of Rep. Then on the presidency, alliance will come in. We come together. Where within 90 days for the election to vote for one candidate, a new person. We want to change the direction of the country, but we don't want these people again to be in the House, in the Senate, and the representative. So that is my suggestion. I'm not particular for Chore to be president. Look, new direction, new party, new different party. We don't want just only two party. We want diverse representation in that Congress from different parties, and then they can work alliance together in the interest of the people they are representing.
But Ajale Kuku, I want to ask you this. Yes. If peradventure all these parties come, they go for the presidency, and you have to have the 2/3 of the election, am I right?
Yes.
And there was nobody for 2/3.
Yes.
The vote are scattered everywhere. So what is going to be the next thing? I just want you to.
There's going to be runoff between the person that comes first and second. There's going to be runoff election between the first and second.
That's not what will happen. You know what will happen? APC and PDP will come together and together hold. They will rather come together than let some
How are they going to come together when they have been displaced? Hold on, one man. Hold on, one man.
Would they not come together?
Hold on, one man. They've been displaced now. Hold on, one man.
I want to
they have been displaced. They can't come together.
Understand what you are saying, and we all want the same thing. But if we want to really focus and be serious and really know what we are talking about with this way Nigerian politics run, number one, to even unseat the ruling government at the moment, it's hard. And that's what tells you why AC had to join CPC to unseat PDP. And it was because even Goodluck was just easy with it, because if he really wants to hold the power, he will still uphold that power. And we are talking about all these things. Look at Osun State. Somebody else won. They put the person they want there. I've seen people won.
Literally, that happened.
All this thing is difficult, and that's why I said it takes a long time. It's not going to happen in 1 year. Especially that governor. And that's why I said maybe people should start looking at people that are competent.
It doesn't take a long time. The longer time you wait, these people will crush you, they will turn you. This is the time. This is the time. We have all the election coming up in 2023. This is the time to vote against these two parties. Vote a different direction. That is the way we must move on. Do you know what they call power? The more they remain in power, the more they consolidate their strength.
That's why I said the other time we have to start now.
But they've been in power since 1960. They've been in power since 1960.
October 27th.
They will never let the power go. They will never let the power go. One man has rightly said it that they will join together, the PDP and the. So the only thing we can do, the solution for that we.
No. What one man is saying, one man is not saying in practicality.
PDP and the APC will join together instead of losing the power. Then they will join together to fight any coming one.
Understand?
The only solution, Ajani Koko, I respect you. So the only solution that everybody will accept here tonight is this. They say if you don't make thief your things, you go make it whole arm. Better we make an agreement with British right now, and then let them come and they will contract it out. They will come and hold the election, and then
No. Okay. Let me disagree with one man that they will join together. It is going to be impossible, because when people come out in large number and voted these people out of power, we voted them out in the Senate, we voted them out in the House of Federal House of Rep, and we voted their candidate out in the presidency. What we are going to see, we're going to see another party.
Sorry, Ajahn Koko, that's just unrealistic. We've discussed this for over an hour plus.
No. I just want to debunk.
Abiola case is an example.
When it comes to
there is somebody there.
Hold on, yeah.
So voted them out in House of Rep, voted them out in Senate, and voted them out in presidency. Once they are voted out in presidency, they do not come first, second, or third. They are out completely.
You see even how far-fetched that even sounds.
What do you mean by how far-fetched? What is far-fetched in it? Why are you talking like this?
It's far-fetched.
It's election for 1 day to vote for all these positions. It's 1 day election 2023. What is far-fetched in it?
Different days.
If you are saying far-fetched, that means we are gone as people. You can't get solution to the problem.
No, the solution is not what you are proposing.
What is the solution?
What you are proposing is so far-reaching. It's almost like a fairy tale.
It is not to just oppose me. But tell me,
I'm not opposed to
solution?
you. Just to be clear, I'm not opposed to your position because I want these people out too, and I want them out by any means necessary.
What is the strategy to deploy?
It's like I've already suggested and has already been indicated when we had that flash moment on the 20th of October 2020. When the people wanted to take the government for themselves. So that it has to be some form of revolution, but not we are not going to.
Are you talking about NSAS or what?
Yeah, NSAS. That sort of thing. That's the way out. But it's no, we are not going to. You know, we are not going to vote them out.
One man. We don't need that. We don't need that a large crowd on the street or them. They're gonna kill us. They're gonna come out with gun and kill you. But let us go.
Moreover, said you can't even trust people. A lot of people that came out in that 2020 are already supporting all these guys. We don't even.
Let us go out as in a civilized manner.
Some people have to die.
Ballot with our ballot power and vote them out. It is possible. But if you feel it is not possible, if you people think it's not possible, well, that's your position. But I believe if we the people really want to solve our problem, the only strategy is to vote against them. No other strategy. We have many parties now in place. They're going to come out with their candidate. Let's vote with their candidate.
For that to happen, we have to have an unbiased umpire too. We have to have that. So we have to have an umpire for the election that is not already on the payroll of the parties. So we have to have that.
Yes. Do you know that we just signed a new electoral law that encourages what do you call it?
We are talking of Nigeria.
Hold on, man. Electronic transmission of result. People are going to monitor this result, and people will get the result right on the spot. Look, it's not to rescue nation out of the hand of criminal. It takes a good job for everybody in that country to stand up and do it. But if you don't want to do it,
hold on.
Yeah.
You know the level of orchestration that is needed for this thing as well. You need a mass of people to be on this train walking to a template. This is what you need. So you need people. We're not talking tens of thousands. We're talking at least 100 to 150. You're right. Not at the administrative level or to oversight this process. So you need them spread right across all the way from Lagos, all the way to Borno, and from the east all the way to
everywhere across the country.
Everywhere.
You're right.
And all of them calibrated in one thought that this is the direction.
Right.
And you think that is possible in Nigeria?
It is possible if you want to do it. And if you don't want to do it,
they will call their leader.
One man, I beg, ask him another question. Let's move on.
Let's move on.
And he will betray the rest.
One man, wake up from your sleep. We have not done it before, but it is doable. If you think it's not doable,
We've actually done that during Abiola days. And eventually, they still get what they want. They killed the man. And they didn't
that wasn't actually what we did during the Abiola days.
Because everybody voted, and we
voted for a candidate during the Abiola days. But this one that's almost like a revolutionary.
We even fought. I remember we fought. There was riot.
Okay, let me tell you this. On the Abiola day, yes, we voted for him,
and we fight after the vote.
We voted, and the nation thought it well that okay. Let us give this thing to Yoruba people. Yoruba people form a party that is called Alliance for Democracy. Somebody that you know today, parading himself as the presidential aspirant, treacherously killed that party. He went behind with some crooked people and killed that party. That is the problem. Since
I
then,
didn't believe he
you
killed the
haven't.
party.
Okay. Let's hold
alliance
on,
with
D. Hold on,
He
D.
killed
Because
the party.
we
He
don't want to
killed Alliance for
we
Democracy.
recycle that
Uh-huh.
conversation so often.
So he killed the Alliance for Democracy.
Okay,
Yeah. Those are the
so
people that
no,
put you in this problem.
hold on, Ajanle Koko.
Yeah.
So you are saying a narrative that there was a good doing, but somebody from the inside, for reasons of their own selfish interest, we're talking to Nubu, of course, that they killed that space. So
Yes.
was that person not a Nigerian? Is that not the Nigerian mindset? Would that's the same thing that will play out? You are talking about 250,000 people plus, or people right across the whole of the country pointing in one direction, and you don't think somebody will circumvent it, it will get derailed, the direction will get skewed, people will want their way. We saw it with Shore, who only wanted his way when they wanted to align them, even in that revolutionary setting that Madam Ezekwesili. It's not viable in Nigeria. It is not viable. We are not those sort of people. Our system is not that sort of system, and our people, they are not calibrated in that sort of manner.
Your system is not working for you. Won't you change direction? What are you saying, one man? Is it not the time to change direction when the system is not working for you?
Koko, Nigeria is over 200 million people. We know
forget about 200. Forget about 200
you are not being
under poverty
realistic.
people.
Let's move on.
All right.
You are talking about 200 majority.
Population is not the problem here. Look at India. India has more than 900. Population is not the problem. Not the population.
With what Ajanle Koko is saying, it is very significant to put the population into consideration.
Yeah,
I disagree with you on that.
On what?
On the population aspect, with what Ajanle Koko is saying.
Tell me, how do you mobilize to, let's say, 150 million people who are eligible to vote people out? How do you do it? How do you mobilize 200 million people?
Hold on. Let me say this. The democracy we are practicing.
200 million people voting.
You have at least 70 million voters. How do you mobilize them?
We have said it here. How we're going to mobilize? We that are educated, the middle class people, have to go all out to save that country now. They've been waiting. Hold on, man.
You hold on now. Hold on. Let him land his point.
Hold on. The middle class doesn't vote. It's only illiterate. Majority, 80%. Or 90% of voters in Nigeria are illiterate. Market woman that doesn't know nothing. Those are the people that vote. The educated ones, like you and me, that we come and just talk jaga jaga here. Don't vote. What are you going to do to rescue your nation out of doldrum now? If you don't rescue, you are going to lose more.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, so the country needs rescuing. I think broadly everybody agrees that. But does the rescue that we feel the country needs, do you think it's the same rescue that I think it needs, that Ibrahim Abdullahi in Gombe, do you think it's the same rescue he thinks the country needs? And Uchenna Okechukwu in the East, do you think it's the same rescue? Do you think the same rescue that people feel the country needs is common across all the ethnic diversities? Do you think they are thinking the same in terms of how the country they should be rescued, or the sort of country they want?
Well, one man, the way we in the South, who is that? Okay, let me tell you, I am focusing on educated Nigerians now, the middle class, across the country, the North, the East, the West. You can agree with me that we reason the same way. We want better nation for the country.
Not even on this platform, because even on this platform, there's somewhat an ethnic tilt. We all agree on this platform, even. But almost universally, there's an ethnic. Even Charles will come here and tell you that the country needs rescuing, and only an Igbo man can do it. You know, so
that one, when we are playing sentiments apart, but when we are playing national, the rescue of a nation that is dying every day in and out. If you ask a well-educated northerner that, do you think Nigeria is working today? Is it working in the direction you like? I believe that northerner will say no.
Right.
If you ask southerner, easterner, it will say the same thing.
Right.
If you ask westerner and the south, they will say the same thing.
But would they give you the everybody will agree, but will they agree to the solution?
Yes, the solution, we want to put it to them again. Do you think
put it to them?
Hold on, one man, listen to me. You want to ask them again that these politicians, as we know, are the people that destroy this country today. Do you think these same people can rescue this nation?
They will say no, right? Yeah.
Obviously, everybody will say no.
Right.
So, what is the new direction that we have to embark upon?
Right.
New set of leadership.
Right. What will people then say? When we say
new set of leadership for that country?
I'm serious. I want to guarantee you. On your own, how many votes can you give Showore? On your own, how many votes can you give Showore in 2023?
I want to guarantee you that absolute majority across the country, among that set of people, we agree that we need new set of leadership and not these two parties.
Everybody agrees that the country needs change, but not everybody agrees on the change that the country needs.
I'm telling you that majority, absolute majority among that set of people that we are talking about. Hold on now.
I want to agree with you, but in reality, come 2023, how many votes can you give Showore on your own?
It's actually our reality. Like one man has said, if you go to the east, if you ask Chukwundi might agree with you. If you ask Nnamdi will say he wants Biafra, he wants to go separate ways. If you go to the north will say, this is what our king said. If you go to the Yorubas, we want
and educated or not, the people will go. Yeah.
I don't know. I understand what we are saying, and I think everybody really wants what you said, but it's difficult to go down.
It's not viable. It's not viable.
I have a question for Ajaleko. Wait. In reality, come 2023, how many votes can you give Showore?
Well, he'll give at least us.
What kind of question is that?
Now. That's a starting
who is
point.
Talking about Showore now? Why are you so hateful of Showore? Who is talking about Showore now? We are talking about Nigeria, how to save Nigeria. You are talking about Showore.
Not in Nigeria.
What is the issue about Showore? Why are you coming up with this problem?
How many people can you mobilize to the voting polling station 2023? How many people? Be realistic. You on your own. How many people can you mobilize to the polling booths come 2023?
You want me to tell you on this platform?
Yes.
Why would I tell you? Why do I need to tell you?
No, because you are talking about reality. That's why I want to know what you. I want
to
understand.
It's not obliged to tell you. It's not
political strength. You don't know my political strength, and I'm not going to reveal it to you. I'm not going to tell you.
I am not saying you to tell me how much is in your bank account. That's not what I'm asking.
I'm not going to tell you how many people I'm going to mobilize for you. So why do you want to know?
It's not obliged to tell you that.
What kind of question is that?
You want to mobilize
if he
people
doesn't
to
want to tell you,
police
doesn't want
station.
to tell you.
I don't want to tell you. Why do you want to
answer for you? Let's move to the next question, man, because it's not reality. He
doesn't have answer for you.
All right. I think we've labored that space enough. And just over an hour and a half, we've been on that space. And when we came into that space and when we are leaving it now, we've not moved 1 inch forward. Because we don't, it's just.
Yeah, is that not the reason? That space is very, very important. One man. Because
exactly. Obey ask you a question now. You can't answer. Obey ask you a question now. You can't answer.
You know,
let's move to another thing.
It's important. It's important. That is why.
No, he's answering your question. It's just that your opinion is different from his own. That's just the difference.
Question one,
Difference of opinion, yeah.
I guarantee you, I can take 5 people to the police station. No more than that. I'm not going to lie. But if you are talking
that
about
question you asked Ajale Koko is not obliged to answer that question.
You want to mobilize about 20 to 90 Nigeria within the next 1 year, and you cannot boast of how many people you can take to the police.
He told you he knows. He said he knows. He knows the numbers, but he's not going to tell you.
Bank account. Why are we hiding it?
I just look at the fact. We have no solution.
The man principle.
Let's move on, please.
We're out of solution. We're out of solution. There's no way.
All right, thank you, Tony. We have to give it to the Oyinbo people. So let's go to you. Let's go to you. Let's go to Ovie, and Ovie. I want you to address this Saraki space, because people are somewhat dismissive of Saraki as a potential, and I cannot understand why. Because everything that qualifies all of the names that we've been discussing, it qualifies Saraki as well, and qualifies him more. He was a 2-term governor of a middle-income state, and he propelled that state forward. He was a senator for a very long time, and through his wit and guile, was able to negotiate himself to negotiate himself to the presidency of the Senate, not out of anybody gifting it to him. Through his brain and politicking, he was able to do that. And this is a guy that is just, I think, is quite short of 60. So if you are saying young, you have young. If you are saying educated, you have educated. If you are saying urbane, he's articulate and intelligent. And if you are saying nationalistic, he cuts right across the entirety of the country. So what better candidate, Bukola Saraki or Ovie?
Better candidate to rule Nigeria country in 2023. Yes, if you go by all those qualifications, I think he has it. But we know, me and you, when it comes to that level, is beyond that. You know, with the kind of, and again, let's even stay on him, Bukola Saraki, as a 2-term governor. What can we point out in Ilorin that he has done? Even for the young people, because he always stick within that young people, within the last couple of interviews. What has he done? Because I've been opportune to be in the same space with him when he was a governor. And when the first time I saw this guy, I was like, wow, I was kind of moved and encouraged how young he was at that time. But what has he done 8 years down the road? Nothing you can point out as it is. So and you want to say, okay, yeah, he has what it takes to turn Nigeria around. It doesn't. His name sounds very elegant now because of the times we are in and the kind of people that are actually pushing for that direction. But if we actually want to look for people who are capable to actually do tangible things, it's not the president. Even as a Senate president, what has he done? How many bills has he passed? How many?
They are saying he has passed the most bills. That is what the record book is saying.
Well, I'm not seeing anything.
It's not the quantity, it's the quality. What did they pass on that?
What is it? What
do you mean is no? Those are just easy things to say now. What is not
so?
Other
than the fact that yes, he's a politician who occupies executive position and all that. One point in his career, what has he done? When we at this point, we need people that we can actually point to their track record. He has done this during the small space that we gave him, or the small opportunity he has. We can't say that of Bukola Saraki. He's making a lot of headway right now. We always focus on the youth. Any question you ask, I bring you to this people. What has he done? Him that has the opportunity as a young man. I think it was in the early 40s when he became governor. So going forward, I mean, because these are the things that a lot of people will look into. Not necessarily he went to get the best degree in America or London or in Nigeria or anywhere. He's handsome, he's young, he can articulate himself. I think at this point it's beyond that. If we actually want to go by the standard that Ajale Koko is putting forward, that we need somebody that will come and revolutionize everything and turn things around. It's not the person. I'm sorry.
All right. If you wanted to know what Saraki, I could read you a list of his achievements, but we'll skim through that. But to say that he's not achieved anything for his 8 years in Kwara, that's just a total. That's a factual inexactitude. That's
because
just made up.
because is applying for another position now,
Yeah.
a bigger position, more tasks, everything is totally bigger than what he has heard before. And now, okay, in order not to judge him on the biscuit, on a small scale, Lonnie, what has he done? Because I don't live for a Lonnie before. Under his regime, I no drive or travel under any new road where they construct. No.
So sorry, were you expecting him to turn it into London? What was the expectation?
No. It's not. I don't expect him to turn it to London, but I expect him to do something significant that will say, okay, yes, he deserves this next job that he's applying for.
And you've gone through the entirety of Kwara State, and you could not find anything like that.
I want to believe I'm not the only one that know Iloni during that time or now. Somebody can say, oh, this is what he has done significantly in that city. That for us to now give him Nigeria, because anybody that wants to rule Nigeria is a privilege. It is a privilege. I don't care how you get it. It's a privilege. So for us to handle that enormous nation to you, you have to say, yes, during my 2 years or 3 years or 4 days of being my class rep, I was able to change the fortunes of my class rep, either one person or two person. Just to put it in a narrow sense.
He did a lot in education, which is a matter of public record. He did a lot in maternal health care, and he did a lot for the elderly as well, building spaces for them to converge. He did a lot in farming. We all know the narrative of how he very cleverly just facilitated for the Zimbabwean farmers to come and take advantage of that space. So he did a lot in that space.
Those are what the
What are you laughing at?
One man. That's
what has Obaseki done in your own?
That is
nothing in Edo State. Nothing in Edo State. Saraki is a hero.
Wait, for God's sake. That is not me laughing. I'm listening to you, one man. That's
No.
You are making a case for a presidential candidate.
No, I can. If you want me to take the time, I can go through his records and list his achievements, and you can debunk them. But a lot of people thought that he did a brilliant job in that space. And
yes.
the marquee thing that, because that guy is a very clever guy. When Mugabe was kicking all these farmers out of Zimbabwe, even the farmers were, I can go and bring out the videos, because they were all putting out videos then to describe their life in Kwara compared to, they said they were lifted off the burden of that colonial something that they had in Zimbabwe, because they did not colonize Nigeria. So they had an equitable relationship, and then they gave them this mass of space, and they were doing husbandry and bringing technology and expertise to that farming space, and then providing a lot of employment for the youth space and generating wealth for that space. And then he did a lot in terms of base level education, that Awoist base level education something, where he facilitated for educating at least to the primary, secondary space. And he did a lot for infant mortality, all of these things. These are people-centric things. So you may say he has not built some 50-story tower to rival Burj Khalifa or something, but the impact was direct to the people. And this was the record as at that time. And the marquee achievement of his administration was that clever move with the Zimbabwean farmer. So he did a lot. And in terms of his place in the Senate presidency as well, he stood as a buffer between the Nigerian interest and the excesses of the Buhari administration. He did a lot. There's no denying that he did a lot.
One man, if no doubt what you are saying, if I flick through pages of newspapers, go back to archives of the news of TV and all that, I will see all these headlines out there. I will see all these things in black and white. But in reality, I said I was in that government. If you are saying citizens benefited from it, I was part of the citizen at that time as a resident of Iloni for like 1 or 2 years. I don't just go visit. I was living there at a time. All these things where they mention, so now so with the year and two for newspaper. I did when they bring Jay-Z and Beyonce in the name of this all this thing too. Even the farmers, also we are talking about, what are the benefits of those farming that initiative that they brought? Because I was there at that time. And again, I am tired of common farming that you have to go outside of your 200 million citizens to go get people to come farm, to go introduce farm mechanism. That's, for me, I don't need that campaign as my president.
Well, you don't.
I don't. No. Yes.
Oh.
At this point, if we
you're tired of people importing expertise, to transfer knowledge. You are tired of knowledge. So you want them to be in perpetual ignorance, to be using to be digging with tools and throwing You're tired of knowledge transfer.
That man a great man. That man a great man. Ovie. Let me talk to you. Ovie, my brother. No, wait.
You know it's a Fulani man though. So
wait, Ovie, it's a very briefly.
He's a Fulani man. If I want to make
Edo State get oil. They get Okula cement factory. They get Ewu flour mill. They get Guinness. Hold on. They get oil and gas. What have they done for you in Edo State? Saraki has done enough. Look at Kwara State is shining. Most of our people, they are going there for school. Forget about all this blah blah that I don't say, blah blah blah. Yes, Kwara State have no oil, they have no gas, but the man was using brain to invite people from abroad to come and invest, and then it benefited a lot of people. Look at the whole street. Look at Edo State. It's zero with all the oil and gas. I also said that Edo State have the largest oil deposit in Nigeria. Sorry, gas. But what are they getting from me? Obaseki is stealing the money, Osinbajo is stealing the money, but Saraki was able to build Kwara State from scratch.
Why are you exempting about Benin?
About Benin is eating the money too. That
is. They are not allowed to speak against the Oba in Benin.
But we must say the truth that the Oba of before is different from the Oba of today. The Oba of yesterday will not allow anybody to cross.
Who is calling the Oba of Benin out? Who is calling me out? Who is calling the Oba? The Reverend?
Local to come and kill your people.
It's me.
They are killing you.
All right, but Ovie, yes, I was just saying all the names we're conjuring with. Why not Saraki? Yeah.
No be every knowledge now will go the import come from abroad. For God's sake. Not every knowledge will go the import come for average. For you to empower people to take to a large scaling farm in Nigeria, you don't need foreigners, for God's sake. Do you need foreigners to go bring people to know how to farm? Which kind of farm they do it for long? Is the farm still there? What has it produced? What is the scale of production today? Exactly. Now you know what I'm talking about. You know I'm getting to
it doesn't need an avenue to steal money by importing Zimbabwe.
That is their family history. We know that.
Ovie not be fight.
I don't know why what is doing.
No, we are vetting. This is clear. I like today because we actually focus on what a presidential candidate can do or cannot do, rather than where it comes from or old ages. So this is a very serious conversation. We are talking about reality. All this, as I said, all these things that you read out. I can find them in newspaper. I was there hearing all this in the radio and the news, seeing this still live. But the impact today, if you go and take the estimate of the people they bring confirm what they've spent, and if that farm is still in existence today in Ilorin, because we're not talking about
it's not the governor of Ilorin anymore. What are you?
Can I ask Ovie this question?
Yeah,
if you think Saraki is not what you want, who do you think is what you want and why?
I want somebody who has not been part of the at least current political system.
Baba Mawa is what talk about.
No, in this in this lineup that we are having right now, who do you think is what you think you want and why? So we can learn from you.
Which line, what you mean? Which lineup?
In this lineup of people that we are having right now, if you say Saraki is a no or a no, who do you think we can manage? And why do you think we can manage that
among all the presidential hopeful? That's what he's saying. All the presidential hopeful.
Thank you.
I'm okay. No, let's go by name. How many people don't actually come out and show their interest wholeheartedly? We can say Tudubu, even though he hasn't made that pronouncement, but what he has been doing for the couple of weeks, can say yes, he has actually syndicated his interest. The Saraki himself, Rochas Okorocha, the gentleman that went to meet Obasanjo in his farm a couple of days ago is also an Igbo man. Ayum Pius Ayum, who again has come out declare publicly.
Oji.
Ati Uji Sokalu. Okay, now let's stay on this few one. Now your question is that who do I prefer or do I think or
yes, and why?
And
so
why?
Maybe you might gain supporters from us today. You don't know.
I wish in a person where I go pick now go pick up president. Then we can see in reality, in reality, somebody that can actually make case for.
All right, I've gotten your answer.
No, which one my answer? I'm
This
thinking.
hesitation has made me know nobody.
No, I
So why
never.
are you condemning Saraki?
I don't say
If you
nobody.
have to think twice to name
Guy,
somebody,
why you they rush
out
me
of this
now? You
person,
calm down. I never mention anybody. You they
we are
rush
already
me.
5 hours. That's why I'm just trying to speed it up.
No,
Not vex.
because you asked me to pick somebody and make case for that person. I know it's not just at this point. He has gone beyond just pick any name. I can pick anybody. I can make it. I can say Tunubu. I can say Pius.
Okay, we can also make it a take-home assignment for tomorrow too. Everybody will go and think about it.
Because all of them are the same. They are all the same. None of them. All of them are the same
Likes
to me.
of Atiku will support Saraki. I think he's a better candidate for PDP.
They are one. They are one and the same.
You see, some of Saraki's achievements in that state, they were so impressive that the international
audio achievement.
Okay, all right. They were so impressive that the international communities they were celebrating him.
Now international picking now. Now international picking. I no be Saraki. Saraki is not one of us.
Taming the Wild West of West Africa. When Graham Hattie was forced from his farm in Zimbabwe 4 years ago, he quickly took up a local governor's invitation to set up a commercial farm here in Nigeria. At 69, he had planned to retire, but instead, he's now bringing in the new harvest.
I've been a commercial farmer all my life, since I left college in 1959, and that's all I know. And just to be given this opportunity was, for me, at my age, far too... I just mustn't give it up. I must just grab this opportunity and make the most of it.
And Graham is not alone. In total, 15 farmers have come here to Kwara Estate, bringing their families with them. But it hasn't been easy. Local banks...
So that's a genius move.
You didn't finish playing it.
For bringing rejected
I can finish playing it.
For bringing rejected Oyibo from Zimbabwe to Nigeria is a great achievement.
Hold on. That was a genius move, and that was why the international community celebrated it. That guy was talking about a 40-year strong bank of expertise. That Mugabe was dumb enough because he wants to do blah blah to kick out, and very quickly this guy went and grabbed it, and the bounties of the harvest and the transfer of the knowledge and that's just genius. That's genius.
Can I add to that little quickly?
I agree with one man.
You see, in Kwara State, they are predominantly known for farming. Saraki upgraded them and brought in people to maybe mechanize their farming. But you see what has ravaged the country really affected them, this Fulani herdsmen problem. But the only problem is that some of these farmers were just oppressed not to speak anything. That is why I keep saying that when some people in the part of the country decide to speak, let us not just shun them and say you are not the only ones. Let us encourage every other person to speak. If the Kwara people had spoken on time, this problem wouldn't have spread around. Because I know exactly what I'm talking about. That is why I want to support what Saraki did. What he did, like one man said, was genius. But
it was just clever now, wasn't it? I mean,
genius going to bring rejected expatriates to our Nigeria. How much million?
You don't know anything about anything.
Can you allow me to talk, please?
Food was coming from Kwara.
Can you allow me to speak, please? I was in Ilorin where all these things were happening. As an adult,
leased the land to them for 25 years.
So all these things when they talk now, real. I was in Ilorin. How much?
One man.
One man, please, can you go further and know how much actually was spent bringing these expatriates? If half of those things were spent going to university of Ilorin,
do you know? No. Let me answer that question. It wasn't actually one. Deal is just telling you now that the land were leased, not gifted, and you know the money for the farming. They had to source it via banks. So it didn't give them the money, so they had to source it via banks. But
And
he may well have facilitated a cushioning of it, but they had to go and seek commercial loans to carry out a commercial enterprise. The only thing that he was insulating them with a 25-year buffer lease, and then the support of the government structure to create an.
What happened to Societe Generale? What happened to Societe Generale?
No, that is his father. Was that not his father?
Should I tell you another genius thing Saraki did?
But no one is perfect. No one is perfect.
Exactly. No, see, let me tell you guys one more thing, real quick. You see all these
sorry, by the way,
upgrade and loans.
Sorry, Lord Michael, I do beg your pardon. By the way, that genius move of that thing, he replicated it again in the Senate when he outmaneuvered a sitting government to become the Senate president outside of all of their will and power. So that is a second genius move. That guy is a super brain. There's no denying that. But Lord Michael,
I lived in Ilorin.
That is going around the country today.
Lord Michael,
banks begin to loan farmers. Well, farmers begin to take loans. Do you know this thing was introduced into this country by this same Saraki? He started it as a pet project in Kwara. Today, all over the country, they are doing that. Even your state, Delta State, they give farmers loans.
Lord Michael, we are talking about Saraki and Ilorin as if we are talking about a foreign country. Ilorin, not the Kwara State we are talking about. Still one of the poorest states and the most dejected state in our country. Is it not the state we are talking about?
He's
I was living under
too much time here.
I was living under
one man don't waste too much time here.
You know here now. He just wants to tell us
Tanke. I was in Tanke. I was in Sawmill. I have to tell you how much I know.
What do they do for them? What do they do for them? Make we expose you now.
I can live anywhere.
You were one of those that they used to sabotage the
whole man brought you the video. He showed you the ingenuity in this man. He showed you everything that he did. You're still saying that you are not satisfied for what he did for bringing expertise and everything.
If you are telling me something that I have not witnessed or experienced, it's a different ball game.
What did you experience? You cannot tell us.
And I tell you, I spent 2 years under Saraki regime, living in the same, in a small place.
Ove, quick question. Who do you prefer, Saraki or Atiku? Ove, out of Saraki or Atiku, who would you prefer out of those two? Let's even base it on.
They are the same now, politically. They are the same.
It's a straight question. We know they are the same. They are the same politically. Who would you pick? Is it no? You won't pick anybody, or I will pick Saraki or pick Atiku. So no, the long matter.
No, based on experience, I'll pick Atiku. If that's what if you want to push me to pick one, since you don't.
What do you mean based on experience? What do you mean based on experience?
I was a vice president.
What vice president?
Yes, that's a
Fulani,
big deal. That was
Fulani.
They are both Fulani. No, they say Fulani. They are
both. Hold on. If you are saying based on experience, then in governance, Saraki is more experienced than Atiku.
In what level?
And Saraki has a foreign experience too.
Saraki was a two-term state governor. It was a long-standing governor and subsequently a Senate president. So Atiku was just a vice president. He never had command of anything at any point in his life.
I would rather pick him over on
but you cannot say based on experience.
That's my choosing.
Because he was never been a number one. When has he ever been a number one?
He was number two.
You can understand those
Buhari, Saraki has been a number one severally.
Number one of a state.
And then the Senate.
And federal government.
And then the Senate.
And the federal Senate.
Don't forget when the Bukola was the governor, Atiku was the vice president.
Yes, vice president.
Economically, they all report to him.
Is not the decision maker.
Economically, they all report to
Saraki
him.
was the
Why
decision
is that
maker
even
in
a
Para.
yardstick to say Atiku is more experienced than him
You cannot
in
say Atiku
governance?
is more experienced. I mean, the
My
facts don't
guy,
bear it
calm
out.
down.
Atiku is below. So your argument is Atiku is below. Is
We are
below
talking about the
Saraki.
presidency
He
of
is
Nigeria
now in
at
terms
that
of
level.
experience.
Well, see, I don't choose my own. Una they tell me
Yeah, but you cannot defend it though.
I cannot defend it. As a vice president, he has more experience. This man was under
doesn't
him.
have more experience.
No,
He doesn't
no.
have any
Can you
experience.
allow me make my case? When they were both in power at the same time, and Saraki report to him for the first term of Obasanjo's regime.
Why would Saraki
was in charge
report
of
to
the
him?
economy. Atiku was put in charge of the economy.
What do you mean
Hold on. Let me even
in
explain
charge
to
of the
this guy.
economy
Okay,
of
wait.
Nigeria during
Do
his
you know
time.
you can be experienced than your boss when it comes to even career wise?
In the same career, in the
Yes.
same position.
No, but by the way,
career, position is whether the person is the manager or the director, but you can be experienced in that career more than that person.
No. It wasn't his boss. But hold on, Ovie, please. What do you mean by Saraki reported to him?
He was in
Reports
charge
to
of the
him.
economy.
What do you mean he was in charge of the economy?
He was. He was.
Goodness me. Do you know what the Federal Executive Council does?
No, tell me.
No,
So,
you don't know. So
you don't know that. Don't start you.
I said, tell me now, Shu.
Okay, when you say he's in charge of the economy, in what way?
Atiku was singularly left to see the run of the economy. Obasanjo was focused to see how to get us
look at
off the track. Although
Ovie could be right because by the virtue of the constitution,
the economic council. Hold on. He is right, but he doesn't know. That's what it. I know what you are saying, but he doesn't know.
I doesn't know what. I doesn't know what
now. Because when I was asking you to explain, you couldn't explain until I
No, but there are some questions you know. That's a ridiculous question. That's why I say I don't know. You tell me.
It's because I suspected you didn't know. That's why I asked it, and you did not indicate that you do.
Pop up to you when I say Atiku was in charge of the economy. You don't even know
that. Okay. Do you know Atiku was removed? Do you know Atiku was removed from the economic, the chairman of the economic?
Second term.
Yes. Do you know he was removed?
Based on contention, based on the fact that he was blocking Obasanjo for 30 term, and he also wants to be president.
Beautiful. So Atiku did not stay there for long. So it was a 50-50 in terms of his regime as vice president.
Of Nigeria has more experience to become a Nigerian president than the governor.
No. Are you trying to tell us that Osinbajo right now can do more than the president, senate president?
Which president, senate? You say you know that one now.
So what are you saying too?
All right, but
give him that not because of his education or whatever, because he is the vice president. That's why
you are just limiting Saraki to that governorship aspect. What about the federal one that he had? That's Senate. Are you not adding it to his resume? You must add it to his resume too. That's why you're getting it wrong.
That's the first thing I put forward. I say, what has he done as a Senate president? I challenge that space too.
Let's just leave that space.
What has he done?
We will go and dig out. We'll go and dig out what he has done, and then you will just shout it down.
This thing will be bringing foreign farmer think it's a better thing. They are better in Nigeria. You that want Nigerians, to turn around, you that are calling for revolution, and the best way for us to flourish in that revolution is to bring foreign experts to come and teach us how to farm in 2022.
Do you know how to farm? Do you know how to farm?
What kind of farming? Commercial farming or private farming?
You don't even know that farming is a specialist field.
Do you know how complex it is to farm? Why do people go to school 5 years to study engineering?
I like that. Why do people go to school? The University of Illinois that has an agricultural department for over 50 years. It's not time for you to empower people that graduated from the people who are still there.
Do you know what?
No. Answer my question. You keep saying, do you know? Answer the question that you put before me.
No.
The University of Illinois that has been there for over 50 years. Are you telling me
they do not have the Faculty of Agriculture in University of Illinois?
Can I finish?
They don't. No, they don't. Now let me educate you. University of Illinois doesn't have a great faculty. Do you know that?
Keep going. Since you don't want me to talk.
Good. The only place that has the faculty of agriculture is Offa. So you don't use
And
University of
Offa.
Ilorin.
Where is Offa?
Offa
Offa is
Poly.
under
Yes.
Offa under Lagos.
That is the
Offa is under
closest that they have
Maiduguri.
their Greek.
So it's under
Greek
Maiduguri.
faculty.
It's not under Kwara State. It's under Borno State.
No, I'm
It's
just
under
trying to
Kwara.
educate you
What are you
because
saying?
you are
If you
trying
live
to
in Ilorin,
make
you don't know
excuse
where
that
Offa
University
is.
of Ilorin,
Can you
they do not have a Greek faculty. So that is not a yardstick that you must go there.
You don't finish?
Yes.
It's
What do you have to say?
It's Offa under Maiduguri, under Lagos.
You see, don't find an excuse. I'm educating you because first of all, you said University of Ilorin. They do not have an agric department.
State. It doesn't matter if it's under Kwara State. If you cannot
And
find
do you know when they had this agric? Do you know when it was accredited? Do you know?
Keep talking now, since you know what make I talk.
I'm asking you a question. Do you know when the faculty of agric in Offa Poly was accredited?
No.
You don't know? Yes. Then don't make it an argument like you know. We can move on with other things. Don't just kill this man.
Are you allowed? You don't
because
finish.
You don't
Let
like
me
him.
talk. You don't finish. Are you finished? Let me make my
Go
point.
ahead.
Good.
Go ahead. We're debating.
So if Offa is in Kwara State, forget of, let's say Kwara State doesn't have anything that has to do with agriculture.
Oh, okay, just abandon it, man, because it's somewhat ludicrous. Okay, thank you, Ovie, man. You are just going to take us down some dark alley. The guy brought expertise. If you cannot see the cleverness of that, just I don't know. I don't understand. I don't even understand what you're saying. But let me just take you to another space because that I don't think
Ego's brother.
Yes, I don't think.
I don't. Nigeria should be managed by Nigerians. Don't bring me foreigners. I don't care what kind of.
That's just the most ludicrous thing. Nigeria should be.
Ludicrous.
Which country is managed by some people? Which country on this planet does not have a mix of
at this point in our history, at this point in our
lifespan,
not every expatriate will bring from Nigeria. Not every expatriate.
And do they bring every expatriate?
Let me ask Ovie one question.
Let
me ask Ovie, have you been to farmland in America here at all?
Of course, I lived in North Dakota for 4 years.
You live in North Dakota?
Yes.
Okay. How did you see the system of farming here compared to what you saw or you knew about Nigeria?
No, how do you want me to compare the American farming system with that of Nigerian farming system?
I'm just asking you a question. Between which one is far better?
America is far better because they've been on it for a
minute. What make it better?
Experience. Over 200 years of experience.
Technology,
it comes with experience.
Okay, technology. So those two things you mentioned, you think we don't need it to improve on our own?
No, we don't need it. We don't need it to bring. We don't literally need to go bring people to implement it for us. We don't.
I mean, it look like you are just talking to yourself.
We don't need it.
You just ridiculing yourself here.
No, I'm not. I am not. You ask me a question.
People will listen to you and just shake their head.
This is part of the problem. This is part of the problem you will face if you're trying to sensitize people.
I agree with you that they are better. The question that we need them to be better, totally I disagree with you.
Oh my God.
Why would they go school? I disagree. I'm sorry. We don't need them. Not every expert we need in Nigeria at this point.
Okay, can you operate a tractor?
You keep saying at this point, this thing was years ago.
And you want me to go back and forth with you.
Nobody is talking about every expatriate now. It's identified a specialist need that feeds into a big economic space within its own state, and it has brought that expertise and, more importantly, experience so that the technology can transfer, knowledge transfer more so than technology.
But 60 years down the road,
this guy said that when he left college, he's been farming. So you're talking about a 40 years strong of experience, the feel of the soil, the what to use with what, all of these things documented that you can just easily transfer to some 20, 30-year-old boy who then gets the benefit of all of that. all, and you don't see that as
No,
something.
I don't see, because
Oh,
after
okay.
16 years, what is Iloni? What is Iloni producing
Please,
in
let's leave
America
Ovie
at
and
this
move
point?
Yeah,
on.
let's just leave
Tell
it.
me
And we're just going to.
what is Iloni? Wait now. They bring them for the wait.
We should
Can I
continue with
finish
our
before we go to the
subsequent
next one? Listen,
Yeah,
let me talk.
cutlass and hoe. Cutlass
Can I
and
talk,
hoe,
please?
yes.
Can I talk? For the past, it's over 16 years now that it's been around. What has come out of that space that we can be proud of?
Yeah, you can go to that
He's not
space
been
to
there
find
for
out.
16 years.
Ovie, do you know what is called?
Do
Do you know what is called food security?
Yes, I know what is called food security.
Okay, what do you think can guarantee food security?
Enough food.
Enough food. What will propel that enough food? What is it that will bring that enough food?
Empowering our people to take into that sector. Our people,
you
empowering
don't think,
them. That's
so
what empowerment. Not even education.
Is that
not even education. Empowerment.
Is that not empowerment? That is not empowerment.
How?
You don't think that the
just one man to manage a million people is a problem?
No, not be just one man. Oh.
They brought
Not
about 16. Okay,
and
look,
their families.
Look at that. Look at that. If you are talking about empowerment, if you look at this clip, I've just muted the thing because it's not really. That's the farmer right there. This man.
Yes, I can see.
Yes, and you see all those other people. That's the empowerment right there.
No, those are the man's family, Yabi.
No, that's the empowerment right there. Because those people will learn the techniques from that.
Cassava.
How to find cassava?
You the ones other people in Nigeria are producing.
That's a shame.
All right, forget it, man. Forget
the
it.
reason Ovie is laughing, he feels Saraki is a joker. He feels Saraki is a joker. That's why he's laughing.
Yeah, I think it just. See, this is the thing now. It's
running for presidency. Even himself knows him be joker now. When it comes to this running for this electoral process, this electoral 2023, he knows he be joker. He knows. He himself, he knows.
Even you said, just a change will tell me how you be joker.
No, for real. If you listen to the interview when they ask him about his chances and all that, even the way he's answering the question, you could know that he knows they go anywhere.
He's such a gas.
You know when you listen to Saraki's interview, he's one of the very best people that you can listen to in an interview.
True.
He's always guarded. He's always for me. I'm saying me, not you.
It's hard for me to listen to him.
Well, yes, because he speaks in complex language.
Yeah, I know
One man, he speaks complex language.
Which complex? Which not be
that
English?
You will not understand. He speaks complex language that you will not understand.
You see, when I'm saying he speaks in complex language, when people like Saraki speaks, you will hear the words that they are speaking and you will understand it, but you have to really open yourself up to actually understand what he's saying. Because it speaks in nuances. Because it's always like, for instance, they will ask him about the current. I think this was some interview a while ago. You say, is this current Senate? Is it a rubber stamp Senate? And he'll say that, well, I'm not in a place to comment on my colleagues, but during our time, we interrogated the presidency and we pushed back on things that we felt was love for the people, etc., etc. And by the time he has done all of that, he has completely savaged Ahmed Lawan without saying a bad word about him. That is how he speaks.
So what is complex about that?
No, it speaks in nuances.
So he's the
former president of the Senate. He's the former president of the Senate.
How
do you want him to speak when there's
somebody
such a
that have
question at him?
innovative ideas? And I think part of innovative ideas is even bringing those Zimbabwe in many years back.
Exactly.
So, and you can now see you don't even want that person.
Senate president, when you ask him a question regarding that space, how do you expect him to respond?
Yes.
Come on, man.
DOG, you are very right. People are just making us to be frustrated here because we are coming here to look for solution, and then we turn the whole scenario into a joke. It's very bad.
And again,
Mike is also doing it, Mike.
In terms of who I believe,
Mike and Ovie, you should be.
You don't you wait now. You just carry us go waiting no concern the matter. You chill.
Let him talk now. Let Tony talk. He's talk. Let Tony talk.
You see, you know the thing now. Ovie. If you have Saraki in Edo State, you will go back home immediately. Me myself, I will come back home. Ejiro will come back home. Igo and Aison, because the man will be closer to us. He will organize our place for us. He's a good man. Why you letting this thing to stretch so long? This guy is a good guy.
Why are you being emotional by good or no good? Do I care if it's good or no good? We are talking about serious matter here.
No, to empower people, to bring a employment, create employment.
To empower people, it's not from Edo State, so cut it out.
Oh, they don't meet him much.
You just interject the kind of go come up for the discussion. What the concern Saraki and Edo State? It's not coming to empower us. It's not.
No, we can go and work there. We can go and work there. We can go and work there.
For yourself. All right. Yes. Now, let's on that same presidency. If I even have more confidence in Tinubu than Saraki when it comes to Nigerian presidency.
Right. You just match line. No. Don't match line.
I have more confidence in Tinubu. Wait, are they all not criminals? Are they all not thieves? Now the same now.
Okay. Thank God.
Why do you have
confidence with the privilege and the tax of that position? I would rather Tinubu be on seat than
so Tinubu is more experienced than Saraki.
That's not. I'm not talking
that
about.
Was what you say somebody is more experienced. That's why you choose Atiku. So is that the reason?
Allow me to land my point for God's sake. I'm telling you why.
You landed your point that I was asking you a question.
No, I haven't given you a reason why I said I would prefer him.
Give us reason because I don't even understand because I think we are finished.
You will not understand if you don't allow me.
If you are writing Saraki off and we are claiming and crying for somebody that is youthful, somebody that is educated and that has at least some antecedent into ruling and governance, and somebody like Saraki even came out and we are not even thinking in that direction, at least a bit. For just one day, you are still putting Atiku and Tinubu over this guy, and you are trying to just write him off. I think it's sad. No,
you are wrong. You are wrong by saying we are saying president. That's you. That's not. I don't care how old and how young the president is going to be. I don't care.
He has a part to play, though, in Nigerian space.
I don't
care. In Nigeria, age has a part to play. I don't know about anywhere in the world. But in Nigeria, I don't want
you don't care how old the president
of almost
is.
80 ruling me as the president.
Seriously, I don't care one man. Because
so if a 90-year-old man was the president of Nigeria, that wouldn't bother you?
If he's performing, I don't care. I don't.
Right. Can he perform?
Well, we haven't seen one yet, but let's see. We haven't seen a Nigerian. I mean, we haven't seen a Nigerian at that age who is still in the public office. But as I said, when it comes to age to Nigerian governance, I don't care how old or how young the president is or wherever it comes from. I don't give a tush. Excuse my language. I don't care. I'm talking about who is coming to get the job done. I don't care if it's a Muslim, Christian, 20 years old, 50 years. I don't care. Can you get the job done? Now you are comparing why I'm saying I would choose Tinubu over Saraki is that for the fact that he's even younger and we are going back and forth in his performance at that position he had is something of a concern to me.
You are the only one going back and forth with his performance. Nobody was going. You say you are going back.
And I'm the only one that have more credibility to speak on his performance because I lived under his regime. How many of you did?
2 years. Out of 8 years.
How many you spent 2 years in Athletics Village?
How many days were you a citizen of Ilorin under Saraki?
Look at this.
I've been there for 2 years.
You know, I
what he has done.
I went to school in Ogbomoso, and I even know where Ofa is. You that you live in London, I don't know where Ofa is. I want to discredit somebody that was governing in the
have to go to bring video come out. You have to go I am telling you what I witnessed with my own koro eye. Just
you were looking, but you were not seeing.
Please.
Again, I can still testify to you what Bola did because I was there too. I witnessed it. I see what he has done. So you don't need to read any book for me or show you one video. No, I don't need all that.
All right.
Okay, thank you. You've held us for over 45 minutes now.
All right. So let's go on from Ovie. Let's go to okay, we've lost Thomas.
No. I think I still get there's one thing okay.
Okay, speak to whatever it is that you. Do you want to speak to Oyedepo withholding people's NYSC call-up letters?
Oh, Oyedepo, why?
Well, you did not.
I think I saw the headline. He said people did not attend the final prayer or something.
Yes,
like
and
prayer.
therefore he's holding their destiny for 1 year.
Me as an outsider,
He should be prosecuted and jailed.
It should be jailed for that.
I could just look
Yeah.
there because one,
That's felony.
We know why they know if you do them. You know why it go they hard because let's say 99% of the time, majority of those students are loyalists to the not just to the church but to the man himself. So for him to make that bold move, I'm pretty sure those kids' parents don't see anything wrong with it. So that's why I say it's going to be hard for you to say you want to jail him, you want to prosecute him. It's very ridiculous. I mean, and I don't think they do really need it. NYC certificate. I don't think how come?
How did they get their call-up letter or certificate, sef?
That's it because I never went through that
corruption
process, so
too. Because it's not part of the school administrative system. He's just an owner. So it's wrong. That's corruption too.
Yeah,
somebody to answer for it.
Yeah. No, it cannot be allowed, but then it will probably just get away with it. They end up begging him rather than.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now followers are
and he will have them to go and do fasting.
Maybe it was not that sponsored them to school, but
sponsored them. He collected every dollar he collected money.
They not come prayer. That's ridiculous. Maybe is there a sum of money they were expecting to collect?
That man is controversial.
No, his ego was
very
bruised.
Controversial. Was it not the one that was not paying tax in the UK too?
I don't really
know.
I
think
that
was
at this stage.
That's an Edo guy. Was it not an Edo guy?
No, he's Oyedepo. Winners Chapel.
That did what?
He was not paying tax.
Oh yeah, at this point, some angry students beat him up now. They will say they are beating old man. This old man will not respect themselves in this country.
I think at this point, I not blame I not blame the man. In fact, I'm their fan. I support them because they are good business people. Now the followers are they look like. I mean, what kind of Nigerians are they? Those men are to me, they are some of the brilliant businessmen we have in our society, the pastors. Because they are making billions from however they are doing it.
Don't call them brilliant. They are fraudulent.
Well, they are brilliant as far as I'm concerned. Those are the
what do you mean? You don't know the meaning of brilliant?
They are only clever. They are not brilliant. They are clever men.
For as they say, one man, if you want to use it as an example, it's a ratchet growing up man, if I'm not mistaken, who has succeeded in making himself billion and all over the world. That's brilliant. That's smartness. That's being a savvy. I don't care how you say.
Yeah, you can say they are smart. Yes, that's part of being clever.
These people have they have tangible things to show for their argument or their business.
Man, I saw you did something about Pastor Toby.
Oh yes, do you know about that?
We went to the same high school. We went to the same high school.
Did you? That guy is a gangster.
That guy, they go see catch him. That's when I watched that video. When I watched yours,
we went to the same high school. He's been having issues too in the UK for some time now. He just always escape it.
You know, they did a panorama interview on him. Did you see that?
Yeah.
They go see catch him.
Sorry, I know him. We went to the same high school. I know him very well.
It was spraying not. You know when you spray money, even you. And usually, when you see people spray money, it's usually $1. So, and they say spray dollars is $1. And when they are spraying 100 is enough. But this guy was playing words of £20 notes. So from the thickness of that word, that's
like $2,000,
that's $2,000. Yes, $2,000 on Davido, who already has a private jet. This is it, and is a pastor.
I watch you on that.
Did you see the gold watch?
No, that guy. We go see here. I'm sure. I'm pretty
sure. You saw the video he made after people were questioning him.
Yes.
Even his utterances, you would think, is this a pastor?
No, the arrogance is different planet. It's from another planet.
He was really a good dude back then, though. when me too, I saw Toby. I thought it was the case he had with Spark Nation back in it when he was sending his members to go and donate blood to bring money. That
No,
was when
no,
I just saw that.
there was controversy that they accused him of selling blood.
Of course, they did it. The members did it. I know some girl that was going to the church. That was how I even find out. So when they showed me his picture, I said, Toby Adegboyega. We went to the same site. That's how I even got to know he was the one they've been talking about.
Oh yeah. So the one the UK was chasing for tax, for fraud or tax something was I think was in Oyakhilome.
It's Oyedepo.
Are you sure?
Winners
No, it's
Chapel.
winners. It's winners 1 mile. Oyedepo. Yeah, he's right.
Oyedepo. I remember very well. That man has been. There was a time too. A child.
I think they banned him one time, not to come to UK at the time. They stopped him now.
Even a child disappeared, and it was related to him. Some funny gist about he was involved. He was there when the child disappeared. Something funny. He has always been having some.
And there was another controversy when his I think it was him. His children, they rolled up multicolored Ferraris on the church forecourt in Lagos, and people were saying, how would you, how would you be able to afford this? And I was saying, that's none of your business. You go and work hard. I worked hard. You all these pastors that go around preaching hard work. I want to man. They've been chancing us for a long time in that everybody just straddles, they just march on your head in that Nigeria.
And what I just say to people that goes to churches, if you look at it, once I go to church and every Sunday, week in, week out, as a pastor, you just preach prosperity, no salvation.
I hate that.
Thinking.
Yeah.
But the funny thing with Nigerians is, if you go to church where they preach salvation most of the time, there won't be too much people in that church.
Oh yeah, that's the thing, though.
Now when I see one man best friend, they interview him. That is what's his name? That the phrase. It was hard for me to watch the interview, but when I hear the way the guy they glorify him, that is just like, oh my god, this guy they go soon catch him.
That one another.
This pastor they go soon catch him.
He met Toby too. He came to London recently.
That's what I'm saying. When I watch him interviewing and I show him interviewing Toby, and that interview, dancing. That's when I conclude this guy they go soon catch him. I suspect
that guy in a bad luck. Every time he interviews somebody, they get caught. He interviewed us probably. We were waiting for Obi Kubana. Where is the handcuff for Obi Kubana?
You watch the interview, the Obi Kubana and the Toby, they had they call it the conversation for 30 minutes to 45 minutes. Yeah. When I see the two of them and what you're talking about, it's like these people.
And they met through some guy when Obi Kubana came to London.
Now that same guy, I think they have one supplier or they have one.
No, even this guy called Toba. He's into showbiz. He's the one that links most of these guys up kind of too. It was done that link.
What do you think on that? What do you think on that spins that money space? That e-money, Obi Kubana is drugs, is it drugs or voodoo or bobo?
Which kind of voodoo? Voodoo if you're saying voodoo, money for
money can't give you money like that, honestly. And there is one other guy. I don't know. I think
also who to come here. I've been waiting. Also,
there is one other guy that is very rich.
For palace.
Apparently, they say maybe it's his father's or something. One guy called Joey Zaza. That guy too is, but that one is more quiet than all this Obi Kubana. It doesn't make noise like Obi Kubana.
Joey Zaza is Obi Kubana's subordinate, so
I believe their connection they very high though from either government or some top guys.
Okay. Since we seem to be just gisting now, is anybody following the narrative of this Kora OBD? Anybody know about that space? This Kora OBD?
This internet, that's YouTube guys. The husband,
the husband came out, was it today, to apologize to the family. That apparently him saying she was cheating, not like it was a serial cheater, that she only cheated when they started dating. So
I don't. It's hard for
I
me
don't
to.
know why he came out to say
Have
that.
you noticed this culture of Nigerian girls now marrying Oyibo guys?
It's been
It's
happening
always
from
yeah,
years
but
back.
it seems now just going like wildfire now.
It's
Of course, they are following the step of their elders.
yeah. I don't really fancy that, but I just think their own is a
But that their own was
publicity
sad though,
stuff.
because a lot of people
What are your
really.
thoughts though of a Nigerian girl marrying an Oyibo guy? Does that, do you recoil from that, or is this you just don't care?
I don't really care.
Politically, I'm against
Okay.
it.
Sorry, Ove, carry on.
Politically, I'm against it.
What about a Nigerian guy?
Either way, I'm against it. Politically,
You see, I don't object to a Nigerian guy marrying an Igbo or whatever he wants to marry, but a Nigerian girl, it always makes me feel a bit funny somehow. You know that I hope they are not mistreating you. You know.
The same thing to me, because I don't trust anyone. In fact, it's hard for me to take somebody who crossed that path serious. Politically speaking, I don't take them serious because I question their loyalty. Because I believe that I'm a Pan-Africanist. I believe that for us to be truly free, we need one economy, one military, and one government as the black people. And once you are diving into that side, politically, I can never trust you.
Do you think do you look up to them or look down on them? Do you think they think people look up to them or look down on them? Because it's a lot more difficult to marry, I suggest, a Nigerian woman than for you just to go and marry some Sheila or some Heidi. You know, that's very easy to do. You know,
I look down on them. I look down on them, and that my bias is political, so I don't really see anything. Because I mean, I'm a student of history. They have never been on our favor from day one. There's a reason why I'm always looking at their own reason now. Actually, it's always beyond what we were in for. Oh, now maybe now money, fame, better comfort, and all those crap.
Do you see their children? Do you see them as black, white, or a breed unto themselves? Do you see them as black, white, or a breed unto themselves?
I think it depends on who get the money pass in there. Is it the Oyibo side or the black side?
What's the money?
If the money is on the both side, they are gone.
No. I'm talking about their children. So
yeah.
No. So I'm
but
saying,
they are more black. They are black. They are black.
Yes. Do you see them as black or white or a different breed?
I see them as black.
Oh, all right.
They are black. They are black because I'm speaking from experience. I have a daughter. That is.
What does they ask Tony? I don't trust Tony.
So yeah.
Germany.
No. But here, because most of the people in Germany here or Italy, they have to marry people to get their papers. Not me, because I'm doing my business here. So, but one thing I want people to know is that you should stop calling them half caste. They are not half caste. They are human beings. They are just African.
Did anybody call them half caste?
No, not here, not on this platform. But that's what people always say. Half caste. It's they are human beings. They are Africans.
So what should they be called? If you have a mixed person of white and black, what do you?
Do you have a child? Who is speaking? Do you have a So do you have a white child?
No. I'm asking
let me speak then. Let me speak because I have
asking you now. He's asking you what the correct terminology is.
Okay, you can call them mixed or whatever, but to the Africans, and it depends on how.
Animals now.
No. Hold on.
Shall I tell you what they call them in the UK?
No, sir. Yes, sir.
They call them mixed heritage. That's
yes, okay.
Mixed heritage.
Yeah,
it's okay. It's okay. But what one thing I want to know is that they are better than a black woman because they don't perm their hair here. They don't perm their hair. They leave their hair.
What do you mean?
Natural hair. They leave their hair naturally. Also,
what do you mean?
But hold on, Ovie, you don't let me speak. Okay, let me speak now.
They change that statement. What do you mean they are better than? They always watch you when it doesn't mean they can't colonize another.
No. Okay. No, hold on. The daughters, the girls that are Miss Heritage, they prefer the Africanness than the black woman. You see, even the black women, 100% in Africa, they have to go and buy Indian head to put on their hair to look like white people. So, but these children, They are very proud of their hair. So they left it naturally.
Because
They are natural. They are naturally.
99% of the time they carry the other side hair. That's why you not using?
No, they are more blacks. No, it's black hair, curly
How
hair.
does their hair make them better than anybody? How does
Attire,
hair
why
make
you
people
use
better
that?
than
No,
anybody?
I mean they are proud. They don't perm their hair. They don't stretch their
They
hair
don't
like.
need to
Maybe
perm it
every
because of
black
how their
woman
hair
they pay
comes
their
out.
hair. Maybe every
But look at the
black
black
woman.
people. Look at the black
No,
women.
not all of them.
100%.
Stop generalizing it. Stop generalizing it. I beg.
No, but is that not what we are saying?
You know,
Look
That's
at
not
no.
even the question now. The
I'm
question
Look at
is,
Nollywood.
you have a
is,
at times
do you
it
see them
baffles me when
as,
you they talk
how do
about
you
white
see
and
them?
black
You
man.
are now
Oh,
talking all
I know
this.
you just Ovie. I tell that most not you, most Nigerians or most Black Africans enjoy suffering. Because when you are bringing me back to that point again, that what I say is that we should contract our country like a business, and then we should contract the country like 10 years, like this guy said yesterday. I was saying 50
Do you
years.
even listen to yourself when you talk this kind of thing? Do you
Yeah,
listen to
because
yourself?
now, okay,
listen to
now you
yourself?
can. Now,
And
nothing is coming to
do
you.
you even
Nothing is coming to
sound?
you. Your
You
fellow
speak
black men
you
are killing
speaking
you.
for yourself, man. That's my
Not for
problem with
me.
you. Keep
No,
speaking
not
for
for me.
yourself.
Your problem is that your problem is that you are enjoying suffering because now you have oil in your backyard. Then the white man
Tony,
is
can
taking
I ask
them.
you one question?
Yeah,
Tony,
ask
can I ask
me.
you a question?
Yes.
Have you ever, after this program, just go and listen to when you are talking?
Yeah, it
Oh yeah, every day, every day.
So
you like
are
the way
you
you
happy with
sound.
the way you talk or the way people complain when you talk?
No, but no, only you people here. But you see that most of the people are, on the comment section, or probably people listening around the world, they have to understand. Look, you already.
No. Tony, wait,
Hold on, you
hold on.
already be occupied.
Hold on.
I beg you. Okay.
We're going to allow you to talk. Everybody will keep quiet for you to talk. But slow down so we can understand what you are saying. We are not vexed. Thank you.
Okay. Make a talk now.
Yes, like this.
But hold on, before you talk, Tony, what exactly are we even talking now? Because I don't even know where we did now.
I know. I understand. Is this
we are off track now.
No, you hold on. Ejiro, Mudia.
What exactly are we talking about?
Let me speak. Ejiro, you are here to make peace. I'm not here to make peace. I'm here to talk truth to power so that we can, forget about
we are
our
saying
suffering.
something about mysteries, and all of a sudden.
Yeah, but let me speak now. But Ovie just ask me some question. And the eyes or Lord Michael. Let me speak.
You don't answer the question now. Say
Let me speak now. So make I speak slowly. So make I speak slowly. Make I calm down. Hold on now. Let me speak now. Ovie. Please.
Go ahead, I hear you.
Please make you no verse. When you say I talk like that.
When you say me, you do man better pass person.
No, wait. Make I finish. Let me talk now. But let me talk now. I will not suffer now.
No, you are suffering. I'm not suffering. Speak for yourself. That's the problem I'm saying. You are suffering.
Oh my God.
Oh boy. Make us speak now.
Problem. Yeah, you can
make
speak,
us, you have been speaking since I never speak. Say I the work one man should make angry with me. So I know they could talk too much. Okay, please.
Speak.
Let me speak now. Please. So what are the topics say? Not be say me myself I like white people, okay? I don't like colony or I don't like slavery. I don't like nothing. But at least, let me speak now. But let me speak now. So, but the condition when our people dey, the thing don't, don't tire man because those money get that vested interest now. It's better for us to say, okay, please, what can we do? So now these people they are taking the things to you, and the people they are not getting anything back from the something in our place. Okay, make una kuku man just come. Then make we make make them for do our roads, make they give us light, make they give us everything before the whole petrol something will finish. The era is almost going. You see, so because later on we have no other chance again. It's better for us now. Sooner or later, let us invite these people and then peacefully say, okay, please. Now England now, they will make census. They will come make all those things for us. They will organize our society for us. Because the condition when our people they stay no good. Forget about when they live for Lekki Island, for Lekki Abi Ikoyi or GROS. That's what I'm saying. Please, I don't say make we sell our country. Look now, that be the thing. I don't tire. People they suffer. So you there for abroad now. You there for abroad. So as you there for abroad, you are already a slave to the white man.
Okay,
Me myself, I'm here.
One man, are you enjoying the show?
No, but there it is. So there it is. But no, you know when we get to the tail end of the session, right? We've gone through all the talking points so often that every other contribution is almost a repetition of what's been said
Yeah,
previously.
no, I'm talking about the repentance, Tony.
No, but I stepped away from the computer for a moment. You know.
You see, Tony is a very gentleman if he calm down to talk. You see, this last time Tony has spoken, in fact, I'm falling in love with him. But every other time, it's like a warfare. Tony, please continue like this. We will enjoy you better.
No.
Now Lord Michael be that, Lord Michael.
So
what did they say? No, let us say,
you know why you they suffer, sef. I have a question for you. You know why you they suffer? You and your people. You know why you they suffer? Because you say you they suffer now. I ask you know why? But that is very important. You have to know why they suffer, you and your people. You know why?
Who being people, you of you. Who be people?
I don't know now. That's why that's why I say I don't know.
Anyway, Ovie is not, Ovie was sponsored. Hold on. Ovie was sponsored by Northern to the USA. They sign your papers.
Listen, let me speak for my people.
But my own, I qualified. You know me? I went to school and qualified for the job I'm doing in Germany. You know me? So listen to me. Our people in my country are suffering. That's what I mean.
Now, later, you know why I don't want me, my people. You know
your people suffer past my people say for the local government for Edo State. You know, I'm from Isha. Akoko Edo, we not get nothing at all. You know, even though I get everything, you get the Ojirami Dam. Ojirami Dam is there. Opula Cement factory is there. Nothing is working. What are we saying? So you say your people are not suffering? You did that to yourself. Okay, they do arm robber for play 2 hours. Police don't feel come. You know. So they tell me say they enjoy.
You don't finish. I know
talk now. With your foundation will feel help everybody. Come on, tell me.
You don't finish. You know why I know. You know why I no one. Me and my people no one make your Igbo people come near where we they at all. Because now then cause our problem in the first place.
Okay.
So that's why I don't want them. But you, if you bring the go your people, make them colonize you again, put you in slavery again, teach you a lesson where you don't know. You say you go school, but you see they want me or Igbo man can't teach you again. I know that stuff. So that's why I say your people, we don't need them. We go take care of ourselves in a matter of time. But you and your people, in fact, we go push you now, go meet them, say we know if we make them come. Gonna still our space.
You get problem. You get problem for your head because what we're saying is that time waits for no one. This oil area, oil area and gas area is going bit by bit. So let us better make use of the opportunity now. That's why I said that we should better invite them. Let them come and conduct census.
You know where we get problem. We could say we.
One man. What are we doing? One man.
There's no we in this matter. Say you and your people. That's the win, and there will get problem. There's no
way. You get problem for your head.
All right.
One man, I think we need to round up now.
Yeah, let's start to round up exactly. So thank you, Ejiro. So there it is right there. So you all saw it. So there it is, and there it was. It's been one of those sessions again. We've gone here, there, and everywhere, and now we've landed at this point. So we are at this point now where we start to round off as Ejiro suggested. So we start to take closing remarks, and we start that off. Actually with let's start with D. Let's start with G. So D, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Ovie Antonio. Ovie, now I know you get problem for your head. Lord Michael, I like the way you are doing the referee between them. Anyway, guys, it is nice being here tonight again. Thank you guys, the guys in the comment section. Some of you got tired of Tony and Ovie too, but please help us click the like and share button. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, D. So that was it. So from D, we go on to Ejiro. So it's been one of those funny sessions, but a session nevertheless. But let's hear from Ejiro, who we've not really heard from a lot this evening. So Ejiro, to you.
Thank you, one man. It's a very interesting section, most especially this day end. It just caught me laughing there.
Look at that.
My closing remarks. Let's get thinking. Let's get thinking. One of the ways Nigeria can ever work well is if we see ourselves as one and treat ourselves as such. But are we truly one? Is it possible to truly see ourselves as one? Can we truly become one? My answer is that we are not truly one. And we can not truly see what does not exist. Therefore, we cannot truly see ourselves as one. We can become one after many centuries by many different means, some of which are good, some of which are bad. On this note, I'll say good night, everyone, and share the like, click the like button and share, and good night, everyone, and God bless.
Oh, all right. Thank you,
God bless you, my brother.
So that was Ejiro. So from Ejiro, we go to Tony, who wants to sell us into slavery. So Tony, to you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. For your work, because no be small work with this, Ekushe. So it's what they say. Not truth now for the now will save us, because that's what Awolowo told us, that say the truth shall set you free. So, but the way our country they go or don't go, the country don't finish. So look now no verse, because the reason why they talk now be say if now go back home today, look now reflect also, make now do some reflection. All of you are abroad. All of us are in abroad, in the white man's world, in white man's country. At the same time, they say no, make white man not come to us. So it's, I think it's better when they come to us than us try to go to them and they die in in the process, so that we can contract our place for them, the business, that they can fix our infrastructure, and then with all this China, they did the same thing. Most of the Singapore and all this, they did the same thing. It doesn't take anything away from us than to let these people now, the black people now, I take 100% of the resources, and then they send their children abroad for schooling and everything. So that's the problem. So please, I'm very sorry. I'm not trying to say the country or the continent, but just want to just try to see that if our people can just benefit something before they die, not be say they're just they old like that. Because at the end of the day, I believe that hell is also right here, so that it's hell. When somebody die, when people die as they are growing old. So I think that when they are, it's like a dream, nightmare. So I think the Nigerian people and African people that are dying, they are going to hell direct, because it's what they are experiencing here. They will see be experiencing afterwards. That's it, sir. So make we reflect. Thank you very much, sir.
All
Thank
right,
you, everybody.
all right, thank you, Tony. So from Tony, we go on to. Sorry. I got. Sorry, I mean, sorry, Lord Michael. That was me pressing the wrong button. So from Tony, we go on to Lord Michael. Lord Michael, to you.
My dear people, now don't say the matter be today. This matter don't tire up. Urobo people go say, "Oh, that Becky draw." Let me say yes, now draw. Tony don't talk say may they recolonize people. Anyway, Oyibo they don't start to the recolonizing people, because all those things where they take that time, they don't bring them back. So after some time, they will come collect them again. So the process with Tony they find don't they come. So Tony, good luck to you. God don't answer your prayer small. So to my people, when I don't say I'm not say no matter how or waiting we talk, the matter they still come back to the original thing. And that original thing be say, nobody go fear help us, now only we go fear help ourselves. So now make me see the advocate, be your brother's keeper. If you know it, you go feel save your brother, save him. So that when you reach your turn, he go save you. If we they ready or say with the hope of for all this never do wells, where they power so the ones that the plants they want come. They don't know you, they don't care about you. Now the same story, the same roundabout. Now we go. Una see say Lagos State Governor don't talk and that's against that poor girl with a key for BRT bus. They don't do like say they don't know what happen. They don't talk say they do investigation when you not go ever see results. Next time, if this kind thing happen. The people who near the bus driver, make una first touch and wear. You know, now the only way, because if they wait for government to do something, they're not going to do something. Therefore, our brothers and sisters where they downstairs, we be saying now be the pillar we will get for here. Because now they tell us where would they talk, the one will make sense, the one will not make sense, now they contribute. May God continue to bless una. Make una not see forget to tell una friends and family. Make everybody they try they click the subscribe button and to they like the video so other people go to hear. You know, as I always talk, we they improve every day because to the best of my knowledge, I don't know about others. So when some of us come here, we know they won't fit talk where. But you see, say every day we they grow, we they evolve. Some people don't they get confidence. In fact, one man was supposed to do review. You go chance some people where you be say this channel don't train. They don't they feel talk, they don't they feel argue because some of them before now ice water now they don't turn to lion. Anyway, make we leave that matter for another day because as it be like this now, me I they go tidy my banga soup somewhere. May God bless you now. We go see tomorrow. Hello. One love.
All right, thank you, Lord Michael. I'm always waiting for you to drop the ball, but you seem to have mastered that language. I don't know, but one of these days, I'm watching you, Sha. But well done. That seems to be it's very popular with the audience. They're always delighting it. Anytime Sally is around, she looks forward to that.
I love them too. They are the rock of this foundation.
Yeah, this is it. So that's Lord Michael. You know him, and there he is. So that's Lord Michael, our correspondent from Wafi side. So from our correspondent from Wafi side to our athlete in the house, the might that is Ovie. Ovie, your
Today I will get sleepless night because I still can't believe that. Now I don't mind. They talk like Tony. Maybe you will come back, can't teach us waiting. That's the highest insult of the century. That's our problem. But I'm glad he's saying that from Germany because now the people who get for no be abroad, people who get for Germany with that. That's our Nigerians. That's how they think. Thinking that our problem because we they suffer. One white man will suffer for us. People that actually initiated the problem in the first place. But I'm sad. I won't say I'm disappointed in Tony with that statement. It's a sad thing. So that means we have a lot to do. And I kind of understand where it comes from when one man friend for Iloni, the base of Saraki, go carry rejected farmer from Zimbabwe to come oppress the people for Iloni in the name of billions, and would they congratulate them. I'm also happy that I think we have moved to that space I've been talking about ever since. That is that time we start to interrogate the candidate, potential candidate of 2023, their policy, what they've done, what they want to do, and how they're going to do it. Because we will see a lot of printing in the book. When he was a governor, he did that, he did that. The question is that all those things that he did that is on paper, are they still on ground? Have they stand the test of time? That's what we should be asking. If those farmers actually learn do what they were invested in to do, what is the outcome? What are they producing? How does that affect the immediate community? Because if you carry that millions that we invested in bringing these people, making sure environment is good for them, if you put out for the citizen of Kwara, I believe something would have been done by now. It's not better. So that's just my argument. This idea of say person go, don't be everything that they go bring expatriate come. The same thing my what are they called? My Delta State people they do. One man we are talking about how they go bring foreigner in the name of say she be British girl to come be our national team. Is it that we don't have a lot of them in the street of Lagos, Abuja, Enugu, Borno? We do, but we focus on already made instead of us to put that attention to grassroots and build our own. I understand slavery has taken a lot from us. It's taking that ability for us to think and develop and execute our own plan. It's taking that away. That's why we always go for ready made. That's why Tony would say made them come back, come teach us something. I see when they were here, they teach anything. What did they do when they were here? What's their record? So I'm totally not be every Tom, Dick, and Harry would they bring on the nails in experience you get. Or the nails in now you may can't teach us anything. That means we are undermining what we have been learning. We come here to pride ourselves as some of the most educated Africans, most exposed, most had, die hard and everything. But still, we still buckling on one river from the street of New York or London to come and teach us some things that we can actually, that we'll be investing our time and resources in learning across the world. We have find agriculturalists who have graduated in Nigeria, who have graduated in every other part of the world, who are also doing freaking very well. We don't have expatriate Nigerians and expatriate who are farmers in America and London and everywhere. Why can't we encourage them to bring them back to come and implement what they've learned? Rather than bringing all those ratchet people who don't know anything, see they won't come, they were coming to teach something. Saraki was a young man when he was making this initiative, when making this decision, he was in his 40s. If that's all he can do, then it's not fit to be our president. We need better than that. On that note, I sign out. One man, if you are still there.
I am still here, so I just gave you the space to have your expression. So that was Ovie, controversial as ever. The day that we ever agree with Ovie is the day that Ovie is no longer Ovie. So that is Ovie.
Let me disagree with Soji a minute. Soji, we are not weak in Africa. I'm sorry. I disagree with you. When you mention Nigeria,
Soji is not even from Africa. It's an Englishman. You know Soji.
No, he said we are weak. He said maybe you are not sure about how weak we are in the whole of Africa. What do you mean? How weak is Nigeria? Now when they use our man, they run us that we are not weak. Which country in America, in Africa won't match us together one-on-one and everything? In reality, it's not. So we are not weak.
So Jade knows Africa only through the BBC. So there it is.
No, so I wonder why they show up again. We need you here, Mr. Soji. You inspire me to come live. And
you know, I was just trying to think the other day. The people that have been and are no longer here. They when I first used to start, there used to be a guy. Who passed something, and just so many people have been and gone.
Yeah, Soji was.
Some of them we actually kicked off. You know, the Rascalies, the Nzobus. You know, but you know.
Yeah, Soji was actually the first person that actually encouraged me to come live on Scream and smoke, because that was when I saw him. Because
he was the one that was always blazing Igbo.
Yeah.
Yes.
I was watching, I was contemplating, should I come? If I come now, I know if he smoke again. Then I signed him, I said, this bros they smoke here now. That means it's good. So we need you back.
You see, I tolerate a lot, and people say I'm too rigid. I'm not rigid now. When I, when I'm encouraging.
You need that now. That's what makes you different. When everybody can come here, actually be with there and speak to the people where they complain, say, oh, don't smoke, don't do this unclean. Those are people who approach issue with emotions, and that does not mean say just because say one picky they see me they smoke, inside will go smoke. That picky won't smoke before, no be me.
you know, it will take a lot for me not to let somebody onto the screen or remove. It's only if I feel that you are bad for the platform, or you are negatively impacting, or you are attacking somebody, you know. So I wouldn't have, because when people come here, you know, they come here just to hang out, and I feel a sense of responsibility that they should not be impacted on negatively for having come here to hang out with us. So when you're throwing abuse at them, especially when they are not, if it's somebody that is ready to go back and forth, I will still allow it if the language is not foul. But if somebody is just being a bully, then I won't tolerate that. But outside of that, I cannot think of a reason why I will kick somebody off. You know. But if you want to argue, I will argue with you. If you win, you win. If I lose, if you know, so that's just the way it goes, you know. But you know, that's the mix of it, you know. I mean, if I can let you on Ovie, then that means, you know, the bar is very low, isn't it? So there it is, Ovie, the superstar of the platform. Where are you now? You're on the move again?
Yeah, I'm in Indianapolis, in Indiana.
Okay. Are you passing through, or are you there for a while?
I'm going to be here for a while, then I'll head to DC.
Why don't you get Airbnb instead of a hotel? Which one works out more expensive?
Yeah, it depends on where I am. Getting Airbnb here, it would be too far from where I'm working. I'm actually in downtown. Window, you see all the horizon, so it's closer. So yeah, it just it's hard because when I can't smoke inside the room, I have to make a journey. I go down.
Yes, all these hotels have banned smoking. What is this world turning into? You can't smoke in restaurants. You know, there was a time in this country. You know those double decker buses that we have in the UK.
Yeah,
there was a time you could smoke at the top deck. You know,
and now you can't do it.
Now you can't even smoke on the streets anymore. People will. You're like,
and I cook because while I was in Atlanta, that's pretty much an Airbnb. The house I was yesterday, that's pretty much an Airbnb. So I could cook, and I cooked a lot. And for me to get to my hotel room, the fridge is like this. My food no fit enter the fridge, so that's my frustration now. Should I throw them away or not?
You mean all those food that you cooked yesterday?
Yes.
My God,
it's just too much for the fridge, because one thing I don't like about hotels is that now I have to start ordering for food and what you want, order pizza and all those. So, and I'm not a fan of that. I can't survive with that for more than 2-3 days. So that's just one of the disadvantages in the hotel. But the fact that I will come in, everywhere is clean and nothing, that I like that. Yeah, but other than that,
is that why you don't want to get yourself an apartment so you don't tidy up?
Yeah, that's America. That's commitment. That means I have to. I mean, I hardly stay one place. So getting in an apartment where one place is that means I have to commit myself.
What's the longest you've ever been in a place?
Man, that was 3 years. For the past like 17 or 18 years, I think 3 years the longest. I was in Dallas, and
what kept you there?
Well, apart from the time, is probably reasonable nice in terms of the size. It's not too crazy like New York. It's not too dull like any other small state. But I was actually learning something. I was learning a lot of.
Wait, you're in college then?
No. Very done with college. I learn handwork now. As I did, I do house remodeling. I don't know. That's how you guys call it in the UK. Where
we call it renovation here.
Yeah, I do that. I do spraying. All those parking lots. No fire lane, handicap spots. I mean, in Nigeria, we know to get there, but in the big cities, you have to have a place to park your car. Especially if you're a business establishment, you need parking lot and all that. So I do that. I know how to strap that. I know how to paint. Yeah, so I spent that 3 years in that construction environment, and that's what afforded me to move around. Anywhere I go, I don't actually need to go apply for a job. All I need to do is to go to the app and pick up anyone. And do it. So that's what kept me there for that long. So I have never actually lived in a place for more than a year for the past.
And they didn't keep you sufficiently there enough for you to put down roots.
No, I get bored. No. I get bored. Life's too sweet now. It's a jungle. Got to explore. So
you can't explore forever. But seriously though,
no. If I want to settle down, now my village. That's my last destination.
Okay.
Go back to us also.
And are you making plans towards that?
Do I need to plan to go back to my village?
back to daddy's house? Back to daddy's
nobody's
house?
there. The house is there. I don't really fancy spending so much also related to structure and all that kind of stuff. Mama has it there, Papa has it there. I mean, no place to, but of course I will have it's going to be more like a farm. It's going to be more like a farm out of the village, not village, but out of village. Yeah. So, but that my next goal is to tour Europe. I've been in Europe before. I've been living in Europe, but I want to be able to go from city to city, town to town, do what I'm working on. I'm working to start my own sport media. So that's what I'm.
All right. Sports media in what context?
I'm actually focusing on just track and field right now. Why I left Texas actually was to.
Do you still have an agent? Do you have an agent?
For me personally,
yeah.
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Don't you think you should, as an ex-athlete, then you can be on those panels talking nonsense about?
I've been on channels. I've been on channels before. I've been on. Yeah, I like that, but I'm not. That is when I'm ready to settle down in one spot. I still do that once in a while. I do most of the interview for papers, Voice of America, and all those Nigeria stations. I do a great interview, but I'm working on my own platform too. That Village Athletics, I do have people running it for me. So I have people doing all the posting and all that. So the next stage of that is to now be going to meet all these athletes, past and present athletes, and actually talk to them what life has been as an athlete and all that. So that's the next stage I want to get to. And so once I get to that stage with it, then I will now go into it fully. Then I will not
I'll suggest you sign up with an agency because you don't have to be fixed anywhere. All you need is a portal you are interacting with us now, and you live virtually from hotel room to hotel room.
You want to get me one in London?
No, I don't. I don't know anything. You probably know more about that space than me. But you present well. You know how to speak. You know the industry, and when you have that name recognition, that will then help propel your media enterprise. So yeah. So it's not
It's good. I understand, but life is still good. Yet I hate being I hate routine. I hate being too professional. So I'm still enjoying life as it is now.
All right. Okay.
I like the but that's the end goal, though. That's the end goal. That's the end goal.
But nobody is a playboy forever, Ovie. Nobody is a playboy forever.
I think my
you have to
was.
hang up your boots.
I think my father was.
Well, yeah, not your father. It's a different generation. It's a different time and space.
No, the goal is to do better than him.
in the playboy stakes, or
everywhere. But I think I'm actually already. The guy don't beat me. At my age, he has like 3 wives already.
Look at that.
Like yeah. So the guy, I'll catch up.
All right. Oh, okay. All right, Ovie. Thank you. Always a delight, as you know. There's no company I delight in more than yours. So that's Ovie.
Soji is still head bent on having this argument too. If Africa is not weak, why aren't you?
Soji now is probably high already. The guy is high now. Yeah.
So just because me and you are not in Nigeria doesn't make Nigeria is weak. Well, there are a lot of Americans in Nigeria. Is that because America is weak? So I don't know. That's a talk for another day anyway, Mr. Soji. So good seeing you on the comment side. We want you back in the rigorous of one man forum.
You say people are already debunking you.
That what?
Read Lord Michael's comment.
Wait, is it just coming?
No, it's in the studio chat. The mistake. Okay,
just a lie. Only him say he has stayed 4 years in North Dakota. Only for him to say the longest he has stayed in a place is 3 years. My stay 4 years in North Dakota, I was always home every holidays, summer or Christmas. I don't come out. So
do you have family in America?
No. I'm the only crazy one.
No aunties, no uncles, no brothers, no sisters.
No.
Not even clansmen.
No clansman. Okay. In fact, even my village people say if we count them. So I'm just the adventurous one and the crazy one.
Lone Ranger.
Yeah. So in school I was off and on, but in Dallas I think I stayed straight 2 years before even traveling to the next state. So that's what I mean, Mr. Lord Michael. And they don't tell now. You still say now today I started to work out. What is that they like? Anyway.
Work about. All right. Thank you, Viv. We must dash. So we reconvene tomorrow to do it all over again. Hopefully a bit more structured. Today, I don't think this session was especially structured. I think we just argued a lot and shouted a lot.
Yeah, first of all, you and we're going back and forth.
Yes. It was Ajale Koko that opened up the arguments, and then the Jiro started to argue, and then everybody started to argue, and then it just
it's a Sunday.
Sometimes when the session gets to one point, I just say, okay, I'll just abandon it and let it go. However, because I try to tame it and I try to tame it, but if the space doesn't want to be tamed, then I just let it go and say, okay, we're just going to have a shouting session today, and then and then that's So
and it's working out good.
Yeah, all right, brilliant. So a real delight. So that was Ovie, ladies and gentlemen, the superstar of the platform, Ovie Whiskey. Thank you, Ovie. So that has been the session. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.